Okay, thank you. I will have, I have an announcement to make that, first of all, everyone, I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau, the Senate Chair of Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. I was handed, and apparently so have every chair member, has received a report or a memo from the presiding officers, and we're asked to speak on this today. Let me just, okay, so I guess I have, let me begin. Okay. So, good morning. My name is Susan DeChambeau, and I have the great honor of serving as Senate Chair of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee and representing the communities of Biddeford, Kennebunk Fort, Arundel, Dayton, Lyman, and Alfred. Before we begin our work today, I want to take a moment to thank all of you for your hard work so far this session, and I'm sure it will continue. Serving in the Maine legislature and on this committee can be extremely demanding and time-consuming. While we may disagree on certain policy areas, I believe that every member of this committee is deeply committed to serving their constituents and working in good faith to confront the issues that come before us. That being said, as we approach the halfway point of the legislation session, presiding officers have asked committee chairs to take a minute to remind both legislators and public participants that maintaining decorum is vital to ensuring we can complete our work in an orderly and efficient manner. It's also important upholding the integrity of your committee, our committee. If you need a refresher, the rules of procedure in committee are the same as the rules of procedure in both the Senate and the House under joint rules. In addition, the Maine Legislative Code of Ethics charges each legislator with civility and responsible conduct both inside and outside of the State House. Here is how this translates to our committee work. Committee members, and these are points, committee members are required to show respect at all times for witnesses and for other committee members. All discussions must be conducted in a manner that is not disruptive. Impugning the motives of another committee member is prohibited. Engaging in the discussion of personalities of other members is prohibited. A committee chair has the power to limit testimony at public hearings as necessary for the orderly conduct of the hearing. And members shall refrain from interrogation that is argumentative, oppressive, repetitive, or unnecessarily embarrassing to hearing participants. In an effort to maintain order and decorum, all questions must be addressed through the chair. All speakers must be recognized by the chair. Questions relating to order are decided by the chair, subject to appeal by the committee. If a participant violates the rules of order and decorum, the chair can take action to limit the ability of that participant to continue disrupting a meeting or public hearing. Republican, Democrat, independent, or unenrolled, every single person who appears before this committee deserves the respect, as do our esteemed colleagues who serve on the committee. I want to thank each of you for your efforts in helping us meet our duty of civility outlined in the Legislative Code of Ethics and demanded by your constituents. Thank you, and this is based on a memo directly from the presiding officers. So I think we've all been asked to present that at not every meeting, but the meetings that are being conducted this week. So I will begin by saying that today is February 9th. We will begin with 2 public hearings, followed by 3 work sessions. There's been an adjustment to the schedule. I will tell you that the first bill we will be taking up the public hearing is LD 1862, and that is the Good Samaritan Law. It will be followed by the other public hearing, 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in our main correction system. The work sessions, I believe there is another adjustment. The first work session will be LD 1861, establishing Safe Homes Program, followed by 1859, an act to build more sustainable ambulance system, and LD 1903 to update the criminal related statutes in response to decisions of the law court. So I will now, I don't know how many times I have to introduce myself, but we'll skip that right now. I will ask all members and staff to introduce themselves, beginning with Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the towns of West Gardner and Manchester and the city of Hollowell.
I will now call on Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent District 116, the towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Peru, Canton, and Hartford. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we had someone come in who wanted to testify, so sorry for the disruption here. I am now going to call on Senator Lawrence.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. I represent Southern York County.
Thank you. Senator Seaway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Seaway and represent District 16, which covers Low, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Reckett.
Good morning. My name is Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Representative Costain.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37 as part of Portland.
Thanks. Representative Dan just stepped out. Representative Newman. Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure that statement was directed at me, and I will once again say I hope we show the same respect to the straight white men coming before us. I am Representative Renecki, and I represent House District 108.
Representative Renecki, I will respond that that was not directed solely to you. This is to all of us. So please, I will not recognize you if you continue interrupting and making comments that I've only asked you to state your name and your town. So we will continue. And Representative Newman will come back. I think he, oh, we'll let Representative Newman is coming. I will recognize Representative Morales.
Good morning. My name is Representative Victoria Morales, District 33 in South Berlin.
Oh, I hope it gets better. You were drowning out there, Representative Morales. So Representative Newman.
Yes, I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, and Wayne.
Thank you. Just a brief comment on our public hearing. And as you can see, a few of us, two of us are here at the State House, so that's why we have our mask. And this is being, the meeting conducted remotely by a number of other representatives and senators. This meeting, it's a public hearing, it's being live streamed on the committee's YouTube. And we will recognize as is customary, the public hearing, the sponsor will present their bill. We can ask questions, and then we will ask if anybody in the legislature who's here wishes to speak on that bill, neither for nor against. I will then recognize anyone who is one of the attendees who wish to speak in favor, those in opposition, and those who wish to speak neither for nor against the bill. So I will say to you, we have a long agenda today, a number of very involved bills. And we will be using a 3-minute clock for testimony. And I will begin with the first bill we're going to review is LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. And I will recognize, I thought Senator Maxman is here. Would you please raise, there you are. Okay, just saw you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Also, if you would raise your hand, we'll bring you in. So 3 more, and we'll leave it at that right now. So Senator Maxim, we will listen to your presentation of your bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County, except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor, a total of 27 towns in the Mid-Coast. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. I have quite a bit to say today, so I thank you in advance for your patience. I've been in the legislature for 4 years, and this is the most important bill that I've worked on. Before I begin, I ask you today, throughout this whole public hearing, to please keep an open mind and an open heart. The pure intent of this bill is to save Maine lives. It is rare that we see bills that will have such an immediate impact and that are so desperately needed, but this is one of them. For all of us who campaigned on confronting the drug epidemic and fighting for those experiencing substance use disorder, this is our opportunity. As many of you probably know, 636 Mainers died in 2021 of an overdose. This is a new record, a 23% increase over 2020. We read headlines like this, seeing the numbers and the statistics, but today I ask you to think of this as 636 families and friends losing loved ones. This is the reality in our communities. There are many factors that have led to the tragedies of overdoses, yet there are more and more stories of a key reason. People are afraid to call 911 when someone is overdosing. They're afraid of risking arrest, of getting swept up in our criminal justice system and paying a lifetime of consequences for one moment. This bill aims to fix that. You may remember in the 129th that we passed Maine's Good Samaritan law. However, this law is very limited. It provides immunity for the person calling 911 and the person who's overdosing for a very specific set of crimes, such as possession of drugs or hypodermic needles. The stories from the ground reveal a stark truth. This law is not enough. Its limited nature is causing doubt and confusion. So the default is don't call 911. You will hear stories today of people who didn't call 911 for fear of arrest and someone died as a result. You'll also hear stories of people who did call 911 and were needlessly arrested for saving a life. Sometimes this is because someone was making a call while another person performed CPR, and under our current law, the person performing CPR was arrested because they're not covered. Something must change. When someone is dying, no one is going to think, am I covered under the Good Samaritan law as it's currently written? This law needs to be expanded to save lives. It needs to be clear and easy. I'm presenting an amended bill today, which has many important changes thanks to the work of CLAC. Here's how our bill works. Who is protected? Everyone at the scene of a place where someone has made the good faith call to seek medical assistance for a drug-related overdose. When are they protected? From the time 911 is called until emergency services leave the location of the overdose. So it's a very specific set amount of time. In section 1A of the bill, you will see who is excluded from immunity. It's a lengthy paragraph, but in summary, any violent crimes, crimes against children, sexual crimes, conspiracy, solicitation, arson, as well as any attempts at these crimes are excluded. Furthermore, if there is independent evidence of a crime that did not derive from the scene of the overdose, that is excluded as well. I'll address a couple common questions head on. If someone supplies the drugs that results in a death, what happens? That could be charged as manslaughter, which is considered a violent crime, so it's excluded. They're not immune. Someone else asked me, if someone has 40 pounds of heroin on them, can they just walk away? If someone is transporting that quantity of heroin, then there will most likely be independent evidence against them and they would be excluded. Another asked, what if someone has sold tainted drugs to multiple people, which resulted in multiple deaths? Are they excluded? Again, there will likely be independent evidence of this distribution, which is excluded from immunity. I address these questions because I know that they will come. I also want to use it as an opportunity to ask us to focus on the reality of drug overdoses. Mostly someone is surrounded by family or friends, not a supplier with a lot of heroin. We can think of what ifs and extreme scenarios all day long. The point is that our communities are calling on us, their government, for urgent relief. The difference in these situations is not whether or not someone gets caught. The difference is whether someone lives or dies. Let's stay rooted in the reality instead of hypothesizing. I also want to add that this bill is not an attack on our law enforcement. I honor the work of those on the front lines in our community. This bill is a fight for our families and friends struggling with substance use disorder. It is a bill grounded in the harrowing moments of an overdose, providing a clear and needed solution that will actually save lives. This is not a political issue. It's not about who's right, who's wrong, what party we're in, if we're facing re-election, or if we hold grudges. This is about an emergency in our state. You will hear many stories today that shine a light on the need for the bill. I know that we'll hear opposition as well. Through it all, please remember our intent that I will say one more time, to save lives. Tomorrow, most of us will be in Augusta, and we'll be handing out purple ribbons for legislators to wear during session and for State of the State. If you're so moved, please seek us out and we'll get you a ribbon. For legal questions on this bill, I direct you to Walter McKee, an experienced attorney with subject matter expertise on this issue. For questions about the bill language, what it covers and how it works, I direct you to him. He has patiently answered my questions on how exactly it would look if this bill was put into effect. Lastly, and mostly, I want to thank the incredible advocates who brought this bill to me and who are here today to share their stories. This is hard and vulnerable work. I believe that it is our utmost responsibility as legislators to follow their lead, and I hope that you will see that too. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Maxim. Anyone have any questions for Senator Maxim? Seeing none. Okay. I will now recognize those who wish to speak in support of this bill, and I see Senator Moore. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate taking the time to be able to testify today. I'll just be brief about it, but good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Joint Standing Committee. My name is Mary Ann Moore, and I proudly represent Senate District 6, which includes all of Washington County, along with Winter Harbor, Goldsboro, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well. I am here in support of LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. As you may recall, during the 129th legislature, we passed LD 329, establishing our very first Good Samaritan law, exempting criminal liability for reporting a drug-related medical emergency. As Senator Maxman explained, the law protects the person calling and the person who is overdosing for a very limited set of crimes. The on-the-ground stories we are hearing indicate the law is deeply inadequate, thus the necessity of the bill before you. LD 1862 does provide the immunity from arrest, prosecution, or revocation proceedings for everyone at the scene of an overdose. As the amendment references, the immunity excludes all violent crimes, all sexual crimes, arson, all crimes against children, conspiracy and solicitation, and all attempts at those crimes. I've had to explain this paragraph over and over to a lot of people that are questioning this bill. This bill is an important one to close the unintended gaps the previous Good Samaritan law did not include. Willing bystanders wanting to help should not have to pause and say, am I going to be arrested if I call 911? According to NCSL today, 40 states and the District of Columbia have similar laws on the books. With our growing drug epidemic, we need to make Maine the 41st state. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1862. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Any questions for Senator Moore? I've got one. I missed the last part when you said NCSL says about other states. Did you say how many or where I can get that information?
Of course, they actually have it, the information on their website, and it's 40. There's 40 states, and the District of Columbia have similar laws on the books. So we got that information from them. So we want to be the 41st.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
No questions? No further questions?
Thank you. I'm going to jump off and go back to HHS. So thanks.
Okay. Yes. Are there any other legislators who are here who wish to speak? I don't believe so. So now I will go to.
There is, excuse me, Madam Chair, Representative La Rochelle is here, and I think Deb's moving her over.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator. Oh, Representative La Rochelle.
Hi, thank you very much. I'll just go right ahead then. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Reagan La Rochelle, and I represent House District 86, covering part of Augusta, which is my hometown district. And I am here today to testify as a co-sponsor in favor of LD 1862. As an Augusta City Councilor, I have worked hard to help destigmatize substance use disorder, and I urge you to pass this bill and make it as easy as possible for people to receive medical assistance during an overdose. Our loved ones absolutely do die of overdoses because their lives are left in the hands of people on the scene who are scared to call for help. Our concern for that moment as lawmakers in this state can only be for the people who are dying. There's no other consideration. And I strongly believe that that person's parents and brothers and sisters and children only care that their loved one lives another day, which gives them the opportunity to get help. Saving someone's life in the circumstance of an overdose needs to have zero barriers for those calling for help. And I urge you to give people suffering from substance use disorder the chance to live beyond the overdose with the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative LaRochelle. Any questions of Representative LaRochelle? Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay. I now will turn it over to the public. I have 8 names up, and I trust that they're all in support, because we're just calling on people who are in support of this bill. The first hand that is up is Jason Trahan. Well, is he with, there's Jason, and I will name 3 people, Rob Korobkin and Marshall Mercer. So, Mr. Trahan, Jason, are you? There you are. Thank you. Yes, you wish to provide some testimony?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jason Trahan. I'm a resident of Lewiston, and I'm here today to testify in favor of the LD 1862. I'm a person in long-term recovery. I lead meetings and I sponsor other people seeking recovery. I'm a dad, I'm an artist, and sometimes I'm an activist. I spent a lot of time around people who use drugs, who have used drugs. Some of those people are still alive. Some of them aren't. While I've never been on the scene of an overdose, I have heard many things directly from. I've known people who did their best to revive the person that they were using with. I've also known people who just emptied the person's pockets and they just left as fast as they could. And I know if we want to stop losing so many people to overdose, that we need to make sure that people know that they won't be punished if they do the right thing and stay and help. I have a friend who's actually in recovery right now. One time she was just telling me before she left out of state to go to her rehab, she was telling me that one of her overdoses it was a near overdose, and she woke up with 2 black eyes because the person that she was with freaked out, didn't want her to die, but didn't want to call the police, smacked her until she woke up. That doesn't always happen, but this happens a lot where people do that. People panic when they think someone's overdosed. And so like, wouldn't it be better if we felt comfortable calling 911? And let's be really honest here. Like, I don't know how well you can see me in my little Zoom box. Am I on camera or not?
I don't know. I think we see shoes, I think. Your face is not.
Oh yeah, so how do I do that? I don't know. But anyways, let's just say that like you can't really probably see me in my box, or you can't see me in my box. I'm covered in piercings and tattoos. Let's just say that not everyone wants to give someone like me the benefit of the doubt. Now say I wasn't my door's open, it's so loud. Yeah, say I wasn't now say I wasn't known in the community as a person in recovery, as someone in recovery. Let's just say that I gave someone Narcan and I stayed and called 911. I'd probably think once or twice if I should leave or not. The kid who lives downstairs from me is actually still using. If I found him unconscious, what would I do? Even knowing that I didn't do anything wrong, I might worry that the police would look at me and my record and say, well, you got a pretty bad history here, so that's not right to do. If you're saving somebody, why would you get in trouble? So I support this bill because people shouldn't have to decide between protecting themselves and saving lives. So I hope everybody supports this too. I hope you support this too.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions of Jason Trahan? There you are. Seeing none, thank you. Thank you again. And I now see Marshall Mercer. Is he with us? There he is. Welcome, Mr. Mercer.
Welcome. Thank you.
Now we hope to hear from you.
Good morning. And thank
Good
you,
morning.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the STEAM committee. My name is Marshall Mercer, and I'm an organizer for Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. I identify as a student of recovery, and I do that because at the very best, all I'll ever be, a student of this awful disease. In this recovery journey of mine, the more I study, the more I observe, I begin to see the same patterns we see throughout history. Patterns of the same system we see in India has used for thousands of years, where certain members of society seem as if they were born more superior than others, and are justified by allowing to participate in certain atrocities that keep happening to their people. I see that same spirit in the way we treat our people with mental illness, in the way we treat our people of color, or our people who are struggling without food or home. But we're just focused on the 636 of them that died last year due to accidental overdoses. As I continue to start to witness the elements that play the part in my people and I's enslavement process, like the structures that were designed to keep certain people from ever leaving the grips of their own addiction, being placed on certain people of certain illnesses, in this case, people suffering from SUD. Why is it so hard to see that the laws that we place upon our people were made to create division among us and separate us? And if the laws that we hold to create a separation and clearly put people's lives at stake, why aren't we doing more to ensure the safety of our people is met? Unless my people don't hold value enough for nothing to be done. I'm sure you hear enough testimony from people that are more advanced with knowledge, with data than me, but I dare to be so bold to say my wisdom have more weight than any data any computer could come up with. I once had a brother that wanted to be and make it out of the game, to watch his son grow up until he was left to his own demise because of the fear of the repercussions that would come to the people in the house. Needless to say, I no longer have a brother, and the son no longer has a father. It's bad enough we got to worry about the drug supply. It's like now we got to worry about the dealer who's giving us the drugs and the laws it's created that are both killing us. We are beginning to feel like the untouchables of India, and we keep begging for help. How many more of us need to die before something real will be done to show you that you are with us? One thing I am sure of, there's more voters in recovery than those who are not. And if you who have the power to not help us don't begin to, we're going to start looking up for other people to represent our needs. Many of us are organizers and advocates, are on the front lines daily, most of the time on our own dime and our own time, out passing Narcan and assisting those who aren't ready or don't know how to find their way home. And the same echo on the streets are they keep dying because they're scared to call. Most of the time it's because they're influenced because of the people or the fear of the repercussions that are those in the house. But the truth is, we don't just do it here in Maine, but everywhere. We have been conditioned to treat those who don't fit the status quo of community, state, or society. In this case, those of us who have SUDs. It seems we have been cast under a certain system that believes we don't even have the rights as individuals to even know what's best for us. This is why I am here in favor of LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan law. Thank you for those of you who've been standing in solidarity with us. And to be allow each of us to have space to even come to each other for help, we'll just continue to chase our tails. Thank you for listening. This has been a message from a student of recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Any questions of Mr. Mercer? Seeing none, thank you. I get feedback, Mr. Mercer. I think good. Thank you. Mr. McKee, I don't see you on the list, and there's like 12 people.
He's in here with us, Susan.
Yes.
I'm already here. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to, where we have so many people and had to tell how many people on the other side, I've been watching the clock, and I think we may want to consider, if it continues the same way, we may want to consider using the 3-minute time clock.
We have been doing that. It was.
Okay, I didn't know it was
Yeah.
here. The last one,
Yeah.
the last one went 4 minutes.
I
Thank you.
think I will, it's difficult to give testimony and also watch your own clock. Maybe with 10, 15 seconds to go, we'll ask them to wrap up. I've allowed them to go a little over, but it will take a while. Representative Warren, I defer to you. I would like to also hear from Mr. McKee, who's worked a lot on this and was referenced by Senator Maxim to recognize him.
Yes, and I think another part that needs to be known is he is a member of CLAC, and that CLAC worked very hard on this bill. And he's in with us here already, Susan. He has his hand up. So yes, I think it would be appropriate. And then if we could also have after him, Representative Crafts has joined us. And if Deb could bring in Representative Crafts, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Again, well, a fellow CLAC member, so yes. Nice to see you again, Mr. McKee.
Likewise.
To make a statement, testimony?
I do. So Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee, my name is Walt McKee, and I'm here specifically testifying on behalf of the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, and I've chaired that legislative committee for a very long time. I am a member of CLAC. I'm not speaking here on behalf of CLAC, but CLAC, of course, addressed this issue and as part of kind of a subgroup with a number of other people, worked on this very amendment. And I think it's important to recognize a lot of work that went into this to make some changes from the original bill. And I think that what you have here in the amendment is really the best effort to get to as far as we can get at this point and ultimately respond to your questions. This is really a modest expansion of an already existing law, as you know, and as has been spoken to. The bill would provide an expansion to include people who were present at the scene. That was considered to be very important as a policy matter. And of course, just in terms of wanting to make sure that more folks are protected, and most importantly, that in response to an overdose, that somebody doesn't say, well, geez, you know, my friend goes over here, they have, there may be some evidence of a crime, this person is going to be arrested. I'm not going to make that call. This takes that part out of it. And I think that was a very important part of it. Certainly MACD supports that. It also adds a number of other non-drug offenses, and most importantly, excludes out other offenses, including violent crimes. And so property crimes and other crimes would be included in the list of crimes that somebody would be protected from. And I would say importantly, from a procedural standpoint, what has been put in this amendment is a process to raise this issue very early on as part of a motion that would be filed with the court in front of a judge, and a decision will be made before somebody had to go through a full-blown trial all the way to have that issue decided by a judge or a jury at a trial. And that process was specifically put in this amendment to allow this opportunity early on to address the very important issue. Now, I understand the Department of Public Safety doesn't agree with this bill, and I respect that, and I understand where they're coming from. They've indicated that other states have done different things or maybe not gone as far as this. But I would tell you that if there's any indication of the problem that we have is that everybody's been trying really hard for a long, long time, and we really haven't seen the changes that we really need to have here. And we're going to need to do something a little bit different. This is a pretty modest expansion. I do not believe there's going to be so many cases where this applies to, but there will be some, and they'll be important ones, and they will in fact save lives. So I'm here to answer any questions you have about the bill, and certainly to take some notes as well about some potential amendments and changes that you all might want to make. I've dealt with this bill, from start to finish, if you will, and part of all the working committees that have addressed it. But I recognize that there still could be some additional work that could be done, but the core is good, and we support it on behalf of the MACDL. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You didn't have to really go by the clock. I should have remembered. No. But that's quite all right. Thank you. Any questions? I see Representative Fluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We mentioned revocations in the bill, and I wanted to just be clear that involves probation as well as SCCP or deferred disposition.
Yeah, in fact, the deferred disposition piece is what we would call termination. So revocations are revocation of bail and also probation violations. But we do need to make a little bit of a change to some of the other language to include terminations. That's actually caught in one part, but we need to carry it through. So I've already actually marked that. But so it's probation violations, bail violations or revocations, as well as terminations of deferred dispositions.
Okay. And one more question, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
go right ahead.
I'm looking, I think, in the testimony here of Commissioner Sawchuk, and he mentioned, what if a property owner discovers a person overdosing, calls 911, and later it's discovered the person in need of assistance has burglarized the property? Could you answer that question or help us elaborate on how that might be applied?
Right. So first of all, we have somebody calling in the overdose, the property owner calling in the overdose. Is that what it is? And then they, in fact, law enforcement shows up. It turns out they find out later, oh, this person's burglarized the property. Yeah, so that's an independent evidence issue. So let's just say that they happen to find out, they go in later on, they say, geez, this place is trashed. Later on, not as a result of that. If they look there, see that the place is trashed, sees the person is there, that's not somebody can't be prosecuted for that. You're not gonna get arrested for burglary, anybody connected to that. But after the fact, that's separate evidence, independent from this. That's all fair game. And I think that's important because independent evidence, from a separate source, that's always going to be something that could be prosecuted. And this bill really allows for that. He's talking about evidence garnered from the time that they're there, as opposed to separate from some independent source. Good question.
Thank you. I'll follow up and thank you, Representative Pluker, for that question also. Mr. McKee, Mr. Pluker asked, and you explained it quite well, and I like the fact that you recognize this might need a little change here and there. So the comment that was made is probationers, that's fine. And then there was a bill on that anyways. But when he mentioned SCCP, supervised community confinement, that is still in execution of a sentence. They are, quote, for lack of a better term, incarcerated at home. Does that cover it, or will you need to explain that? I mean, the rules of SCCP don't allow any criminal behavior, so.
Yeah, so I need to look at SCCP and what happens when you have a SCCP violation, what you call that. So there's probably a term for that. That could be a revocation or could of that status. So there's a term for that. We may already have it. If you want that in there, then it may already be, and I'll check that before we come back to the work session. And if you don't want that in there, then that's your business as a policy.
Well, I think it begs the question to probably have it in there because it can happen. Normally, if they're involved in any criminal activity, they would be immediately returned to the facility because it's a violation like on a furlough. Okay, I would appreciate that. We can then decide if it needs to go there, but I think the Department of Corrections would like to know where they stand. Thank you. Senator Seaway. You're muted, Senator Seaway. I think he's frozen. No, he isn't.
Did you speak for me? I couldn't hear you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Attorney McKee. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Great, thank you. I just, we're hearing more and more drug abuse and more deaths and that sort of thing. And wondering what do you being done on this bill for accountability? I guess that's the key word here. If you drop everything, what's the accountability of using drugs and continuing? That's where I wanted to ask.
No, I appreciate it. And thank you for asking the question. I would have been disappointed if Senator Seaway did not ask me your question. I think we've got you batting 1,000%. So thank you. I think the accountability piece is something that's dealt with in other places. I think this bill, I think you probably recognize this, is one that deals with the safety part of it. So you've got some trade-offs here, which is the view of, we need to do whatever we can to make sure people don't actually die. That's the whole idea, to encourage that kind of reporting. And at the same time, don't have that hindrance in there, am I going to do this because others may have, been committing crimes on the premises. That's something that's been identified. So I hear you where you're coming from, but this, I'd say that there are other pieces and other places for accountability to deal with these offenses. There are certainly a whole host of different crimes that are out there. It's just that when they show up for this one, on this particular occasion, for the duration of this particular time with law enforcement or medical professional involvement, but that's not going to be something that somebody's going to be arrested for or prosecuted for. So I don't know if that's an answer to your question. I think this is probably not an accountability bill. I think it's really a safety bill. And there are other places to maybe perhaps address that.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's some referral process or whatever for accountability of use. I just think that there's something lacking in this bill that really needs to be addressed during it. Only because there's no accountability. I think
yeah, I'm happy to see it.
Something. Yeah.
I'm happy to, if there's something in particular, I don't have anything to offer you on that end, but I'm happy to hear what it might be and pitch it all out to you to decide how you want to deal with it.
Thank you. I now will recognize Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney McKee, for being here today. I just want to ask you a question regarding the law that was passed, the 1011B law that we have in the 17A right now that we're working under. Mm-hmm. Since that has come in, and I believe that came in the form of LD 329. I believe it was the Good Samaritan law, which I was there and I supported. When you thought about the amendment to this bill and the structure of this bill that we have in front of us, did you have a chance to look and see if there was any data stating since the new bill 329 came in, if it had been doing, how many people had actually been there? There had been an actual scene where somebody had been there and it had been held exactly what it was supposed to be. Somebody either making the call that maybe was there and there was drugs being used or whatever, but they made the call, stayed and assisted and did that, or the person overdosing themselves, making the call and whatever, and no charges made. Has there been a difference, any difference at all since before that, when that bill was not covering that? Is there any data that you were able to look at?
No, I wasn't. And I think the impetus of this bill came from other folks who can talk about that. But I don't think there's data, because unlike you would have a list of crimes, something that the judicial branch keeps track of, convictions by crime, I don't believe they keep track of convictions or use of the exemption at all. I'm not sure that, I didn't look at data, number one. Number two, I don't even know it exists out there. So I'm going to leave it to other folks to talk about those situations, but very fair question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up to ask Mr. McKee. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McKee.
You're welcome. I'll be happy to work with everybody else and participate in the work session, whatever works for you all.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Attorney McKee.
Go right ahead. Under the wire. You got it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney McKee. I'm just curious. So if there were a person that overdosed and 911 was called, and the person who called 911 happened to be the person who sold drugs to the overdose victim and is found with a substantial amount of illegal drugs, cash, or firearms, how would that scenario play out in this new law?
Yep. So when they show up and they find this information, they would not be allowed to be prosecuted based on what they found right there. So if they show up, there's going to be no arrest for that under this statute. Now, I want to make this clear because I think it's a really important question, which is that other evidence separate from that, it could be used to prosecute that person. The idea is when you show up and the evidence you get from that particular, whatever's going on right there, cannot be used, will not be used for prosecution. But it does not prohibit in any way law enforcement, prosecution of anyone based on any other separate evidence. So let's just say that they were investigating this person, they've got basically teed up a case, they're ready to roll. This information comes in. All right, well, we're not going to arrest them based on that. You pull that out and they continue their investigation separate from that, person gets prosecuted. But based on that information, no, they could not be prosecuted. But it's only that information alone.
Okay, that makes sense. So that person would still be able to be prosecuted at some later point.
Oh yeah, based on separate evidence. And that happens, from time to time. You can't use certain evidence, remember, this is a snapshot, but it's not like, hey, now you got me, I'm forever immune. You can't touch me because one time I happened to show, happen to have this at the time. It doesn't work that way. And it should.
Great. Makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Mr. McKee, you spoke like a real good defense attorney.
Well, I'm just reading the statute. I hope that you see this as a kind of an objective explanation of it. And, we support the bill. So to be honest and clear about it, but at the same time, I want it to be correct. And so everybody understands, what you're getting into and the benefits of the bill.
Thank you again. Mr. Sirway, Senator Sirway, you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking when you mentioned what you just did, if it was a drunk driver and got in an accident and the friend got injured and so was overdosing and person called it in, would the drunk driver, it's considered a drug, alcohol. So is this going to interfere with a situation like that? And why would that be different than using another drug? So that's what I'm questioning.
Yeah, it's a unique set of facts, an OUI case that they arrive at. And I think maybe the question was, is there going to be any other evidence, other than you're responding at the scene, they've used drugs and so on. I don't know that there would be. There'd have to be some other evidence separate from that. So the evidence of operation could come from some other source. The evidence of ingestion of drugs could come from some other source. But if they arrive there based on, your law enforcement observations on the scene, somebody's called 911 because the passenger is overdosing, then yes, that evidence established right there could not be used in that prosecution. You'd have to have some other evidence. So cases like OUI, may be more difficult to prosecute because there may not be any other opportunity for evidence. But I think it just remains to be seen on the individual case.
I just the follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes, but please.
So I still see a problem. It's problematic, and also what's the accountability? I mean, if the person calls it in, him a free person because we couldn't do we can't take that piece of evidence. I mean, how's this interfere with doing the case? And I'm saying, to me, it could risk even the families from the other person being victims and whatever. To me, this is problematic. Just an example, but I know there's many other different examples, but I just wanted to have that brought up because to me, we have to look at we can't just always look at that the crime.
Yeah, it's a policy decision, but just using your OUI case as an example, there actually would be accountability because this bill doesn't say that motor vehicle can't do anything to them. In fact, if a certain motor vehicle would have the free ability based on the report of law enforcement to suspend a license. So that's not going to apply to your driving offenses. I know that I just mentioned that because that's the one you referenced. So that actually has a unique piece of accountability. It's the most significant one, which is you lose your license for 5 months, 3 years, 4 or 6 years, depending on the level of offense.
Great, thank you. I think we're all set to move on. Thank you for that mini course. That's very good. Good questions. Now I will recognize Representative Lydia Kraft, and we won't use the clock on Representative Kraft. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Representative Lydia Kraft. I'm in House District 90 and live in Newcastle. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1862. I'm a bill co-sponsor, and I'm also a Mainer directly affected by the opioid crisis. I lost a loved one in September of 2021 to an overdose. There are 635 other Maine families who also lost their loved ones in 2021. And while my grief and pain are unique to my own loss, the loss of our families, friends, and neighbors is no longer unique in Maine and across our nation. Many, if not most of us, have been directly affected by addiction. In addition to the 636 overdose fatalities this year, there were approximately 10,000 non-fatal overdoses in 2021. These numbers undeniably point to a real and growing epidemic that knows no limits. As my family put the pieces together after my cousin's death this past fall, we learned that he had recently connected with folks who had just gotten out of prison on drug charges, and they were on probation. At the time of his overdose, people went in search of Narcan and others cleaned up the scene. They would spend the next 2 hours making a futile attempt at picking up the pieces. And meanwhile, my cousin would die alone. Had they not worried about their probation violations, about cleaning up their drugs and paraphernalia, and about getting the person who provided the drugs off the premises, perhaps they would have called emergency services sooner. Life-saving aid in the form of Narcan is readily available, as you know, when law enforcement and emergency responders arrive at an overdose. Perhaps removing all of their fears, all of their inhibitions about calling 911, and the threat of compounded legal action could have led those folks to make a different call. Perhaps my cousin would be here today. LD 1862 gives us an opportunity to do things differently. It gives us the possibility to save lives. I can understand that this proposal is difficult to imagine for some people listening today, but there is evidence that this proposal will work, and I'd like to share a little bit about what I know. As a licensed clinical social worker, I run a therapeutic behavior program. The focus of my daily work is based on human behavior change. I treat primarily elementary age children with extremely challenging and unsafe behavior. In this line of work, we know from decades of research that punishment procedures, or those interventions that try to decrease negative or challenging behaviors, are not nearly as effective as reinforcement procedures, or those interventions that strengthen the desirable behaviors we want to see. In my day job, I keep my attention continually focused on strengthening the behaviors I want to see more of, because study after study indicates that greater improvement and long-lasting improvement results from reinforcing the behaviors we want to see more of. In the case of LD 1862, we've identified the need to increase the frequency that people request help from emergency services at the time of an overdose. We want them to call 911 and we want them to do it quickly. If we want to use punishment procedures or those to decrease the challenging behaviors, we could make it a crime not to call. But we know, again, relying on research over decades of close study, that this would be an ineffective intervention. Instead, and like this bill suggests, I would ask this committee to consider how we might strengthen or reinforce the behavior we want to see increase. We know that people don't call often and soon enough, and one of the primary reasons given is that, and as you've heard today, is because of the legal repercussions. Evidence would indicate that if people are protected from prosecution when emergency personnel respond to the scene of an overdose, they will be more likely to call again in the future, as will others. This process, along with a strong public education campaign, is set to save the lives of thousands of Mainers. Please join me today in supporting LD 1862, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Kraft. Any questions for Representative Kraft? Seeing none. I think all of us want to say we're sorry for your loss and your family. Tragic. Sure. Thank you. All right. We think someone snuck in, but I know they were next. Courtney Allen, followed by Wendy Allen. And I think we have so many that the names have left my screen here for a minute. So Courtney, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning, committee. My name is Courtney Allen. I'm the policy director of the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. We're a network of across the state of Maine working on policy and community-based solutions to the addiction crisis. Our primary mission is to help lift the voices of people impacted by addiction to places of power. We are a member of the Expand Good Sam for Me campaign. This campaign is both an educational campaign to teach people about the Good Samaritan law in Maine and a bipartisan call to action to expand the law to provide more legal protections to people at the scene of an overdose. This morning, you're going to hear from many of our coalition members about their experiences on the front lines of the addiction crisis and just how important it is to expand this bill. I think it's really important for you to understand how we come to the bills that we are going to prioritize in the legislature. First and foremost, we're a listening first organization. And in that spirit, throughout the summer of 2021 and many times since, we've hosted listening sessions with people across the state to identify what they say they need to ensure that the opiate crisis and overdose deaths decrease. That is the data that you all need. We have done that work for you. The stories of the people who will come before you today and the collective stories that I bring before you today is the data that you need to make this decision. It is the call to action from the front lines to our government of begging you to help us. Our people are dying and we need your help. I know this firsthand. In 2020, I wrote a heartfelt call to action after my friend Tim died from an accidental overdose. Tim was someone who I had met while I was running a recovery residence. His favorite things were chocolate pie, his person in recovery sweatshirt, and his bulldog, Sam. At the time when Tim died, I called for a robust call to action to do a PR campaign on the Good Samaritan law. At that time, I truly believed that Tim had died because the people at the scene of an overdose did not know that the Good Samaritan law exists. I believe that only if we had known that they were being protected from criminal charges, they would have called and my friend would have been alive. I would get to make him one more chocolate pie at Thanksgiving dinner. And I believe that a strong Good Samaritan awareness campaign focusing on education about the protections of the Good Samaritan law that they would have received would have worked. Unfortunately, I was wrong. What I didn't know at the time, or when I helped secure its unanimous passage in 2019, was that the current Good Samaritan law, while very well intended, and I appreciate all of our work on it last session, is seriously lacking. And that no matter how good of a PR campaign that we launched, it just simply wouldn't matter because a campaign can only be good as the law itself. And the law itself is flawed. We must pass a Good Sam law that is clear, concise, and that drug using communities trust. The most important thing that can happen at the scene of an overdose is saving that person's life. And we do that by ensuring people feel safe to call 911. We are aware that the governor's office has directed Commissioner Sawchuk to submit testimony in opposition of this bill on her behalf. We respect her opinion, but fundamentally disagree with her analysis of this bill. She ran on the notion that she would act as an ally to my community. Allies listen to the community that they are allied with. Right now, we are middle of an apocalypse on the ground. We need a strong Good Samaritan law. We need Governor Mills and all of you on this committee to act as our ally. And we need you all to come to the table. We're begging for your help. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Allen? Representative Warren.
Thank you, Courtney, for being here. You used the word apocalypse. And I think I know you well enough to know that you chose that word purposefully. But I also think that in some ways we are living in two Maines. I could get really emotional, so I'm trying to talk slowly because I think for some people, the only way they can still be clinging to their positions is that they don't know about the numerous funerals happening every week in our communities. So tell me a little bit about what the apocalypse looks like for you and the work that you're doing.
The apocalypse looks like that every day I go to bed wondering who I'm going to wake up and who's going to be dead. This summer, I lost 2 of my family members, my recovery father to an accidental overdose, and then my aunt a month later. Last week, we lost friends
every day in the trenches, I wake up wondering which one of my friends is going to be dead. And I feel like I say that out loud and people are not listening. That the government does not hear us, that we're in the middle of what I feel like maybe the AIDS crisis frontliners felt like, that they were screaming for help and the government just told us to wait and that we'd get to it next time, or election season is coming, or things like that. And we can't wait for those things anymore. Every day, my friends are dying. That's what the apocalypse looks like out here.
Thank you, Courtney.
Any others? Seeing none. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you. Now, again, I guess we have enough people on the list that we're taking the top 3. So I've got another sheet here that I'm keeping track. So I saw first Wendy Allen, followed by Katie Robbins, and then Jacob Chaplin. So welcome, Wendy.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Wendy Allen. I'm the Young Adult Diversion Program and Policy and Advocacy Lead for the Restorative Justice Institute of Maine. I'm also a woman in long-term recovery. I'm here today in full support of LD 1862 to expand the Good Samaritan law in Maine on behalf of RJIM. As an organization, we believe that reducing harm within our communities is what makes for a stronger community. With the Good Samaritan law as it is today, people are still dying due to the fear of calling for help. Lives that could have been saved if only those present at the scene of an overdose felt safe that the law would protect them from going to jail or picking up new charges. So many people have endured the harm from calling for help in these situations. No one wants to do it anymore. No one should have to make decisions like that. From experience, most times when someone is in a house full of people using substances, there are conversations around what to do and what not to do in case of an event like this happens. The end result is usually do not call 911. They try to protect their people. Why are we letting down our people that we're supposed to be protecting? By expanding this law, we can provide the safe haven of picking up the phone for help and having the feeling of security while doing it, while saving the life of someone we care about. This could be your son, daughter, niece, nephew, or someone you love, or maybe even you. This disorder doesn't discriminate. We're in the realms of a drug apocalypse, losing many members of our community each week. It's a miracle that I'm here today speaking with all of you about this important issue. During active use, I overdosed 5 times in an 8-hour period. No one called 911 for assistance out of fear. I was given naloxone and left in the house to die alone. I kept overdosing due to the amount of substance that I had consumed and the naloxone wearing off, allowing the drug to absorb back into my brain. I woke up alone, confused, scared, and sick. I needed medical assistance, but instead, fear of the police's actions caused the ones in the house to administer naloxone and leave the residence. There are many other examples of why we need this bill to pass. Unfortunately, their voices can no longer be heard. Travis Kelleher, the Soup Man's son, a brother, father, loving friend, a man known to me as my brother-in-law, left in his home to die alone. Ashley Kaufman, a mother, sister, loving member of her community and friend, who died while her friend that called for help was getting arrested at the scene. This list goes on. Why should anyone have to fear going to jail and prison while trying to save a life? Maine says they're for their people. So we at RJIM are asking you in great respect to vote ought to pass this life-saving bill and be for the people of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Any questions of Ms. Allen? Ms. Allen, I'm going to ask a question that I probably should have asked Courtney also, but for some reason your testimony brought this to mind. You mentioned there are many avenues for help, and permit me to just lay the groundwork. law enforcement is involved, and we're not talking overdose. It could be in the commission of a crime or what have you. In my own community, the police department just hired their second, I think they're called recovery coaches or the resource people, or similar to what the Scarborough PD had done. Again, there was a bill about, not arresting them and working with them. So that is one community that is addressing it. Let me ask you, in the program that you're involved in, let's talk about a little bit, once someone is brought to the hospital and is revived, is there a community support that reaches out to them? I'm wondering, it's like they survive like you did, but is there something with the hospital? I mean, I know this doesn't talk about the bill, but I think it would educate us. And fortunately, I've never been in that position with family members or what have you. So that's why I'm asking the question. Once the person is revived in the hospital, does a community of people like yourself reach out to them? Is there a mechanism for that?
I know that, as my work in Restorative Justice Institute, we take different, avenues more around like criminal justice reform and things. However, I'm in Penobscot County area. I'm not sure how they do it in the other areas of the state. I haven't known, I personally haven't been taken to the hospital for an overdose. I was left alone, but a lot of my friends have been. And up here, I have not known any support available that reaches out to somebody when they have just, been taken for medical help. I think as though like the friends are the ones that, have been aware of it, reach out to family members and what have you. But I believe HIPAA kind of puts a hinder in, having it made known to, people of resources, like recovery resources, that somebody has just overdosed. So I do believe that there should be more of that. In my experience with the people that I love that have woken up in the hospital after an overdose, has usually ended with handcuffs. So it's, they're fighting for their life and now fighting against the judicial system for new charges as well. So.
Okay, thank you for taking a stab at that. Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Allen? Seeing none, thank you. I now have Katie Robbins.
Hey, my name's Katie. I'm a mom in long-term recovery and director of Rise and Grind Recovery. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and committee members. I have a quick question first. Can I speak to your question that you just asked?
Yes, certainly.
There are programs being piloted right now to do that. It's hard to get the people to fill those positions and the money to do that work, but it is in the works, yes. Meeting at the hospital. So I just wanted to touch on that really quick. So in terms of my testimony, I just want to speak a little bit. I am a recovery coach. My organization is primarily recovery coaching and peer work. And I just want to speak to a recovery that I had, whom was a very happy, kind, respectful guy, very respectful for someone that is or was very sick. I was going home for the weekend and I had dropped him off some groceries and we had a conversation about how he was starting to feel accepted. He had started to go to the community center. Things were starting to get better for him. And he was happy, he was laughing, he had food, everything felt really good at the moment. And then the weekend passed, and I got a phone call from my boss that he had passed away. And so he passed away from an overdose, and he was in a house with Narcan and people, which should have saved his life. But it took them a while to find the Narcan, and they didn't have enough, and they needed to get rid of people, and they needed to get rid of evidence and get rid of drugs and all these things that everyone else has said. And those moments in turn took his life. You know, someone that was on the verge, so it seemed, of finding recovery and at least knew what it was. He was starting to taste it. He was starting to taste what people that loved him, that didn't want anything from him. And he never got the opportunity to grow into that. And that is because people are scared. Our Good Samaritan law as it stands gives police the power and permission to police an illness, which to me is really crazy, because I don't think we would send my substance use counselor to go arrest in a home invasion situation. It's just the wrong person doing the wrong job. We really need people, our law enforcement, to go into homes and be focused on saving lives. This power and permission that this law gives the police gives them motive to search for a crime, which in turn terrifies my friends. It scares them to the point that they're dying. And our police really enjoy this power. They think that it's really good. And that same power that instills fear in my friends instills entitlement in our police. And this to me is just really disgusting. Statistically, it's 1.7, but 2 people a day died last year. That's 2 brothers, 2 daughters. When the police enter a dwelling of an overdose, there should be no other motive besides saving that life. And if there is, then we are doing something wrong, and we are clearly doing it wrong.
Ms. Robbins, could you wrap it up, please?
Yes. 2 humans with family and things to offer this world. This law is common sense. It's loving people fiercely and without condition. It's being a good human, making a good choice. Expanding Good Sam is really that simple, and I ask you guys to vote in favor. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Robbins? Seeing none, thank you. I now have Jacob Chapin, followed by Chastity Toole, and then Lori Paddleford can come in. Welcome, Jacob.
Good morning, Senator Susan Deschambault, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jacob Chaplin, and I am a sophomore at the University of Maine, and I'm also a member of the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, as Marshall and Courtney have talked about. I'm here today on behalf of Nicole Powell, another member of the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, to speak her written testimony because she is unable to because she is currently incarcerated. I'll start reading that now. My name is Nicole Powell, and I am a resident of Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center in Whittam, Maine, and I am here today to testify in favor of LD 1862. Expanding the Good Samaritan law will save lives. We are losing 12 friends and family members to overdose each week to preventable overdoses. This is not acceptable. I have so many friends since my high school years who have been lost to a preventable overdose. Had there been sufficient laws to protect the people they were with at the time of their overdose, many would still be alive today. Instead, the people who could have helped were scared of facing incarceration if they called 911. My boyfriend and best friend lost his life in August of 2020. This could have been prevented if the person he was with wasn't on bail and afraid to go to jail if she called for help. The problem is that we do not need law enforcement in a medical situation. They should not be using the same radio channels because if local police know the address or look it up later, they can make up reasons to go for bail checks and arrest the person after the fact, which does not help someone who is in need of help. If this girl was not on bail and afraid to go to jail, she would never have left the house in order to get help. Once she did leave and called for help, it was too late and he passed away. Later in the day, knowing the address where the overdose happened, she was arrested on a bail violation after a random bail check. Coincidence? I think not. My best friend would still be alive. It tears me apart every day as I have been incarcerated since before he passed away and haven't been able to properly grieve about this happening. This is one of the many stories I could tell about my friends dying from overdose without the help they needed. Expanding the Good Samaritan law will save lives. Thank you for your time, Nicole Powell.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Chaplin? Seeing none. Thank you. I now have, I think there was Miss Toole. Is she here?
I'm here.
Gosh, okay, I skipped right over you. Go right ahead, Miss Toole.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Chastity Toole, and I'm a lifelong resident of Washington County, currently residing in Marshfield. I'm a person in long-term recovery and operate 2 syringe service programs in Washington County through main access points. Both my personal and professional life is deeply rooted in supporting and advocating for people who use drugs. I'm a strong supporter of LD 1862 for a variety of reasons. The main one being we're losing 12 Mainers a day, and fear of criminalization plays a large role in that. Instead of listing all these reasons, I'd like to share a story about my friend to highlight some major barriers with the existing law. We know that people who use drugs are the real first responders at the scene of an overdose. As harm reductionists and even as the state, we give people practical life-saving advice like never use alone, take turns using with a friend, have naloxone on hand and know how to use it, and call 911. However, a large majority of the reversal reports that we get, people tell us they don't call because of the fear of criminalization. My friend has saved countless lives by following these principles and making sure everyone around him has naloxone and knows how to use it. The times that was not enough and he knew he needed to call 911, regardless of personal consequences, police always show up, even though this particular department does not carry naloxone. He has been harassed, taunted even with the existence of the Good Samaritan law, which is then always followed by a mandatory drug test and random check-in by his probation officer. A couple months ago, his lifelong best friend was home visiting and his best friend overdosed. My friend did everything right to try and save his life. He gave multiple doses of naloxone, he did CPR, he called 911, he went and woke up his friend's mother to come help him. After EMS arrived, he helped them with the ambo bag and begged them to give him more naloxone. They wouldn't. His best friend of over 30 years died despite him trying everything possible to save him. The next day, immediately called into probation for a drug screening and required to check in weekly after he had been going monthly because he was doing so well. The grief and regret of not being able to save his friend, his brother, was a life-changing moment for him. It's guilt you just don't forget. The weeks following his death, he started back in a program on methadone. He was working 2 jobs, paid off all of his fines, and was getting his license back for the first time in 10 years. The grief and regret changed his life in honor of his friend, and he was doing the best he had in almost 20 years. Almost 2 months later, the police showed up at his house saying it was for a probation hold, even though he had been doing so well, probation just moved him back to monthly check-ins and immediately turned that into arresting him for manslaughter for his best friend's death. I can promise you no sentence from the criminal justice system will be worse than the guilt and grief he already lives with every single day. My friend has personally saved dozens of lives, either personally or by providing his friends with naloxone, and the one that meant the most to him, he couldn't save, but the system immediately jumped in to punish him. This is a devastating precedent. People are already terrified of calling 911 for fear of their own lives being changed and affected of criminalization, and seeing and hearing about someone who did every single thing right being charged with manslaughter is going to have a detrimental effect, and we're already seeing that. It's going to scare people away from calling. Passing 1862 is a needed step in addressing the current overdose crisis and eliminating some barriers for people to access life-saving care. There are far more reasons why this should pass than why it should not. Simply put, our communities can't afford, figuratively or literally, not to have it pass. Thank you for the time, especially since I went over my time, but I am available for any questions either now or through the contact information I provided.
Thank you, Ms. Toole.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands up, and again, thank you. The next people I have is Winifred Tate, followed by Kristen Lash and Megan Sway. So Winifred Tate. Oh, no, excuse me, I skipped one. I didn't mean to. Laurie Paddlefoot is really first. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Good morning, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Lori Paddleford, and I am here today to fulfill my promise to my friend. I'm a resident of Auburn and a mother and living in recovery. About a year ago, I sat with my friend Shelley Chamberlain as she sobbed and told me the story behind Kenzie's passing. I made a promise to her that day. That promise is coming true today as I share her daughter's story. Mackenzie Chamberlain won my heart at 6 years old, my son's instant best friend. For years, I would watch as these two would have fun, share sad moments, and be each other's rock. Even when Seth set boundaries and distanced himself from her during active use, he was still there for her. He just loved her so damn much. Her laugh was not only comical to hear, it was original. We can only hear that laugh today from saved recordings. She had a future awaiting her. My son's best friend died in 2020 before her 22nd birthday. Kenzie had overdosed in a home in Caribou where others were likely using as well. While her life hung in the balance of time, those that were there cleaned up the scene before calling for help. And then they left. They left in fear of their own futures. So we really won't ever know what happened that day to Mackenzie. That day, Shelley lost her oldest daughter, Marissa lost her sister, and Seth lost his best friend. I joined the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project shortly after. I wanted to be a part of building the bridge between politics and community, to educate those that don't know what I do know. To show inclusivity when it comes to saving lives. Before Kenzie passed, I had no idea there was a Good Samaritan law, or even that there were advocates to fight for recovery laws. Now that I do know, and I watch as these laws are not upheld at most scenes of an overdose, my purpose for my promise will continue. The lack of protection of the Good Samaritan law needs emergency attention. How many more best friends, daughters, sisters need to die as we as a state make changes, before we as a state make changes to protect them? I am in support of expanding the Good Samaritan law and hope that this legislation will also support it. No more need to die, and we need to show active substance users that they can call 911 safely, that we want to save lives. Nothing else matters. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Paddlefoot? Seeing none, again, thank you for coming. I have Winifred Tate. Hi there. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Winifred Tate. I'm a resident of Waterville, Director of the Maine Drug Policy Lab at Colby College. I'm here to testify in favor of 1862, which, as you know, fixes holes in a law that the legislature passed unanimously in 2019. In the Know Your Options website, sponsored by the Maine Department of Health and Human Services as part of their education campaign to save lives, this website urges people to test drugs to make sure they know what's in them, to use drugs in the company of others, not alone, and to make sure people around them know what to do in the case of an overdose. These education campaigns will not matter if people cannot make that call for assistance because of fear. Expanding the Good Samaritan law will make calling for help in the case of an overdose more likely and will save more lives. As you have heard, this is incredibly urgent in our state today. We must do more because of the amount of people dying, and we must empower everyone, especially those most likely to witness overdose deaths. And these are the people who use drugs and their loved ones. We must do more to keep people alive. Most overdose deaths are preventable. Access to timely medical assistance is critical. The issue is that the law as it currently states asks people who use drugs to make a very difficult choice, call for medical help, and risk serious life-altering consequences or not seek medical assistance. We here today are asking you on this committee to make a choice as well. What is more important to you? Punishing people for doing things you do not like, or saving lives? This choice seems easy to me, but I understand it may be difficult for some. But I want to emphasize this is the choice. Do you want to save lives? In my research with women who use drugs and women in recovery, I have heard dozens of stories of overdose. Every person I have interviewed has lost loved ones to overdose death. Many of those people died because of this fear preventing people from calling for assistance. I want to share the lessons of those stories. Gratitude to have received the care that people needed to survive, and endless grief that their loved ones had not received such care. You can take a step today to ensure that we reduce overdose death by ensuring that this care is available to those who need it. I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tate. Any questions for Ms. Tate? Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Tate. I now will recognize Kristen Lash.
Thank you. I'm going to leave my video off because my Zoom connection seems to like that more. Good morning, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee, and Senator Maximum. My name is Kristen Lash. I'm a resident voter in Portland in long-term recovery with an extensive background in health and community care, muscular therapist, and as a birth worker. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1862 because no one deserves to die a preventable death or survive an overdose only to be saddled with fear and facing possible arrest. I recently earned my MSW and was fortunate to intern with Maine People's Alliance and the PATH program at Opportunity Alliance. I'm not speaking today for the Opportunity Alliance, though I will share from my experience working alongside the unhoused members within our community, because they need the expanded protections provided by LD 1862. I've experienced the loss of childhood, adult friends, massage therapy clients. At this point, the personal and professional line no longer exists. We are all impacted by the overdose epidemic, and we are all responsible for protecting our neighbors. In September 2021, I was at the right place, the right time, and attended to an overdose reversal. 2 residents of an emergency temporary hotel shelter came into the lobby, hesitating, and then asked for Narcan. I ran to get the dose from my bag, handed it off, and ran back down the hallway after them. Someone gave me a second dose within the hallway, and then I was let into the room. I knelt beside the individual, speaking to them calmly, while I rubbed my knuckles against their sternum. I asked their friend to hold their head, and I began to share my breath. A massage therapy mentor of mine once said that through our work, we witness a person's life story experienced by their body. Joys, pains, hopes held in our hands, possibly bridging the isolating gaps of the human experience. Another teacher of mine, a harm reduction worker and birth worker, shared that our sense of hearing is possibly the sense that stays the longest with us. When we respond to overdose, we enter into a sacred space and possible life transition. Our words, touch, and presence matter. They always matter. I was abnormally calm through those moments. As I continued to share my breath, I did not think of COVID. I thought of a possible litany of outcomes that might follow. Law enforcement would be involved. Housing will likely be revoked. Bans enforced at other shelters. The individuals might be forced back outside, which increases the risk of a second fatal overdose, which we know happens when aftercare is not provided and people are left to use alone and disconnected from their community. I also thought about the finite amount of time I had to call 911. I knew about the Good Samaritan law, but I had witnessed a different reality within my experiences. I hoped like hell the Narcan and my breath would be enough. And I want to be clear, people present at an overdose experience fear and worry about personal repercussions, but they are also trying to protect the individual experiencing an overdose from the repercussions they will face. I urge you to vote to pass of LD 1862. All individuals responding and present at an overdose must feel safe. They must know that they are protected. We need to contribute to reducing harm. We need to avoid preventable deaths. And we all have a responsibility to preserve the life of our friends, loved ones, neighbors, and their future. I know I went over time. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Lash. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. I now have Megan Sway.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Megan Sway, and I'm the Policy Director for the ACLU of Maine. I submitted testimony, but I'm feeling really overwhelmed by all the powerful testimony that we've heard today, and I don't have that personal experience. And so I just want to take a breath and say that I was before this committee in 2019 when you all were debating the first Good Sam bill. And I was looking through my email because I had sent people notes about this. And I remember the conversations you all had. And I just want to reflect back to you that I have seen you all struggle with this issue for years and really try to grapple with what is the best path forward. So I want to honor the work that you have done here, because across the political spectrum, I've seen every member of this committee really want to do something to turn a corner on overdose deaths. When we testified before you in 2019, we said we support the Good Sam law, but we don't think it goes far enough. And unfortunately, that has been the case. Each of us in this room has been touched by overdose in some way, and we all want people to survive. Sometimes we have to take new paths in order to get there and try new paths. This is one way of trying something different to see if we can make a difference, to see if we can make sure that our cousins, our sisters, our moms are still around this time in 2 years when we come back, and so that we don't have to keep coming back and adjusting this law, but that we can make real lasting change now and save lives now. That was completely off script. Thank you for indulging my rambling. I am happy to take any questions, but please, I urge you to support LD 1862.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Way. Any questions for Ms. Way? I think you did very well off script. I agree with you. It's repetitive and repetitive, and you spoke from the heart, and I thank you for that. We have Hillary Esslinger. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Hillary Esslinger, and I'm speaking on behalf of Maine Access Points in my role as Executive Director. It is a privilege to be speaking in favor of LD 1862. MAP provides access to overdose education and naloxone distribution to every county in Maine, with 3,206 participants across the state. Outside of individual programs, we serve multiple community organizations, recovery centers, businesses, treatment providers within our role in the Maine Naloxone Distribution Initiative. We work really closely with participants to debrief instances of overdose, both as individuals experiencing the overdose and as someone responding. Through these relationships, we collect information from overdose reversal reports, and we understand that most of the individuals who report back to MAP do not call 911 in fearing negative consequences. With that being said, and I think this is very important to note, people also risk their freedom all the time to call 911, and they should not be in the situation to have to make that decision while saving somebody's life. We have a lot of data that we can share at your request, but I really wanted to speak to the individuals who will be most impacted by LD 1862. People who use drugs and their loved ones are on the front lines of the overdose crisis, creating networks of care and saving each other's lives. Never use alone is a message we share a lot with these networks. These important messages are held close by our community, and with this in mind, people come together to share in company, safety, and collective responsibility to each other as they use their drugs. I am not sure who we imagine to be at the scene of an overdose who does not deserve the safety of LD 1862. I picture the individual who is identified as a community caregiver and opens their homes to their friends, the local naloxone distributor stopping by the house at the request of their community. Our society perpetuates the criminalization of people who use drugs, and we know that the reality of people's personhood is much more complex. We speak to people who respond to 30 plus overdoses in a month, showing up for their community time and time again. I experience critical hope when I think of the deep history of people saving each other's lives every day across Maine. There is a powerful connection within our networks because systems have forever let us down. We share deep grief for those who have died from overdose because they were alone and didn't want to put someone else at risk. So Maine needs a safe supply, and we need to create public policy that addresses that. But in the meantime, we really need to protect our neighbors from experiencing criminalization at the scene of an overdose. So many citizens in Maine, people we all know, save lives by being at the scene of an overdose. And if they were responding to a different medical emergency, they would be deemed heroes. We are well aware that 636 individuals died of drug overdose in 2021, and I cannot fathom how many others would have died if this care didn't exist in our community. I see I have time. I want to share my immense gratitude for the folks in Maine who just show up every day to save each other's lives. And I urge you to stand in solidarity with us and vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Slinger? Seeing none, again, thanks. And I see, I'm going to name 3 more names. Rob Glover, and I think it's Rob Korobkin, and Rosanna Boyce. So, Rob Glover.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you this morning. My name is Rob Glover, and I'm Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Maine. I'm also the co-director of the Maine chapter of the Scholar Strategy Network, and I'm a resident of Hamden, Maine. And I'm in strong support of LD 1862, and I urge the committee to recommend that the measure ought to pass. I also note that my insights reflect my personal position, not any official position of my university or the UMaine system. So many of us are painfully aware of the personal impacts of the overdose crisis in Maine. So many of us individually and every one of our communities have experienced loss and grief associated with a needless death. Just a few weeks ago, I returned home from an errand and found my partner in tears. She had just heard the devastating news that the little sister of one of our closest friends had died prematurely and unnecessarily due to an accidental overdose. The overdose crisis has left a gaping hole in our families and our communities. And so that's why I personally support LD 1862. This legislation will save lives. We simply can't criminalize and stigmatize those in a position to prevent these needless deaths. These deaths are preventable, but it's our responsibility to provide a clear, punishment-free path to ensuring that those experiencing overdose get immediate life-saving medical attention. And these are convictions borne out in my research as well. So I've shared with you in written testimony some results from a statewide survey on Maine voters that I conducted with a colleague in criminology last year. So what have we found? So we conducted a statewide survey of Mainers, and we asked about their perspectives on 13 different drug policy reforms. These were measures that would shift our state away from criminalization and punishment of people who use drugs and would open up pathways to recovery and treatment. And specific measures that we asked about ranged from outright decriminalization, similar to what was considered last year with LD 967, to less sweeping measures aimed at expanding recovery and treatment options and harm reduction for those who continue to use drugs. As I note in my written testimony, we were shocked by the results. Mainers are united in their strong support for alternatives to criminal punishment. We expected to find stark divides based on one's political party or religious denomination, ideology, partisanship, one's faith, those identities and belief systems which motivate such intense divides in so many other areas. But that's not what we found. We see that Mainers would likely differ on lots of other issues, yet they show surprising unity on alternatives to criminalization. And what seems to be really consequential in explaining one's support for such alternatives is one's personal exposure to the impacts of substance use. So for me, that's cause for both sadness and hope. It's sadness in that so many Mainers have now been touched by grief or suffering that they think about this issue in very personal terms. The loved ones, friends, family members, and community members that they've lost to the crisis, but also hope in that they're thinking about policy solutions to the crisis in more expansive ways. Recognition that the solution to our present crisis is not about punishment and incarceration. So I ask you to unanimously support LD 1862, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I don't see any hands up. Thank you. And Rob Korobkin.
Hi.
Hi there.
My name's Rob Korobkin. I own and operate the Courage House. It's a 20-bed halfway house in Gorham for guys who've survived drug use and incarceration. And I'm an executive master's student at the Boston University School of Public Health. In the last 3 years, over 1,520 Mainers have died. I can tell you for a fact that among the public health professionals who are actually looking at the evidence on drug policy, both domestically and globally, there is nearly unanimous consensus that if the state of Maine had adopted different policies rooted in public health and harm reduction, instead of cruelty and violence toward people using drugs, that number would almost certainly be significantly lower. Our current policies and our current progress simply is not enough. Representative Searway asked about accountability. Well, I ask the committee, where is your accountability? Thousands of people are dead. What public health evidence can you point to that the policies you believe in, if not things like Good Samaritan, will actually work to bring these numbers down? A couple years ago, I gave my friend some Narcan to pass on to her brother and his girlfriend who were using. She OD'd, he Narcaned her, she revived. Fast forward a few years, I just heard she's doing great, she's staying sober, she's got a job. That Narcan I gave them turned out to be enough, but what if it hadn't been? I can't imagine how terrible it would be to watch somebody you love turn blue and go clammy, but how paralyzing it might be to know that you might be put in prison if you so much as called for an ambulance. We've got a guy at Courage House right now who had been sober for 7 years. COVID hit, he fell off. A lot of people did. When he OD'd, his girlfriend called an ambulance. He pretty much came to in handcuffs. That must have been a difficult call for her to make. Changing the law is good, but it's meaningless if the cops don't stay within these newly added protections. And from what we're hearing, the progress that's already being made has yet to make much of a difference on the ground. How many cold, dead bodies are enough before we can actually tell people that they don't have to be afraid to call for help when their loved ones are dying? I encourage the members of the committee to stand with us today for justice, for the public health, and for the families who are suffering most right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I will move along. Let me see something. I will recognize, I have Rosanna Boyce.
Senator DeChambeau.
Okay, I will recognize Nikki Rice first. Thank you. I didn't see her name there. Nikki, hi. You may go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, it just took a minute to unmute myself. So Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Mickey Rice, and I'm a resident of Freeman Township, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1862. Expanding the Good Samaritan law will help save lives at a time when we're losing a record number of people to overdose. We're losing 2 people a day here in Maine. You can do something to change that, though, so that next year we aren't sitting here looking at a number of over 700 or 800. Research shows that states that have Good Samaritan laws in place have lower rates of overdose. And although Maine does have a Good Samaritan law on the books, it doesn't go far enough. This is evidenced by the fact that the overdose death rates continue to increase in Maine at a staggering rate. Last year, overdose deaths increased by 20% in Maine. According to researchers, the reason for this increase in overdose deaths is due to fentanyl being in the drug supply without the user's knowledge. And it's not just heroin that they're adding it to anymore. It's getting put in cocaine and other drugs as well. The lie that it's going to be drug dealers and people with a large amount of heroin or other drugs on them that are going to get busted at these overdoses it's a lie. Most of the time, it's family or friends that are with these people when they're dying. Just a couple of years ago, I lost a friend to overdose, and his mom found him on his kitchen floor, dead. It was her oldest son. He was the rock of the family. He was one of my best friends, and we still to this day don't know if somebody was with him and just left him there, or if he was by himself because of, like I said, we didn't have any Good Samaritan law on the books. I don't know if it would have saved him, but I know that I hear about other people that I know losing people every other day. We are literally losing people to this problem every other day. And it's a simple question of, do you want to save lives? Or do you want to continue to punish people because of their beliefs? unhealthy coping mechanisms and trying to self-medicate. And I am begging you to please vote unanimously to pass LD 1862 and expand the Good Samaritan law so people don't have to be afraid to call 911. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. I don't see any hands up. I see you're on your way to work, so glad we could get you in here. Thank you. Rosanna Boyce.
Good morning. Ooh. Sorry, when you tried to add me as a panelist, my my screen froze and everything crashed. So I just need to get my testimony back up. All right. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee for Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Rosanna Boyce. I am the Program Director of Journey House Recovery, an organizer with the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, and I am a formerly incarcerated person as well as a harm reductionist. And I am currently the Secretary for the Maine Area Service Committee for Narcotics Anonymous. I'm a student studying for my CADC, but before any of these things, I am always a woman in sustained recovery, and I am a mother. That is why I come before you today to testify in favor of LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. As I said, I am a woman in long-term recovery. I checked into treatment on September 23rd, 2008, and by the grace of God, I have not used or abused an illicit substance since. I stand here today with immeasurable gratitude for this life that I was so generously afforded after years of trying to survive active addiction. I am also here today with a grief-laden heart, one that is weighed heavily from the substantial losses we face every day in our community. I cannot sit here and claim to have known every one of the 636 lives that were lost in 2021, but I can sit here and tell you openly and honestly that I loved every single one of them as a brother or sister. I wear purple today and every day for every one of my brothers and sisters that have lost their life stuck out in the trenches. Before I continue, I would like to take a moment of silence for those that we've lost. That was 10 seconds. Unfortunately, we can't take even 1 second for every life that we've lost. 636 seconds is over 10.5 minutes. Since we cannot honor every life lost, I would like to take this time to honor Xavier Berry. Please hold his family in your hearts this morning, as I do every day that I continue to do this work. Xavier was a bright young man, full of love and laughter. And Xavier was left for dead on the morning of October 28th, 2021. He was only 18 years old, and he died alone because no one dared to call 911. As a mother, this is an unthinkable loss. As an advocate who met Xavier doing street outreach to the homeless youth in my community, Xavier's death was suffocating. Every overdose death is a policy failure. I want to know where our governor is and why she is here today, why she isn't here today supporting this life-saving legislation. She ran on a platform of saving lives. She claims she's an ally, and yet she is here today in opposition. Where is Gordon Smith, the man in charge of the opioid response in our state? No one should ever have to be put in a situation where they have to weigh the value of saving another person's life over the cost of their own freedom.
You wrap it up, please. You're all done?
Yes,
Thank you.
I will close by saying that we are dying out here. We are dying, we are dying, we are dying. And the fact that certain members of this committee are so focused on who will escape arrest rather than who will escape death is heart-wrenching for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands up. Again, thank you. I have Roxanne, is it Kai? Roxanne? Followed by Brandon Brown and Jill Vaughn. Welcome, Roxanne.
Hi, thank you. Just trying to get my thing pulled up here so I can read it. There we go. Senator Dashambo, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Roxanne Kai. I am a resident of Woodstock, and I am here today to testify in favor of LD 1862. I want to paint you a picture. Friends are hanging out, and everything is fine. And then all of a sudden, it's not. Somebody used some drugs and is experiencing an overdose. They say the room is spinning and they can't control their shaking. Their heart is beating so fast it feels like it's going to come out of their chest. They can't get enough air and their skin feels clammy, but they're begging people not to call 911 because they don't want anybody else to get in trouble. They don't want to get in trouble. They know what happens if you have a criminal record. Instead, they decide to lie down and try to ride it out. And sometimes they get up later, and sometimes they don't. But nobody calls for help because they are in fear of being criminalized. I've seen this picture in real life. We are surrounded by loved ones, family, friends, neighbors. We are struggling and we are scared. There are people who need or want help. They're afraid of having a criminal record that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Even when they do enter long-term recovery, even when in recovery, this record will follow you like a ball and chain attached to your ankles. And this ball holds them back. This ball reads no employment, no housing, no forgiveness. Expanding the Good Samaritan law will save lives. It will allow people to feel safe in calling for help when themselves or someone is experiencing an overdose and needs medical assistance. Expanding the Good Samaritan law will take away the fear from so many people. This bill will make it easier for individuals to do the right thing. It will save lives, and they will do so without worrying that they might be ruining their life in the process. LD 1862 reads forgiveness. It reads help, compassion, and a safety net, and hope for the future. More lives will be saved because they will not be in fear of being criminalized. They will have hope in their future. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony, and I am asking that this committee please vote ought to pass LD 1862 and save our lives. Thank you.
Any questions from Ms. Kine? Seeing none, I will proceed. Thank you, Ms. Kine. And now I've got Brandon Brown.
Good afternoon, everybody. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of this esteemed committee. My name is Brandon Brown, and I'm a member of beautiful Gilead, Maine, where I live currently. 114 days ago, I was released from the Maine Department of Corrections. Currently, I'm on a supervised community confinement program. And before I continue my introduction and go into my testimony, I just want to offer Attorney Walter McKee the opportunity to discuss the question that was asked of him earlier with me. A primary author of the new legislation around supervised community confinement and a partner with the Department of Corrections in crafting the new policy that is currently in effect. So I'm more than happy to work with him and anybody else on questions around supervised community confinement and how that program works. As I said, my name is Brandon Brown. I'm currently a PhD student at George Mason University studying conflict analysis and resolution. I hold a master's degree in the same field. All of my education was obtained while I was incarcerated with hundreds and thousands of brothers who struggle under the grips of addiction. I'm also an advocate for the recovery community, an advocate for incarcerated people, and an advocate for marginalized populations everywhere. And I'm also the newest part-time faculty lecturer at the University of Maine, Augusta, where I'll be teaching this fall. I'm here today with prepared testimony, but I'd like to disregard what I had prepared because I really want to address some of the things I've heard today. First and foremost, I've heard a lot of what ifs. I've heard what if this crime is committed and what if that crime is committed. But what I implore this esteemed committee to consider is what if we save a life? What if the passage of the Good Samaritan law, this new updated law, saves one life? What if it saves 10 lives? What if it saves the life of somebody that you know? What if instead of thinking about how to fill prison jails and beds, we think about how to not fill caskets? Because that's what's happening currently. Our focus on the criminal justice system and our focus on addressing petty crimes in the commission of an overdose is filling caskets with Maine bodies. And this is something that we must put thought into stopping. I've heard questions about accountability, and I've heard other people offering testimony that have implored you to hold yourselves accountable as our lawmakers, because it is your job to safeguard Maine communities. And at the end of the day, the people that are dying are Maine citizens. They're our brothers, our sisters, our sons, our fathers. Addiction touches everybody. It's not just criminals who are addicted to drugs. It's professors, it's students, it's children. And I'm here today to implore you to really, truly ask yourselves, if it was your child struggling under the grips of addiction, on the verge of an overdose, with a friend there to call for help, would you rather that friend call for help and save your child's life? Or would you prefer that that friend, out of fear of prosecution, not make that call? And I ask you, when you think about voting for this bill, to truly consider that question from the bottom of your heart, because saving a life is the essence of this bill. I thank you for your time, and I wish you all a great day.
Mr. Brown, thank you very much. I am so glad. First of all, congratulations that you are on SCCP, and I can understand why now. And I hope you can reach out also to Mr. McKee. It would be very enlightening for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Jill Vaughn, followed by Bruce Norden and Genevieve Lyson. So I have Jill Vaughn. There you are, Jill.
All right. Hi. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. My name is Jill Vaughn. I am a nurse practitioner, and I am a professor of nursing at Hudson University. I'm also a PhD student at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, in their School of Public Health. But most importantly, I am a sister who has lost my brother to an opioid overdose. I think an important piece of this all is the responsibility of us as individuals, as policymakers and as providers. And we have gotten ourselves into this mess, into the opioid epidemic. In 1999, 2 research articles came out that supported OxyContin, that said that OxyContin was not addictive. We then went on, promoted it within our VA healthcare system and started prescribing it to our veterans. We then went to the Joint Commission, who oversees all hospitals, and said, if you don't ask about pain and you don't treat the patient's pain, your hospital and you as a provider are going to lose our government funding. So in fear, and we still do this today in practice, we still have to ask about pain. And if we don't address their concerns, then we get dinged as a hospital and we lack funding from the federal government. We have failed as policymakers here. This is our opportunity to change that. Here we have a very thoughtful bill that can save lives and to help undo the damage that we have already done. Life expectancy is dropping. And the reason why life expectancy is dropping in this country is because we are losing young men and women in their middle age. And if you don't necessarily value the human life, how about the economic value of that human life? Every young person that dies in their 30s is a loss to our economy. My brother left behind a daughter, a 10-year-old daughter. She got in a little tiff with her friend at school and said, Eden, you're not vaccinated. Why aren't you vaccinated? She said, oh, we don't believe in the vaccine at my house. I said, Eden, that is okay that you don't believe in it. And then the little girl said to her, well, Eden, at least I have a dad. And Eden said, I do have a dad. And then the girl said, no, you don't. He left you. She said, he didn't leave me. He died. Now, this is my niece now that I am caring for, and that this niece now could potentially end up on the same path as my brother did, dead, left alone to die by himself. So as policymakers, as providers, we need to do the right thing here. And this is the right thing to save more lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. Oh, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to thank Ms. Vaughn for sharing that. One of the most important people in my life is my brother, and I can't imagine what you're going through, and it takes courage to come and share that. So I just appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
And now I have, Bruce Norton. I was going to call you old friend. I bet we haven't seen you this year. It's nice to see you, Mr. Norton. Go right
Thank you,
ahead.
Senator. First off, I just want to say how just such an honor it is to follow this group of folks that have dedicated their lives to recovery, to treatment, to their community. These are all people that I look up to, and I'm just so fortunate to have encounters with every day. So thank you to those folks. I did have good morning here, but good afternoon now, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and the members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Bruce Nodden, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Prisoner Reentry Network, or MPRN. We're a statewide nonprofit focused on providing peer support and coordinating community resources for hundreds of individuals returning to Maine communities from prison and jail every year. And I think it's important that I point out that our workforce and our volunteers are made up of folks who have been saved multiple times in many of these cases from overdose by administering folks, loved ones around them or friends have administered Narcan. We are in full-throated support, MPRN is in full-throated support of and continuing support for Maine's Good SAM expansion. As an organization, MPRN does not participate in supporting controversial legislation, nor do we participate in partisan politics. That's why we're stepping up to support LD 1862. We consider LD 1862 to be a nonpartisan bill because there's nothing partisan about saving people's lives. We see the expansion of the current Good SAM legislation as critical to the community of mostly young people affected by the crisis. The word must get out to all people in active use, their friends, loved ones, and bystanders, that you're not going to be arrested while doing your best to save someone's life. We see LD 1862 as a vehicle for getting the word out to the community and a vehicle for knocking down walls of stigma surrounding drug use. I am a person in long-term recovery, and it was the community, a community of people who supported me and gave me that chance, even though I was still using. Folks who are in active use cannot see the amazing future that awaits them. That's where the community comes in. But the community cannot walk with you on a journey of recovery if you die from this disease. LD 1862 will save lives, maybe the life of someone we love. And thank you, and we are in full-throated support. We suggest ought to pass. Thank you.
Senator, you're on mute.
Where is she? Genevieve Lyson. Welcome.
Senator, Representative Morales has her hand up.
Oh, it's in the corner. I missed you, Representative Morales. Go right ahead.
That's okay. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I wanted to ask a question of Bruce Nodden, and I wanted to thank him for being here. Bruce, you've heard some questions about accountability. Can you speak a little bit to those questions that you've heard so far listening today, and how perhaps we may think of that differently?
Sure. I guess when I hear the words accountability, I think of accountability in the sense of if I'm committing a crime, if I have committed a crime, then I should be held accountable for that crime. I should not be held accountable for using drugs. I am one of those fortunates that never was arrested for using drugs. I never had an operating under the influence charge, but I drove thousands and thousands and thousands of times under the influence. That's a crime. I do not consider the use of alcohol, drugs, illicit drugs as a crime. I don't feel that people should be held accountable for the use of drugs. And I hope that answers your question adequately.
Thank you very much, it does.
Well said, Mr. Nada. Now I see Representative Warren has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that we had some questions about folks that possibly can provide support that come along with law enforcement. And I noticed that I keep looking, but I don't see Gordon Smith here today. And so I don't know if we'll get information about the options program. Could you share a little bit about the options program, Bruce, and just to answer some questions we've had about it?
Yes, and there was some discussion, and I know there was a question from Senator DeChambeau about that support that would be available to folks that are in the hospital, especially, and it sounded like peer support or recovery coaches or both, and then also connection to resources. That's the description of what the options program is for, the unfortunate thing is if 911 is not called and the police are not involved, then there's not this opportunity to engage the options liaisons. And I guess I should go backwards and say there are options liaisons in all 16 counties. And so they are available to assist folks. So the hope is that someone who has overdosed would be connected either very soon after their overdose or that particular event with an options liaison who would present options for harm reduction, recovery, and then other resources that expand beyond there. We're in communication with the options liaisons often as an organization, and we're making connections to organizations like Eastern Maine Development Corp, which Doug represents, other organizations that can help with the employment side, mental health treatment, obviously substance use treatment connected to recovery centers, maybe even better connections with family, restorative justice, all of the pieces that might need to be available for a person to recover, or even just get the harm reduction resources connected to them so that they have that opportunity to very frankly, continue to live and survive this disease, because it is a disease. And I had it. I had it for 32 years and I still have it. It's still there after 7.5 to 8 years of recovery, waiting. And that's where the support of the community comes in. And I'm sorry to be very long about this, but the community continues to support people in their recovery, because the last thing that we want is for somebody who's built this wonderful life up here to go back to using again. And if they relapse, we're there to wrap around them and say, you know what, it's okay. That's part of this life of recovery. And the options liaisons, in conjunction with the rest of the community, have been integral in connecting people to that wonderful community of support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nodden, I'm going to follow up on that because I'm asking the question because I want to learn. Since I've asked that question maybe an hour and a half ago, people have been writing to me and offering more information, and you did a great job doing that. I believe, as I spoke about my community, the first person they had that they used was from options, and that's Gordon Smith and the governor. You know, each county has one person. We happen to be, I guess, one of the biggest city in my county. And I was surprised, pleasantly surprised, how welcome they were by the patrolman and police chief. So much so they did not want to share with the rest of the communities. And it was the city council and the patrolman asking for a second one. So you had something in your comment, and I know it was a generalization, but the police are involved, but not in a retributive kind of system or punitive system. They see these people all the time, and they feel powerless to help. So it's a great marriage. I'm saying that only if it worked. It's a pilot project in one community, but you need the whole community to say, yeah, we'll spend X amount of money for this. So, but I wanted to share that, not so much just for my community, but I wish more communities did that also. Thank you. I have I think it's the three last ones for support: Susanna Swan, Doug Dunbar, and Randy Beard. So we've got Susanna Swan. Pretty name. Where is she with us?
Senator, this is Genevieve Lyson. You had put me on deck, and I'm happy
to. I keep crossing out and didn't see. Sorry about that, Genevieve. Go right ahead.
No problem, not at all. So good afternoon, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Genevieve Lyson. I've been in sustained recovery for 9 years. I'm a certified recovery coach, and I am a senior organizer for the Maine People's Alliance. Our 32,000 members stretch from Kittery to Fort Kent. We are committed to creating a state where everyone has what they need, everyone contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. I'm pleased to testify today in favor of LD 1862. Last year, as we've heard, we've lost 636 Mainers to preventable overdoses. They were our sisters, brothers, cousins, coworkers, our neighbors, our parents, our children. They could all be with us today if they had been able to get help. And the current Good Samaritan law, while it's really well intended, is too limited in its scope, as we've heard, and the threat of criminal penalties continue to instill fear in individuals that are at the scene of an overdose, which leads to countless preventable deaths. Like so many families in our state, my life has been touched by the overdose crisis. My cousin Samuel Johnson died last August alone in his home. We grew up together here in Lewiston. I'm an only child, and Sam was like a brother to me as a kid. He was 35 years old when he died. Like I do, Sam struggled with depression issues, substance use disorder, and though he worked so hard on his recovery, he couldn't find the help or the belonging that he needed to really thrive. Sam's experiences over the years with the courts and law enforcement made him feel worthless, made him feel like a criminal, when what he needed was love and help. When Sam died, he was 4 years into his recovery and establishing a close and loving relationship with his son, Milo, who was his whole world. Sam had so much life and love to contribute, and I see his death as completely senseless. Harsh drug policies killed Sam, not the drugs themselves. I can't help but think about how Sam was likely using with a buddy that day at his apartment, who was afraid to call the authorities that could have saved Sam's life. We need far more compassionate drug policies, just like the expansion of the Good Sam protections we're talking about today. If our goal is to save lives, we need to remove that obstacle of fear that prevents people from calling. Doing so is not condoning possession or other nonviolent offenses. It's just saying that saving lives is the most important thing. It's our overarching goal. And until we're able to meet people where they are and save the lives that we can, we're going to continue to lose our cousins, friends, mothers, and we could completely prevent those deaths. So thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Genevieve. I don't see any hands up. Oh, Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing to Ms. Lindsay coming on and saying that people need help. And that was part of what I was talking about accountability, is if someone's using and they call, that be some accountability of getting them and recovery. And that's what I was talking about, of saying, why not do something? I mean, if we're doing nothing but just saying, there's, thank you for calling, and we're not going to help you, we're not going to recovery or anything like that, then we're not really doing it either, because they're going to call again and again, get a free ride of nothing being done for them. So this is what I was talking about. So you can think about that and see what we could do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seaway. Great. I now will call Susanna Swan.
Senator, I'm not sure Susanna Swan is still with us. She
okay.
might have dropped off.
Doug, speaking of dropped off, Representative Pickett is still with us. He's having trouble with his video, so he's still listening. I want you to know. Doug Dunbar.
Senator, actually, Randy Beard was here before me. He's been waiting a good long time.
Well, I guess you have a different list than I do. So, Randy
Okay.
Beard.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Doug. I just want to, can I get everybody's attention just for 1 second? I know a lot of you haven't been paying attention, but neither does Gordon Smith or Janet Mills. Can everybody see that? That's last year's shirt. There's 15 names on each line. There's 75 lines. And we get to add another 140 more to this shirt this year. I'm sorry to put it that way, but nobody's hearing us. I really appreciate Senator Shambo, Representative Warren, and Senator Maxim for putting this on. My name's Randy Beard. I run a recovery group called Recover Together. I'm a recovery coach. I'm an advocate. I was a person of an unhoused community. I had a 35-year addiction. I overdosed. Some random person found me, and because he was scared to call 911, he left. Thankfully, I was saved. While I was unhoused, I personally witnessed 7 to 15 overdoses a day down at the Oxford Street shelter. A lot of people couldn't imagine that in their lifetime. On 2 different occasions, I did everything that was right. I sat there and gave the people Narcan. I gave them chest rubs. I was trained in everything. I knew how to do it because I used, and I did everything right. And the first responses I got both times, the police officers asked what I sold them. Not that I give them Narcan, not what's their pulse, anything. They asked what I sold them. On 3 different occasions, I found people dead in tents. 2 different occasions, I found people dead in alleyways. 2 of my best friends were dragged out into hallways because nobody inside the building dared to call 911. They were left in the hallway to die. And even more sadly, one of my really good friends was dragged out and put in the trash outside of his house. People are scared. I can say this. You guys want the opinion of people who know? I'm as professional at this as they come. I see you guys asking all kinds of people questions who's never had this addiction of substance use disorder. If you got a question, come to people like me. come to people like Marshall, Rosie. I mean, we are the professionals and we want to make a difference. And you guys ain't giving us a chance to. And all I'm doing is asking you and praying that you guys really go into this with an open mind and just see that it can happen. I mean, I was a 35-year addict and I'm coming up on 3 years clean. I do everything I can to do things right. And you guys need to do things that are right. And if not, we're going to vote people into other positions. And I'm sorry to say that, but 1 out of 7 Mainers are going to know somebody who has a substance use disorder, and we are going to far outnumber people who don't. So you guys got to open your minds and your hearts and see what's going on out here. That's all I'm going to say, because this is really emotional. I'm sorry I went over time. Thank you. And I really hope that you guys can see where we're coming from.
Thank you, Randy. Let's see any hands up. I will now go to Doug Dunbar.
Thank you, Senator Shambo, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. I wasn't going to testify, but then I heard, well, 2 things happened. One, I heard Senator Searway bring up a particular scenario, a fear of someone not being held accountable under a certain situation. And the other thing that happened was my nephew showed up here at my house, and he's now in college. He's 32 years old. He's in college for about a year. We thought he wouldn't live to be 32, let alone be in college. And so I have Narcan here. And while he was here, I said, Nick, have you experienced Narcan? He was in active addiction for about 12 years. He said, yes, I believe 4 times. And so my nephew wouldn't be alive without Narcan. And by the way, do each of you carry Narcan? Do you each? That's a question. You don't, obviously you don't have to answer it, but we'd like to get Narcan to each of you. So we'll try to do that if you don't carry Narcan. But getting back to Senator Searway's comments, I decided to testify because I wanted to say, fear not. Fear not that the criminal legal system and law enforcement, who I'm sure you'll hear from later, fear not that people are not being held accountable. Because since we took the wrong path and criminalized substance use disorder and frankly, mental health disorders, our incarceration rate has increased 500%. So fear not that enough people aren't going to jail. And fear not that we're not incarcerating more people than other countries. The state of Maine, which ranks low on our rate of incarceration, largely because of our drug policies, we arrest in Maine 3 times more people and incarcerate 3 times more people than they do in Canada, 5 times more people than they do in Norway. So fear not, Senator Searway, that people aren't being held accountable. And also fear not that we're doing too much, we're going too far. Because if we really wanted to do what science and evidence proves works, we would do what the country of Portugal has done, which in some sense is to decriminalize personal possession of drugs. So fear not, we are not going too far, because if we really wanted to combat this in a really aggressive way, we would do much, much more. We would create and fund many more treatment courts because they work, but we don't do that. So fear not that we're going too far, and fear not that enough people aren't being arrested, because 500 times more people are in jail now than they were 40 years ago when we started criminalizing substance use disorder. So I hope you all have Narcan, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I don't see any hands up. Well, 2 others have snuck in. Not sure. Well, I have one that says Andy. Don't know who Andy is.
Madam Chair, Dan Moran was here a little bit. He's been here for a bit.
Yes, that's why I was asking and looking at the list right now, and I don't see it. So, yes, Mr. Moran, you wish to speak in support of this bill?
Yes, thank you, Chairs Warren and Deschambault, members of the committee. My name is Dan Moran. I'm speaking as the Communications Director and Government Affairs Director for the Maine Medical Association. I don't have written testimony, but I'm here on behalf of Dr. Lonnie Graham, who is a member of the Maine Medical Association. She's been over in HHS on some public health trust bills. So she's from Freeport. Her written testimony should be in your folder. She's devoted her career to fighting not only for the health of her patients, but also for the health of the wider human community as a public health advocate. She was former director of the Maine Bureau of Health, which was the Maine CDC before it was called the Maine CDC. Her testimony identifies substance use disorders as a public health crisis, and you've heard that today. Their illness is just like cancer, diabetes, heart disease. Unfortunately, the way we treat similar medical emergencies related to those illnesses and those related to substance use disorder is quite different. People shouldn't hesitate to call 911. We all know that. It's no different than those who suspect a heart attack. They immediately reach for their phones. It should happen with substance use disorder and overdoses also. We're not going to be able to stop people from using drugs, pressure people into recovery by treating them as criminals. As far as the physician community understands, current Maine law treats people who use drugs or have substance use disorder as criminals first and foremost, and then treat them as needing help. Dr. Graham outlines in her testimony, naloxone blocks the effects of opioids on the brain and can restore breathing within 2 to 3 minutes. And during that time, it's often necessary to perform CPR. You heard from Wendy Allen earlier, very powerful testimony from the Restorative Justice Institute. Sometimes it can take more than one administration of naloxone to fully stop the effects, and it could require multiple bouts of CPR. Time is of the essence. Physicians see this every single day. The sooner emergency medical technicians arrive, the better the chance at survival. We should incentivize life-saving action of calling 911. I'm also here on behalf of the American Medical Association. You see that they have written testimony submitted. They are in strong support of LD 1862. The AMA has regularly pointed to Maine as an example of legislative and executive leadership that successfully finds ways to increase access to evidence-based care for patients with substance use disorder. In fact, the AMA reached out to the Maine Medical Association on their own and said, this bill could be a really great guide for other states. Can we please provide testimony in support of it? And can you deliver it for us? So we want to thank Senator Maxman. We want to thank members of the committee for sitting through this testimony, some of it very powerful today. And the Maine Medical Association stands in very, very, very strong support of this bill and urges it ought to pass.
Thank you. Dan, I know you said you were speaking on behalf. Is that Dr. Graham, you said?
Yes, Dr. Lonnie Graham, L-A-N-I. She submitted written testimony. She lives in Freeport, and she's a frequent advocate of public health issues and has really taken on the issues having to do with healthcare, corrections, healthcare, and substance use disorder. She wishes she could be here, and she may be later this afternoon on the other bill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Oh, yes. Representative Morales, I thought of you. I was going to say Dr. Graham should contact either you or myself if she's working with corrections. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Dan and the Maine Medical Association and the American Medical Association, and to Dr. Graham for providing your expertise on this very important issue. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Representative Morales. The physicians see this every single day from the other side of the people you've heard today, and it just pains them when barriers are put up so they can't seek the help they need, from whether it be an acute issue or a long-term issue. And we really need some help from you in Augusta, and we're happy to work with you in any way possible to make this workable.
And Mr. Moran, I hear a lot from my pharmacists also. They're struggling, so thank you. Andy, you're next, and it's interesting. Could you give us your last name and where you're from?
Hi, my name is Andrew Bradley.
Go right ahead.
Okay, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. So yeah, my name is Andrew Bradley, and I'm a resident of Old Town. I'm here now at the University of Maine in Orono. I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 1862. I want to tell you about my friend Kyle. Kyle was my football teammate, a wrestling teammate, a best friend, a brother, and so much more before the overdose that cost him his life. I don't know the exact circumstances surrounding Kyle's death, but I do know that we lose too many people because of the fear of retaliation from calling 911. Expanding our Good Samaritan law can increase the chances of survival for so many people found in situations similar to Kyle's. And removing the barriers that can get people the help they need is key. I last used on December 6, 2018. I've spent time in ERs. I've woken up in jail wondering how I got there. I've gone to rehab in my freshman year in college. My roommate called emergency support because he found me unresponsive in my bed. Maybe I would have died that day, I don't know. But because my roommate wasn't afraid to call for assistance, I'm still here. In 2020, I was serving in the US Peace Corps when everyone was evacuated due to the unprecedented global crisis. I came to Maine to pursue a Master of Social Work degree, and I'm in the business of saving lives. Becoming more effective at helping those with substance use disorders is more than a scholarly pursuit. It's the focal point of my life. One of my goals is to maintain my standard of excellence with respect to the courses I'm presently enrolled in. As a committed member of the University of Maine's professional opioid workforce response team, I want to hone the skill sets which promote the sustainable recovery and wellness of many others. And I'm here today and every day because I want to be an advocate for people like Kyle and myself. If someone is afraid of calling 911 due to possible incarceration, lives can and will be lost. Passing LD 1862 will remove that barrier and help save lives. So thank you all for taking the time to listen to me. And I urge you to support this life-saving piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Any questions for Mr. Bradley? I need to address something here. I see Gina Morin is here. If people would raise their hands so we can keep track of who's coming in. And Genevieve, you've spoken before. Are you still here? And why you have your hand up, please?
Senator DeChambeau, I believe I've been texting with Deb about this as well. I think there are a couple folks who maybe got links from other people. And so there are actually people that aren't Courtney Allen and Genevieve Lyson, I think, behind there. So if we could have them, you know, when they're ready, turn on their camera, I think you'll see they're not those people, they're other people. Yep, that's not Courtney Allen. So I think people just shared links is what I'm trying to say.
Well, that doesn't make things all that easier, but we shall adjust to that. Gina, I didn't see your name, but I saw your face first. So could you please tell us where you're from? And is everybody still speaking for, I guess, I hope. So go ahead, Gina.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Senator. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Gina Morin. I am a resident of Auburn, and I am here today to testify in favor of LD 1862. We are losing 12 friends and families each week to preventable overdose. I can't imagine all those families who got that call they were dreading. The call that their loved one wasn't ever coming home because someone was too fearful of getting arrested to call 911, or they used a loan to protect others in the event they overdosed. How many funerals have to be held before the laws are changed? Some folks may oppose this bill in the name of public safety. I think this is a great bill precisely because it gives everyone a chance to participate in keeping the public safe. We can all have a stake in caring for our neighbors. Drugs have been on the street since the dawn of time, and that's not ever going to change as long as folks are suffering with trauma. As a former corrections officer, I've seen folks who were arrested and forced to detox in a cell and without any medical attention. This is not just dangerous, it is also inhumane. I want the war on people is not working, and I want to save lives. People who are present at an overdose have to make a split-second decision, weighing all possible harms to themselves and others. They worry about being arrested, getting evicted, breaking up their families, and losing their job. We need to send a strong message as possible that they will be protected for protecting others. Don't you think as a community we should shoulder this responsibility? The one way we can be sure that folks get the help they need when they're suffering an overdose without throwing other people's lives into chaos is by passing this bill. I'm asking this committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1862. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Gina. Not seeing any hands of members here for a question. I'm going to recognize the pseudo Courtney Allen. Please give us your real name for this.
Hello, my name is Shannon Dupree. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Again, my name is Shannon Dupree. I'm a woman in recovery, an advocate, a recovery coach, and organizer with Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. I support this bill, and today I'll be reading the testimony on LD 1862 on behalf of Ricky S. Higgins. He is incarcerated at Mount View Correctional Facility in Charleston, Maine. So, okay, again, he wants to recognize Senator, I don't know if this is correct, Diamond, Representative Corey, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Honorable Justice, Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Ricky S. Higgins. I'm a resident of Mount View Correctional Facility in Charleston, Maine. I am writing to testify in favor of LD 1862, expanding the Good Samaritan Law will save lives. I am an occasional drug user and was under the influence of alcohol, Xanax, heroin, fentanyl at the time of trying anything to curb my dreadful depression. I woke up hearing the most terrifying noise that I have ever heard in my life, the noise of someone trying to take their last breaths. I immediately started performing CPR. At the time, I was basic first aid and CPR certified. To no avail, my first instinct should have been to call 911. But I knew people that had gotten in trouble for being in situations such as this, getting blamed for someone passing away. I had an active probation warrant for my arrest due to failing to report on time. I knew that if I called emergency services, the police were sure to come as well and arrest me, likely charging me with the death of one of my best friends. After moments of indecision, I knew something had to be done. I told my mother to call 911, my little brother and my little sister that I was so sorry, and I ran. I ended up getting arrested several days later for my probation warrant. No one should ever have to be so scared to call for help in what is in many cases the most terrifying and vulnerable moment in somebody's life. I hold more regret and guilt in my heart than anyone could ever place upon me through a prison sentence. The fact that I was too scared to make the call because I feared negative repercussions in the forms of a felony conviction is beyond wrong. I lost one of my best friends right in front of me and hesitated for just moments too long. And when I finally decided the call that needed to be made, I had my mother do it, and then I ran because I feared that the police, knowing that I was using, I feared prosecution for every single charge that I was indicted on, and I feared getting in trouble for a close friend dying in front of my eyes. Please support LD 1862 to expand the Good Samaritan law in the state of Maine, so others will not hesitate to call 911 when their friends are in crisis. Sincerely, Ricky S. Higgins II. Yeah, I'm just about in tears. I also support this bill for personal reasons. I've seen too many people die, and nobody should have to hesitate to call 911. And I could just about cry right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I now will recognize, well, the gentleman does not look like a Genevieve, so please give us your name and the clerk will probably change it for you. Go right ahead. You're muted, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stephen Carnahan, although Jen is a friend of mine. So let me get my testimony up here. Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is Stephen Carnahan. I am a resident of Auburn, and I am here today to testify in favor of LD 1862. I have served almost 40 years as a pastor in the United Church of Christ, most of those years here in Maine. Like anyone who does this work, I've come face to face with the problems of addiction. I have met and worked with many people who are involved in the difficult and courageous struggle against addiction. I am well aware of the devastating effect it has on individuals, families, and communities. As a Christian, I could look at this issue and this bill from a moralistic point of view. Christians believe that it is our responsibility to help people in need. This bill is named for one of the stories Jesus told in which a man stopped to help someone who could not help himself. Although there was animosity between the ethnic groups of the man in need and the man who discovered him on the side of the road, he stopped and helped him anyhow. This man became known as the Good Samaritan. Christians have always understood that we are also called to help anyone in need, as are almost all religions that I am aware of. But there's also a very practical issue here, and one that doesn't need a Bible story to justify it. How often does someone in need go unhelped because the people there are afraid that they will be put themselves in danger of arrest or imprisonment simply by calling 911 and getting help for someone? Because those on the scene of an overdose are fearful of the consequences of getting involved, they may leave the victim without calling for help. This, of course, complicates things for the rest of us. First of all, the victim of the overdose may die. Not only is this the loss of a citizen or a person of value, it may also lead to investigations, arrests, trials, and other matters that are costly to the people of Maine. It is a loss that is needless and preventable. It may also be that the victim survives without help. Then we are looking at EMT costs, hospitalizations, and rehab. Again, a cost to the people of Maine. It also puts our police officers in a tough position in which they have to consider the needs of the victim as well as the legal situations of those present. This can get very complicated. This bill proposes a change in the law that will ease the fear of those who are present at the time of an overdose. It will enable them to get help without putting themselves in legal jeopardy. That takes me back to the moral issue. Why would we not simply make it easier for helpers to help by removing their fear of other legal consequences? Let us let the helpers help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carnahan. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a comment. Stephen, I'm surprised it took us 3 hours of testimony before somebody mentioned that the Good Samaritan term comes from the Bible. And I was just talking about it with my mother yesterday. I'm somebody that was raised in the church. And so for me, I totally associate this proposal with the teachings of Jesus Christ. So thank you for referencing that. And I'm surprised it took us till 3 hours of public testimony to get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that concludes those in support.
There's Ashley Yancey is in here.
Who I didn't hear that.
Her name is Ashley.
Oh, Ashley, yes. I'm sorry. I made 3 mistakes today. Well,
it's quite all right.
Ashley Yancey, welcome.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I had good morning written, but I've been sitting here for a while. I am here to testify in favor in LD 1862. My name is Ashley Yancey. I am a 34-year-old female and I reside in Orono, Maine. I'm a mother, I'm a recovery coach, and a very strong advocate. I spent 17 years in an active heroin addiction. I overdosed. Fortunately for me, there was a Good Samaritan that called 911. They also performed CPR until the first responders arrived. But that Good Samaritan that called 911, she was not the first to notice that I needed emergency aid. She was actually the third. The first 2 Good Samaritans didn't call 911 out of fear. In doing so, they would be in violation or prosecuted. Imagine not calling 911 to save a life because you're afraid of repercussions. So I went 7 minutes before CPR was started, 8 minutes before that 911 call was placed, 2 minutes of CPR to get a pulse that faded rather quickly, 12 milligrams of Narcan, and 4 more minutes without oxygen to my brain. I beat all the scientific odds after this. At 3 minutes, your neurons suffer extensive damage. Lasting brain damage becomes likely. At 5 minutes, death becomes imminent. At 10 minutes, if the brain is still alive, a coma and lasting brain damage are almost inevitable. At 15 minutes, survival becomes nearly impossible. I went 14 minutes. The 2 minutes of CPR no doubt made a huge difference in my survival odds. If not for the Good Samaritan and the grace of God, I would not be sharing my story here with you today. I have lasting brain damage, but I'm not complaining or asking for anybody's pity. I'm asking to expand the Good Samaritan law for the state of Maine so nobody else has to die. Thank you.
Powerful statement, Ashley, and thank you for sharing that with us. Any questions for Ashley? We wish you good luck, Ashley. Keep it up. Thank you. All right, so if Representative Warren sees anybody else, I don't. So we will now move on to those who wish to testify in opposition. And the first person that has their hands up, and I will, I think was yes, I think Commissioner Sawchuk. And I've got Sheriff Nichols, but there's someone before you. Oh, yeah. So it's Commissioner Sawchuk, followed by John Rissler, and then Sheriff Nichols. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. But before the clock kicks off, I just want to take a second to thank everybody that's testified to this point for their strength and their courage to give us their lived experiences and really educate us on their world. And it's a very, very powerful day. You live these too often as legislators, but this is why you do the work, I know, to make these tough decisions and be part of these tough conversations. So I certainly wanted to start by saying that. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Mike Sawstruck, and I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety. I'm here in front of you today to speak in opposition to LD 1862, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. 2019, the majority of this committee endorsed LD 329, an act to exempt from criminal liability persons reporting a drug-related medical emergency, and the legislature enacted without amendment. Governor Mills signed this bill into law, and she strongly supports what is now known as Maine's Good Samaritan Law. Under the current Good Samaritan Law, Maine protects both the callers and the overdose victims from arrest or prosecution for drug possession and drug paraphernalia offenses, and from revocation or probation. Unlike some other states, our law has no requirement to be first to call, to provide a name, or to stay at the scene. This simplicity is important because there is clarity about who is protected. Anyone and everyone who calls is protected against a violation of the crimes enumerated. The protection under current law is against all violations, and there's a bunch of statutes there and everything else. You have that written testimony, I believe, at this point. Maine statute is consistent with 44 other states that provide protection for drug possession offenses only, and 41 states that provide protection from arrest and prosecution, as opposed to only providing an affirmative defense or mitigating factor at sentencing. Only one state provides protection under their Good Samaritan law for all drug offenses. And importantly, no state with a Good Samaritan law provides protections for all 9 nonviolent crimes unrelated to drugs, as this bill proposes to do. 25 states prevent an immunized offense from being used to revoke probation, including Maine. And 15 states prevent an immunized offense from being used to revoke pretrial release or bail, as the bill proposes. Some state statutes only apply to the person who calls and not necessarily the victim. And some only allow someone to benefit from law one time, unlike Maine. The administration believes that Maine's current Good Samaritan law is good, needed policy, is reasonable, and consistent with most other states. It is well designed to target the need for people to call 911 in a drug overdose emergency in order to save lives. While this is well-intentioned legislation, this proposal is too broad and will lead to unintended consequences. The current law provides immunity to people who undertake an affirmative act to render assistance by calling 911. But the bill would immunize anyone who happens to be at a location only because someone else did the right thing, even if the others refused to do the right thing, or worse, even actively interfered with attempts to provide help. The bill would also provide immunity against a long list of crimes that will create many unintended consequences. For example, what if there is a property owner who discovers a person overdosing, calls 911, and later is discovered the person in need of assistance had just burglarized the property? What if a person overdoses, 911 is called, and a person at the location happens to be the one who sold the drugs to the overdose victim and is found with a substantial amount of illegal drugs, cash, and firearms? It must also be noted that this administration continues to advance several other response strategies to combat the opioid epidemic outside of law enforcement by providing support for prevention and treatment. The biennial budget included a $110 million investment in prevention, early intervention, harm reduction, treatment, crisis care, and recovery assistance. The governor has supported innovative intervention programs for Maine Care clients and established the Options Program, which placed liaisons in counties around the state to connect people who have overdosed to recover services and treatment, promote prevention and harm reduction strategies, and distribute naloxone. The administration supported the distribution of 77,480 doses of naloxone in 2021. Through the Office of Behavioral Health, the administration is also supporting efforts to increase awareness among law enforcement and the public about the Good Samaritan law to improve its effectiveness. On behalf of the department, I thank you for your time. I'll be happy to pleased to answer any questions that you may have. I apologize for going over.
Quite all right. Anyone, we've had others. I have, excuse me, Representative Reckitt, followed by Representative Luckner.
Thank you. Commissioner Sawstruck, one of the things that you mentioned in your testimony and, and that I connected with some of what I heard from the other testifiers on the other side of the question caused me to think this question that I want to voice to you. After the passage of the original Good Samaritan law, which I'm happy you are in support of, my question is, what was done after that by you or us or anybody to educate not the people who are actively using, but the general community that might run into this situation and not know anything about what was okay to do without causing themselves harm or a risk of whatever? So my question is, what kinds of public education happened to the rest of the world other than the recovery community at that juncture? Anything?
Yeah, Representative, I think it's a good question. I do think that we're talking about general education. That wouldn't be necessarily something that the Department of Public Safety would be running. But I'm happy to work with DHHS and the Office of Behavioral Health to determine exactly what their overall approach was to education. I do think that through the options program, there is an acknowledgement that we need to constantly work harder and to educate folks on the Good Samaritan law, to include law enforcement as well as the general public. But I'm happy to get back to you on that and work with Dr. Pollard and others to determine exactly what they did after 329 was passed. And I think the governor signed off in May of 2019.
Thank you.
Thanks. Representative Woodner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. So I asked the question earlier in your testimony. You asked the question that if an individual were discovered at the scene of I'd called in an overdose and were discovered at the scene to have substantial quantities of drugs and cash and things of that nature. You asked that question, what would happen? I asked that same question of Attorney McKee earlier, and he seemed to say that in that instance, there wouldn't be anything that would prevent law enforcement from in the future seeking to prosecute that individual. So you're saying this bill. So what you're saying is that this bill, in that instance, that's not the case, even though that was the opinion that we heard earlier. Law enforcement could in fact go seek later on to obtain that evidence. But what you're saying is that's not true. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yes, sir. That's not the interpretation I had from Mr. McKee's testimony, and I appreciate his experience. He's heavily involved in a lot of these things, and he's got a great reputation, and I respect that. However, what I heard him say is at the time of this incident, he's got a backpack full of dope and a handgun. You're not going to arrest him for that particular scenario, him or her for that particular crime, that scenario. We fully acknowledge that the immunity that's created at that scene, as currently drafted, all at the location, does not apply to somebody that's got the same amount of heroin and a handgun in his backpack 2 weeks later. We fully understand that. But at the time, there's not a prosecutable scenario based on the evidence that you find there. So I think there is a distinct difference. They talk about independent evidence. Independent evidence of what? A new crime down the road? Sure, we certainly believe we have the authority to investigate that, and if appropriate, prosecute that. But you're not allowed to use the evidence that are found at the scene of these overdoses based on the language that we have in front of us and our interpretation. So if I'm misunderstanding what Mr. McKee had mentioned, then my apologies. There are others that'll come up behind me, to include the AG's office, that may want to weigh in on that. But that's my interpretation, sir.
Okay, thanks for that. Just a quick follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
So are you saying that you couldn't seek a warrant based on that, or probable cause for a later, action?
That's absolutely what I'm saying. There's none of that evidence at that scene that would be admissible. There's an immunity concept here, right? You're at the scene, so we can't come back in a week later and seek evidence for a scenario where you're immune from prosecution. So I don't believe that a warrant or any of those other scenarios would apply.
Okay, thanks.
And I now have Representative Morales.
I think Representative Pickett's hand might have been up before mine. Is that right?
Excuse me, I didn't get that.
I believe Representative Pickett's hand up before mine. I didn't want to
Oh,
go before.
Yep,
That was
you're
the
right.
case.
I won't live to regret. I will live to regret. Representative Pickett. Are you coming on board, Representative Pickett? You're muted anyways. Representative Morales, why don't we begin with you? And if I see him come up, we'll follow.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, we had a briefing last week from Commissioner Liberty, and I was wondering if you were aware of the data that he made us aware of regarding the percentage of the 16,000 Mainers who were in jail in 2021, how many of them suffer from substance use disorder, and also the percentage of Mainers who are residents of the Department of Corrections who suffer from substance use disorder.
I did receive that information from Deputy Commissioner Thornell at one point. I don't remember exactly the percentages at this point, Representative, so I don't want to mislead you, but I do have that here someplace because I've used that in previous conversations as well. So.
Okay, and I just have it here. So of the 16,000 people released from jail in 2021, 12,000 had substance use disorder, and 76% of the residents have substance use disorder of the DOC, and 39% have opioid use disorder. Do those sound familiar?
Yes, yep, for sure.
And I guess I just want to ask you a question around the recidivism of those 16,000. As the Commissioner of Public Safety, are you able to tell us today the recidivism rate of folks who were released, those 16,000 in 2021?
No, I am not.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Morales, I must have missed something. Where does that 16,000 come from? Is there an area that it covers or what?
Commissioner Lee presented to us that the 16,000 Mainers who were released from jail in 2021.
Okay.
Of those 16,000,
thank you.
12,000 had substance use disorder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Pickett, Dan, are you texting him? Okay. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. What would you say the purpose of this bill is?
The purpose of the bill is to expand the existing Good Samaritan law.
Yeah, let me ask you, what would you say the purpose of the bill is? That's the speak that you know, but what do you think we're trying to do with this bill?
I think advocates are in their minds looking at their lived experience, trying to save additional lives.
Do you think that trying to save the lives of community members is a role of our government, is a role that the Mills administration sees as their responsibility, saving lives?
Certainly, and I think that, you know, as I mentioned in some of my testimony, and I believe Director Smith and Dr. Pollard had done a presentation to the DHHS committee over the last few weeks to talk about the comprehensive approach that this administration has taken. And I just mentioned money's one thing, but $110 million that that this administration has put forward in that biennial budget, that this group of legislators, amongst others, obviously had a solid hand in approving and moving through the system. It obviously has a lot to do with saving lives. And there's no question that that's a primary focus of the work that we do and continue to do every single day, day in and day out. These people are our Mainers as well, and we fully acknowledge that. That's not to say that we think the Good Samaritan bill, we think it's a great harm reduction tool. We think it's been very effective. But just like any other bill that you see, or the vast majority of other bills you see, it's not as simple as, oh, yes, that's good. No, this is bad. There are unintended consequences, and those are the concerns that I believe I've highlighted today.
Thank you. And I think you heard someone in the recovery community refer to an apocalypse. And I was on a meeting with a bunch of legislators the other night while I got the notice of another community member dying of an overdose. That's what apocalypse feels like to me. This constantly seeing on my Facebook page, getting calls, constantly learning of people that I care about who've lost their little sister, their brother, the parent of their beloved niece. That's what apocalypse feels like to me. Do you think what we're doing is working, Commissioner? You talked a lot about all the money and you talked a lot about everything we're doing. 636 people last year, 2 people a day, 2 people a day. Is what we're doing working?
Yeah, it's a good question. I do think that it's very, very difficult to prove a negative in the sense that the work that I do every day, the work you do every day, I refuse to look in the mirror and know that all the great people that are working on this issue, all of their efforts, all of their love, all of their compassion are for naught. So I think we are being effective. Are we effective enough is the better question. And I think if we're losing 636 Mainers in a completely unprecedented time of COVID and the lethality of fentanyl, we need to continue to do more and work harder. And I think we're absolutely committed to do that.
I feel envious that you feel like, I feel such this level of responsibility. So I feel envious to hear that that's, I feel such, as somebody who's been on this committee for so long, I really feel like it is for naught. I really feel like 2 people a day, it feels like so I guess my question, and this is my final question, is how many people a day have to die before the Mills administration wants to try something new? How many people a day have to die before the Mills administration is going to change doing what we've continued to do? I suspect you don't want to answer that question, but.
Well, that's a question, Representative. I will respond by saying that, again, if you look at the commitment and the resources that have been allocated to combat this terrible, terrible epidemic, I think that the administration is working incredibly hard. Governor Mills is working incredibly hard to address this issue and save lives. And as somebody who is directly responsible for law enforcement for a city the size of Portland, to have more than one of my residents die a week, to have law enforcement officers respond to every one of those 636 victims in overdose fatalities and treat those individuals with respect, work with their families and show compassion for that loss, there's absolutely a heart-wrenching impact to this entire epidemic for anybody that does this work and cares. And certainly first responders across the board care. And I think they're doing it for the right reasons. And I certainly know that Governor Mills is doing this for the right reasons.
I appreciate that answer, Commissioner. I just was so heartbroken when you were asked about the education, about the Good Sam program that we already have. And you said that you couldn't answer the question because the Department of Public Safety doesn't do that education. So to hear you say how much work the Department of Public Safety is doing, but you guys haven't done any education around, and maybe you need to reframe how you answered that question. You were asked about the education.
I was asked by Representative Reckett about the education overall, my understanding of that question. And I'm often asked in this committee about, so what are they doing about this or that? And I'll freely admit that we work as a team, as a cabinet, and it's an amazing group of people. But if you're asking me to give you an in-depth answer on the educational approach that the Department of Health and Human Services or the Office of Behavioral Health has done around this particular, I can't answer for them. I apologize.
I was asking what DPS has done, but other people have their hands up. And I did get your answer that DPS hasn't done education around this. But I will, I'll stop my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative.
Well, we are joined by Representative Pickett. At least I saw his face a couple of minutes ago. Oh, there you are. I see you twice. So you've got another computer on or something. Okay, go ahead.
This has been a miserable day for me. I've heard everything that's gone on. I've heard all the testimony. I've heard everything, but my iPad is, when I thought my iPad was staying hooked up and it wasn't, it was running down and run down to nothing. I ran into my computer, which doesn't have a camera. And then when you were hollering to me, I tried to get the mute off and I couldn't get the mute off. So I come back to this. So here I am anyways. Good morning. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, sir. I
was all set to say good morning, but morning has flown and here we are in the afternoon. I guess I have a couple of questions, but the first thing I'd like to do is, has public safety, I know you're not tasked with doing this education, but has Department of Public Safety done some education on making it known that the Good Samaritan Act of 329 was out there? I don't necessarily mean in any way. Has your department been getting that message out, but not necessarily getting it out to the whole entire, with the idea that it's responsible to get it out to the whole entire state?
Yes, and I appreciate you reframing that point, that question, Representative, because through the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, obviously we're the primary focal point for training for law enforcement officers around the state, to include brand new officers. All of our brand new full-time certified officers go through the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. So the training around the Good Samaritan law is built into that training, as well as after every session, when there are new laws that are created, that turns into a new law update, which probably horrifies you to remember, but it's very true that every year we look at those new laws, we do presentations on those new laws to include the Good Samaritan law when it was initially came out in 2019. So that I would say signed off in May, that fall, I'm sure it was at a 2-hour block of new law updates for 2019, traditionally put together by the Attorney General's office and then mandated for all law enforcement officers across the state, which are routinely in that 3,300 officer range. Whether you're a full-time or reserve officer, you'd be required to go through that training and to become updated on what's the latest information out there.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask another question, Madam Chair?
Is it a follow-up or close to it? Go right ahead.
Yeah, and so I guess what I would ask you, Commissioner, is this: looking at the present law, the Good Samaritan Act 329, the present law on the books right now, if there is a flaw in that particular law, would you say that the flaw is getting the information out to people to know that it's available, or is it more than that? Because if I'm hearing you, it's not making it so there can be a number of people there and nobody be held responsible. It's the new law wants to do that, but the old law is that if you are a person who is having an overdose or experiencing an overdose and you call, or if you're somebody there and you call and you render assistance to them, that you are completely immune to any charges of any kind at that time, because the focus is on saving the life of that person. So that's the present law. And you've already spoke well toward the new law that wants to come into effect here. So am I right in thinking that the real flaw in the process, if there is any at all right now, and I think we can agree there is getting the message out better so that everybody understands right now they can make the call, and if they are there to help and they're there for the person, they can make the call. It doesn't mean 100 people can be there, but they can make the call without having to worry about being charged with something if they're the person making the call or the person having the overdose. Is that how you understand this? And do you agree with that statement?
I do think that if you call or you're suffering from an overdose, you are immune to a certain number of offenses, to include possession of drugs, right? So it's not a complete, it's not to the extent, immunity is not to the extent of the proposed amended language here that we have today. So I do think, however, that education is a major piece of this. I think that's absolutely a major piece. So that is definitely something that it should be ongoing and should be reinforced by everybody across the board. All of our advocates, I know that they work incredibly hard on that particular topic every day. I think as a state, we should do more around that. I don't think there's any question that is definitely a role there. And on the law enforcement side, I freely understand or appreciate, that the war on drugs has made people fear law enforcement in this regard, right? I think law enforcement, the culture around how to address this epidemic has changed light years in comparison to where I was in the beginning of my career, without question. When I went to Maine Drug Enforcement as an agent, when I went to Maine Drug Enforcement as a task force officer, that has changed a great deal. So we need to continue to work on those relationships and make sure that we're doing all we can so that people do in fact trust us in some of these scenarios. You be educated on what this really means and know that we're not going to violate the law when we arrive, which if we're violating the law, I reference Good Samaritans and defense attorneys and others have not caught that, somebody should definitely bring that to my attention under the current language.
And one more quick follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair. I'm going to take that as a yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And my last follow-up question would be this, after what you just had to say, Commissioner. Would you agree with me that inherently that the law enforcement community, when they go to a call of an overdose and whether they end up ahead of time or whether they end up being there just after the paramedic ambulance gets there, they are right now trained in the academy. They're right now trained in in-service training. They're trained all the way around, and they're trained from their own departments. The fact that in a situation like that, there's one thing on their mind when they enter that building. It's not arresting people. It's about saving the life of the person that is there. And they'll worry about anything else that happens afterwards, but that is their key focus. Would you agree that the law enforcement community, that's the mindset now of them when they go to a scene like that? And I'm not really sure that's ever changed.
I completely agree with that, sir. I mean, the focus is on saving somebody's life. That is our primary role. There are hundreds and hundreds of police officers in this state that have administered Narcan to save somebody's life. Officers they're not looking for acknowledgement or anything else, but I can tell you, and you know this to be true, that there may be an awards banquet at the end of the year because you gave CPR to somebody that had a heart attack. Officers are doing this countless times a year now because it's part of our job. It's part of our mission, and we're proud to save anybody's life. We don't care what somebody's criminal history is or what put them down on the ground at that particular time. We're there to save their life first and foremost.
Well said, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have Representative Fluker, followed by Representative Breckett, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Thanks for being in the hot seat and fielding all these questions, and
Sure.
I know, doing your best for what you can. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questioning we heard from Representative Pickett. I hear that the officers going to these scenes are going in with the idea of kind of, being medical practitioners, but are they trained to be medical practitioners?
Yes, in the sense that as a first responder, you have a certain level of certification for providing medical care, right? That's at a first responder level. They're not, well, I should say this, there are EMTs, there are law enforcement officers that actually provide that front row service at that EMT level. And I know a number of paramedics as well that happen to be police officers. So, in many cases, the more rural community that you have, that police officer is probably going to beat volunteer firefighters and everybody else that may have to come from home. So they may have a higher level of certification and expectation. I know police departments where their officers are mandated to be at the EMT level to provide that level of care. But all the baseline short answer, sir, is that we are all required to have medical training at a certain level for law enforcement officers.
Do you think that's a fair expectation on our police officers to go into a scene where somebody's dying and to think about legal ramifications as well as kind of the medical ramifications of what they're doing?
Yes, because I do think as first responders, you're going to arrive at these scenes and we are wired to help, period. It's not the answer to some interview question. Why do you want to get into this work? Officers in fact, want to help people. And to think that officers may respond and not be able to provide care to the best of their abilities, that would be a travesty.
So when we're talking about this 110 million that was spent on intervention and prevention, was any of that spent on trying to improve the medical training of our police officers?
No, I think the Narcan as an example, naloxone disbursement, and making sure that the state had proper supplies of that law enforcement agencies around the state get free from the state, from the Attorney General's office, and obviously the training that goes along with that. But no, I'm not aware of any funding that went directly to enhance the level of medical training for law enforcement officers.
Because it does we do get the appearance from that 110 million, the governor is not prioritizing DPS and the law enforcement function of DPS in its response to opioids. It looks like we're trying to prioritize prevention and intervention and diversion and that kind of stuff. And it's interesting that if we're trying to spend 110 million on trying to keep people alive, not through law enforcement, that the governor's office would send you here to say, no, we're not going to prioritize healthcare when someone's dying in a room. We're going to actually prioritize the enforcement of the law. And so it just seems like you've been put at cross purposes here. You're here having to defend what education might be happening within DHHS or perhaps what's happening within the governor, from Director Smith, when your real job is to be yes, I hear you. You have to go in and perform CPR and that kind of things. But my fundamental question is we are spending $110 million to address the opioid crisis, but you're being put in the position of having to be in front of this committee defending the entire response instead of just defending the law enforcement response.
Well, I think when traditionally, sir, and I appreciate the comment and the question is that, the Good Samaritan law has traditionally fallen to the Department of Public Safety to address. I do think traditionally the Director of Maine Drug Enforcement may pop in and give a shorter answer around specific criminal statutes versus this, and this is why we don't do that. I do think I'm in a position as the Commissioner of Public Safety to give a more comprehensive answer for some of the things that we are involved with. And the Department of Public Safety is involved in ODMAP and the options program. We just got a $6 million grant. The Department of Public Safety got a $6 million grant on comprehensive opioid stimulant and substance abuse program, the COSAP program. So, and a piece of that is going to be training law enforcement officers how to be recovery coaches. Because we think that's important. The liaison component to the options program largely stems from law enforcement agencies that took that step to include the Portland Police Department. That's where those best practices come from. That's why those liaisons exist in many ways for this specific role. And we work with incredible partners across the board. So I don't think this is a hot seat. I'm glad to be here to answer whatever questions I can. But as you mentioned, there are questions I'm not suited to answer, and I apologize for leaving the group hanging if I don't have specifics about another department's programming.
That makes sense to me. It seems like we're spending money trying to turn DPS into a mobile, health response unit instead of law enforcement. I think that's exactly what this bill does. We start looking less at the law enforcement situation when you walk into the room and more at the health response.
Luca, I
yes,
think I've given you a lot of latitude to make your comments known, and that would be a discussion. This is not the purpose today to ask direct questions. I welcome them, but I have to be fair with everyone. So
I appreciate it.
I'd like to thank you. Am I okay to go with Representative Beckett now? Thank you. Go right ahead.
Commissioner, I just want to say quickly that you did in fact interpret my question correctly. I was asking you the broad societal question about education. So I appreciated your answer. But what I want to ask you now, and you're not going to be able to answer this in a snap thing, but I would hope that you could have sufficient time to ponder it before we get to the work session. Because my question really is, are there parts of 1862, is that the number of this thing?
Yes.
Are there parts of this bill that would be, in your opinion, reasonable to enact? And which parts would be horrific to, I want you to prioritize the the substance of this bill, at least in general terms. Now, I'm not saying I'm not an advocate of the whole thing. I'm just saying I'm a realist. And I also want to know what is the most helpful / possible pieces of it that could help not only the victim of the overdose, but also the the public safety officers to do the best job they can in the circumstance that still would comply. What parts of this could we make compliant with the law that would also make officers' lives more meaningful in terms of the person who's overdosed? It's a little confusing, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely, Representative. I have that completely. I appreciate the question, and we're always happy to be part of that conversation moving forward, and we'll definitely be available at the workshop as requested to help wherever we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a very good question there, Representative. Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Commissioner, just because I want to understand something from a question that the good representative from Warren asked you. Are you here today testifying just to testify what the department's view is, or are you here testifying as part of the department and these are your ideals as well? You're not just reading words off of paper, but you believe in what you're testifying to, because I believe that's what you're doing, but I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not a parrot in any way. I've been in the game for a number of years, a few decades at this point. Been heavily involved in this conversation in ways that I think were part of the problem earlier in my career and part of the solution later in my career. And I fully acknowledge that and own that fact. So yes, I'm here to represent the Department of Public Safety as our commissioner.
I just wanted to clarify that. I believe that with my whole heart, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have Senator Seaway, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I listened to your testimony, and I think that, I think you have spoken for not just law enforcement, but for the communities. But I was listening to much of the testimonies of the other people as well, and from what I hear is that they want to take care of people that even are involved in doing, even if they have drugs on them. And I was wondering if we shouldn't be looking at and I kind of mentioned about right specific bill, there would be nothing, any accountability of having the drugs on them or whatever. But I think they are going to get off on no crime or whatever. Shouldn't there be some type of referral to get help and get treatment? Seem like we're missing the boat on this when we should at least something in place, get them help if that's the case. Because if we continue this same path, and eventually there'll be a statistic, and I don't want to see that.
So I do think that when you think about the options program as an example, you think about substance use disorder liaisons, behavioral health liaisons. Different communities have different style programs with recovery coaches and folks that follow up on overdoses. If you think about a substance use disorder liaison that's timed right, that they're happen to be working when an overdose occurs, they may co-respond, actually go to the scene of an overdose. And that's to assist the individual that overdosed, as well as anybody else that may be there, to include family members, other folks that are suffering from that disease, and try to assist them into long-term recovery. And that's not a snap your fingers and, oh, this is great. And many times it takes multiple interactions in order to accomplish that. So I do think that there are referral networks, there are referral systems. I think that the question should be, we've got an options liaison in every county. But somebody should ask me, the Aroostook County liaison should say, I got one liaison for Aroostook County. What are you, crazy? I mean, we need more resources. We need more people. We need more, right? And it's okay to acknowledge that I think we're doing good work, but we're always looking for the next thing. We're always trying to evolve. Just because we're here today in opposition to this doesn't mean that there aren't many other things that are going on, to include referrals, as you mentioned, in one format or another. Who's doing the referral? Who's it going to? What resources did this community have versus another community? Senator Deschambault talked about the city of Biddeford and having 2 liaisons there. Another county may have that 1 liaison, right? I mean, it's just hard to tell. I can't give you the answer for everybody, but the referral network is incredibly important. As you know, with your background, unfortunately, we were inherently flawed forever in the sense that somebody would overdose at the scene. They would go to the hospital. Nobody would ever follow up, right? There would be no follow-up. There'd be no opportunity. There'd be no chance to use that snapshot in time to try to get somebody into recovery. That just didn't exist for a long, long time. One of the true failures of the failed war on drugs. And I think we're working on providing those options now.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I think it would be really helpful if we could hear from some of the folks who are doing the options work. There may be a miscommunication because they are under the impression that they were not, it was not permissible for them to be here today. So maybe some conversation about that. I think we've mentioned the options program a lot. It would be great if we could talk to the folks from the options program. But I just have one really simple question, because I heard you answer Representative Pickett, and you said many different times, what's happening on the ground right now is that when law enforcement respond to an overdose, what all they're interested in is saving lives. And you said that multiple times. Yes, what's happening right now is when law enforcement respond, all they're interested is saving lives.
Dan.
Oh, you didn't. I'm sorry. Let me have you reframe then.
Well, Representative, you say all we're interested in. The primary focus when they walk in that door at one of these scenes is saving somebody's life. So when you say all, their entire focus, like they're not they have the ability to multitask and do different things. When they walk through that door, they're trying to save a life. They're also in an enforcement component of this without question, based on current statutes and the current Good Samaritan law. So I in no way said that all they're focused on is saving lives. That's their primary focus when they walk in, and they're going to do whatever they can to save that individual. At some point, they will transition into a more traditional law enforcement role. That's absolutely accurate.
That's helpful. And I think it just was being misunderstood, because we did hear from a lot of folks that there's so much fear about calling because of what law enforcement actually is doing. So then when I heard you say, no, law enforcement isn't doing that, they're really just there to focus on saving lives, I just was like, well, why wouldn't they be in support of this bill then? If really their focus is just responding in a way to save lives, there wouldn't be opposition to the bill. But that explains why there is opposition to the bill, because when law enforcement goes to the site of an overdose, they aren't just there to save lives. So I just wanted to clear that up, because I think that's going to be really important as we decide about a policy change, as we decide about if what we're doing right now is working or not. I feel like we have the data. When two people a day are dying, that to me is pretty clear data. But if we need to look at what's working and what isn't, I think it's important to know what's actually happening on the ground. So I just needed to make sure. But I heard you say that it is not true that what police do now is just focus on saving the life.
That's correct. Yeah, and I think that's how I referred that the first time. I apologize for any miscommunication to me, from me to you as a committee.
We are still in the mode of opposition. Let me see now. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition?
There's
now I've got the hand of Sheriff Nichols. Welcome, Sheriff Nichols.
And also, just for you to know, Senator DeChambeau, there's also AAG Risler is here, or Assistant District Attorney Risler is also here.
Okay, I will still stay with Sheriff Nichols. His hand's been up for a while, and then I'll go to Mr. Risler.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice. My name is Scott Nichols. I'm the Sheriff of Franklin County, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Maine Sheriffs discussed this bill and voted unanimously to oppose it. In 2019, Maine enacted our current Good Samaritan law. The broad purpose of such laws are to encourage people to call 911 without fear of being found guilty of drug-related crimes. An unrelated bill, but one also passed to help stem the overdose deaths, with Maine's syringe distribution program, which cost Maine over $1 million last year alone. We heard from many citizens who have or had used injectable drugs who indicated they support increasing the syringe distribution program without any accountability for the syringes that are discarded improperly. Last week, the deputies who participated in a Somerset County drug raid waited the obligatory 20 seconds before entering the building. During this time, deputies could hear the inhabitants flushing repeatedly and found the floor littered with empty drug wrappers. The 20-second delay is another newly enacted law that enables illegal substance abuse to flourish in our state. A 23% increase in overdose deaths last year tells a very compelling story again. Continuing to pass laws that fail to hold people responsible for their actions isn't working. LD 1862 simply gives too many people too many allowances for criminal behavior. This bill rewards people for doing nothing at the scene of an overdose except not to leave. From the testimony given so far today, it appears that the larger issue is the lack of communications regarding the current Good Samaritan law. Law enforcement's first priority at any scene is to save lives. Enforcement comes secondary. Maine sheriffs unanimously ask that you send a message to your constituents that says you cannot look the other way. Continuing to ignore accountability is not the way out of this catastrophic scenario where illegal drug use and overdose deaths are rampant in our state. Thank you for allowing the Maine sheriffs to share their views. We welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff Nichols. Anyone have a question for Sheriff Nichols? Senator Seaway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Sheriff, for getting up and speaking. I hear what you're saying. It's balance, I believe, what you're trying to say, saving lives. It's not looking at going in a scene and seeing one person, looking at saving multiple lives in many ways. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. And I understand what you're trying to say. And the other part is I was wondering, what can we, I'm just saying that there is this Good Samaritan. I think that plays in a lot of situations where you're supposed to report on a civic duty, no matter what you're doing. And this seems like it's pinpointing a certain area, and do this in other situations. I'm just wondering how your view of a Good Samaritan law is really viewed in the courts. Don't they take that in consideration on any crime or any situation?
Well, just speaking from experience from my county, we deal with overdose situations weekly. You know, sometimes, most of the times, we successfully revive the people. All my officers carry Narcan, they've used Narcan, and get rescue on board, and they've saved a lot of lives. You know, it seems to be we need to have a more robust education out there on top of the current treatment programs for folks that want to get their help as well. But, you know, you just can't leave out the enforcement portion of this equation. So yes, balance. We want to see these folks get help, and nobody's out there to throw them in jail. But at the same time, I'm not a drug expert by any means, but I have people that work for me who are, and have informed me that, you know, they've gone to scenes where the person who has died, you know, still has a needle hanging out of their arm. And a lot of times these first-time users usually have somebody else administer this product. You know, do we ignore this person and give them a pass, you know, if they help contribute to this person's demise? That's just a concern of mine, that's all. But, you know, as the commissioner said, our first priorities are saving the folks at the scene.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for you, Sheriff. Thank you for being here. You have a dispatch in your facility, so you take calls there. So my question is this: since the present Good Samaritan law has been on the books, do you have knowledge as whether or not your officers have responded to scenes where the Good Samaritan Act has actually been implemented, when they've got there because a call came in from somebody and they followed the rule of the law and everything went the way it was supposed to happen? Have you had that sense? Because you're saying you've handled a lot of overdose calls, so I'm just wondering if you have had that, since the bill that's in law right now.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, if we hadn't, we'd be charging people left and right, just for using, and that has not been the case. So it is working, and I don't know, but personally, I don't know of a case where anybody has violated that law, and I would suspect that there's no district attorney in the state of Maine who would violate that law either. So I think the current law is working. I think that where we're falling down, though, is letting the public know. I listened to 27 people this morning tell some very sad stories, heartbreaking stories. But it seems like there's a lot of folks that just aren't aware of the situations where these tragedies have occurred. They weren't aware they could call without fear of reprisal. And so I think that's where the problem is right now.
So then if I'm correct hearing you, then you agree with the fact that if there's anything that needs to be done, it needs to be the educational piece to get the word out there that it is available, not take and deal with and fix the mechanism that's out there now with the way the law is written. Was that correct?
Yes, I mean, it was obvious listening to these folks who gave all this testimony this morning that seems to be one of the larger issues.
Thank you.
May I ask all of you, if you wish to ask questions other than the first one, to please address the chair. This is a very difficult subject, and many of you are passionate on one side or the other, but please keep that in mind. And so I will recognize Mr. Whistler, John Whistler. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senate Chair Deschambault, House Chair Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is John Whistler. I live in Belgrade. I serve as an Assistant Attorney General in the Maine Office of the Attorney General, and I am here today to testify in opposition to LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance as it is presently listed. These remarks reflect the position of the Attorney General. In a year in which Mainers experienced over 600 overdose deaths, I support efforts that would reduce the number of deaths and the resulting pain and grief felt by their loved ones. I am generally supportive of legislation that would remove barriers that keep people from calling 911 in the event of a perceived fatal overdose. However, I am unable to support LD 1862 as written because in its current form, it is overly broad in its application and confers immunity, confers immunity to individuals in criminal offenses in a manner contrary to legitimate public safety concerns. The current Good Samaritan law, Title 17A, Section 1111B, provides immunity for a person who is experiencing an overdose, a person who administers naloxone hydrochloride to a person experiencing an overdose, and a person who seeks medical assistance for a person experiencing an overdose. As such, the immunity in our current statute encompasses those actively involved in the process of saving a life and the person whose life they are saving. LD 1862 seeks to expand this immunity to every person present at the location of an overdose, regardless of that individual's contribution to the life-saving intervention. As such, an expansion may confer immunity to individuals committing crimes unrelated to the overdose and who may not even be aware that an overdose occurred, representing an undeserved windfall for criminal conduct for which they would be otherwise accountable. Furthermore, the legislation accepts a rationale that a person may decide to not call for help to save a human life, to save the life of someone experiencing an overdose because they are concerned about the criminal liability of others at the location. I am unable to support a policy that would legitimize a person's choice to risk human life in order to protect another person's risk of criminal prosecution. I recognize our current statute only applies to the crimes of unlawful possession of scheduled drugs, acquiring drugs by deception, use of drug paraphernalia, and probation violations based on those enumerated offenses. I believe there may be benefits to expanding the scope of crimes covered by the statute to encourage individuals to seek emergency assistance in the event a person is suffering an overdose. LD 1862 goes too far in the conduct it exempts from prosecution. Expanding the scope of offenses entitled to immunity in the event of an overdose should be done in a manner that avoids unintended consequences. As written, LD 1862 would provide immunity in scenarios where society has a significant interest in holding a criminal offender accountable. For example, it would exempt from prosecution a parent who is endangering the welfare of a child, possession of a firearm by a prohibited person, and trafficking of the drugs that very well may have caused the overdose in the first place, to name a few examples. Expanding the scope of the law should involve careful consideration of which laws create potential barriers for seeking emergency assistance, as opposed to blanket immunity that could unjustly protect a wide range of criminal activity. I am open to discussing how best to expand the scope of the current statute while balancing the more general objective of protecting public safety. Thank you for your attention to this testimony, and we look forward to working with the committee on this legislation. And I do apologize for going over.
Well, you represented an important part, so you need to. Thank you. I don't know if you submitted written testimony of what you just gave us.
Yes. Yes.
Good. I will make sure I look for it. Thank you.
Sorry for speaking quickly. I just wanted to get through what the boss sent me with.
Oh, thank you. I have Senator Seaway and then Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Risler, for coming today. I appreciate what you said about putting a life first before any criminal act. It's a civic duty for us to report. I think if I saw a fire, you're going to report it. If you're going to see, if you was involved, report it. If somebody's death is about to happen, you want to save that life. And I think that's the mindset of a law enforcement officer going in a situation. They'll put the other people's life before theirs. And so I think you hit it on the nose, and I wanted to point that out, that I appreciate what you said there. The other part is I just wondered what, and I mentioned about, and it seems like this bill, like you said, goes too far for any accountability whatsoever. And I just want to see what your thoughts are on what difference would be from what we already have, and where does that change? And maybe that might be a clear picture. Why what makes you feel that it's over, what it should be?
Well, I think the current proposal is one that includes a lot of potential crimes for which we would want to hold someone accountable. An example that I heard earlier today would be an OUI where someone was using drugs, overdosed, and hit another vehicle, causing injury to the occupants of that vehicle. If the person who was committing the OUI, after feeling that they had overdosed, called 911 themselves, or even someone in that other car called 911 and it was apparent that the driver suffered an overdose based on the drugs that they used before driving, that person would be immune from prosecution. That's a case where we believe that society has a significant interest in holding criminals, individuals committing criminal acts responsible. That being said, I also recognize that the Attorney General recognizes that the current statute is incredibly narrow and it can be expanded to encourage more people, and it should be expanded to encourage more people to call 911 in the event of an overdose and not fear criminal prosecution. As a result, we want to be part of that conversation in finding the right balance. No balance is ever going to be perfect. I recognize that. But we would like to be part of that conversation and see how we can expand the current statute, which really only applies to 3 different offenses, so that more lives can be saved. Because we agree the 636 lives that were lost last year is unacceptable, and we need to be doing better. And we agree that this bill is a way that we can do better, just not quite the way it's written.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Warren, followed by, okay, I guess Representative Lookner. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to get some clarity. Thank you for being here. And I heard you say that you agree that the current law is too narrow because it forces folks to make this decision, or you said something, I don't want to get you wrong, but I think you said you agree something needs to be fixed. It's too narrow. It's not working the way it is right now. But when I read the testimony, I am unable to support a policy that would legitimize a person's choice to risk human life in order to protect a person's risk of criminal prosecution. What does that mean?
My understanding is that that means that at the end of the day, my office is unwilling to legitimize a person choosing someone's, avoidance of criminal prosecution over saving a life. That's my understanding.
It's a pretty fascinating statement, isn't it? When you actually take it sort of out, pretty fascinating statement that the Attorney General doesn't want to legitimize what we just heard 3 hours of Mainers tell us is happening on the ground, and that there's opposition to a proposal because he might legitimize what Mainers are actually going through. Pretty fascinating statement, and I'd like us to all think about that. Some people won't and will just be mad that I even asked the question, and that's okay too, but pretty fascinating statement. I think we should really think about the role of legitimizing what people are going through in Maine. Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative Warren. And I do think that in stating that the Attorney General was cognizant of his responsibilities for public safety, and that is why he wanted to make sure that that was recognized.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assistant Attorney General. Does the Attorney General's office recognize substance use disorder as a behavioral health problem, a mental health problem, or does it strictly view it as a criminal problem?
I am unaware of something written. I am aware that through practice and speaking with the Attorney General and working with the drug prosecutors across the state, that we are very much aware of the fact that it is a mental health and behavioral issue that also unfortunately can have criminal elements, and that we do our best to address those on a case-by-case basis.
Gotcha. And do you think our current
Is that a
approach?
second question, Mr. Representative Lipner? A follow-up?
May I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead.
Just real quick. So does the Attorney General's office believe that our current approach to aggressively sort of prosecuting individuals who end up in these situations, is it leading to decreased numbers of deaths among Mainers, or are opioid deaths increasing with this approach?
Well, I believe that the numbers are absolutely clear that the number of overdose deaths are increasing. My recollection is that the numbers from 2020 to 2021 reflected a 23% increase. That being said, I don't necessarily know that one can say that what we're doing isn't working, because we don't know what those numbers would be without the efforts of law enforcement and the Attorney General's office in trying to curtail the people who actually supply these drugs into the state of Maine. And that really is the focus of the Attorney General's office when it comes to drug prosecution.
I hear you. And I guess, just Madam Chair, if I can, I'm not going to ask another question, but last session, we heard a bill about, decriminalizing small amounts of possession, and the AG came to us and said they're against that. And, I don't know why law enforcement says they want to get on top of this, and, they're not getting on top of it with our current tools. So let's, in my mind, it's a crisis. We've heard it's an apocalypse, and, we got to do something different. So I guess I would just be curious to hear what the AG wants us to do differently to address this crisis.
Thank you, Representative Lipner. I don't know if did you require a response of that? I didn't want to cut you short. I'm sorry.
If the Assistant Attorney General would like to respond, but, I think we've got a pretty good idea where they stand.
The only response I would like to offer, Representative, is that we do want to be part of the conversation, and we do agree that expanding the statute is appropriate, just not the expansion as outlined currently in LD 1862.
Okay. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, I'm off camera right now, but thank you, Assistant Attorney General. I was interested in something that you said, and so this question kind of has two parts. One is how the Attorney General's office defines public safety. And two, whether the perception of the public's interest in prosecuting people for certain crimes factors into decisions around what leads to true public safety.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I do believe that the first part of the question may be something that would be better answered after I have an opportunity to have a more comprehensive discussion with the Attorney General. I would say that at the end of the day, we all want everybody in the state of Maine to be able to live their lives in a productive manner, raise their kids, and enjoy what this great state has to offer. And at the end of the day, what I can do in my job is what I hope to promote that goal in the end. And I do really have to apologize, Representative. I forgot the second half of your question. Do you mind restating it?
Sure, absolutely. And I guess just to narrow the public safety aspect, I'm talking about the public safety that's under the purview of the Attorney General's office, not necessarily like the broad scheme of everyone living their life, with opportunity and stuff like that. So if you could provide that as well to the committee, that'd be great. And then the second part of the question is around a comment that you made around, and I'm gonna paraphrase it, but it was around the perception of the public's interest in prosecuting folks for certain crimes, such as using drugs, and wondering if that factors into this overall public safety lens with which the Attorney General is coming to this decision to oppose this bill.
I certainly believe that the interest of the public in what crimes to prosecute is a factor. And I think that part of the conversation that we really would like to be a part of is reviewing what offenses we would expand the immunity in 1111B to encompass. It may mirror much of what's currently in the statute, but I do think that there are serious crimes that were probably omitted in the drafting, not intentionally, that we want to make sure that we are still able to hold people accountable for those offenses.
Madam Chair, would you allow me one quick follow-up?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Have you done, or the Attorney General's office done any polling around what the public wants law enforcement to prosecute?
I don't believe that we have done any active polling in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Pluker, may I ask a question before I turn it to you? I have not asked one for a while. So.
I'd love you to ask a question. Thank you so much.
Good. It's all this testimony is very well thought-provoking, and it's what you said, Mr. Rizla. You gave an example of someone in an automobile and may have injected some drug and caused that accident, and maybe a life was lost also, and that law enforcement's response would be, of course, other than rendering aid and what have you, that that person probably would be held accountable, especially you have evidence and what have you. I looked at the title again, Strengthening Maine's Good Samaritan Laws Concerning Drug-Related Medical Assistance. And I looked up, is alcohol a drug? Alcohol is a drug. It is classified as the central nervous system depressant, which means that drinking alcohol slows down brain functioning, neural activity, and further reduces the functioning of various vital functions in the body. I only bring that up because in my career, and it's just as tragic, alcoholism causing really severe accidents and death. And the person who took the alcohol while they're driving, in one case, it was vodka in between his legs that he drank all the way from Augusta to Portland and caused an accident, a very serious one, and was held accountable. And I know he was rendered aid. They did not know, but the evidence was there. Now, I don't know how many people die of alcohol-related driving or death, but you know, I'm looking at the title, and I don't know if it clearly describes maybe the drugs, but am I wrong in at least going down that road of what's different? Or maybe someone else that's a proponent would consider that not a drug.
I believe that would be tied to the use of the term overdose as the triggering event. I don't know that in my understanding of the term overdose that I would attribute an adverse reaction to alcohol, such as blacking out, as an overdose. It's certainly a medical type event, and maybe the committee may decide that they want to define the term overdose, because I don't believe it's defined anywhere in statute. But from a practitioner's point of view, that's why I don't believe it would apply in the scenario that you proposed, ma'am.
I'm going to follow up. I just want to clear this. So in that case of alcohol, we wouldn't excuse the behavior. I mean, it was an addiction.
My understanding of this bill as drafted is that an overdose has to occur at the location. And because that alcohol example would not involve an overdose, and if I'm using the term overdose incorrectly, I am certainly glad to be corrected, but I would not see it as applicable there, and don't believe that the court, in applying the language of the statute, they tend to use, they're required to use what the plain meaning is. And that's not my understanding of that term.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't totally agree, but I like, it's thought provoking anyways. Thank you. Yes, Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is sort of a comment and my question, which is that it looks like there's a lot of space where perhaps your office and the sponsor and or the advocates could get together and close some of these loopholes. So I just wanted to ask, would you be willing to get together with the sponsor and advocates before the work session and work with them on closing some of these holes that I don't think were intended?
My understanding is that both myself as well as Attorney General Fry would welcome that discussion conversation so that we can move this forward with revisions.
Thank you so much.
Senator Seaway, unless it's something completely different, we have been here a long time, so go right ahead. I know you keep thinking of, and I keep thinking of different things to say. So
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It was basically coming off from what your statement was, your question. So I thank you for bringing that up. Attorney Risler, just from what Senator DeChambeau had asked about alcohol, how would that differ if it was an opioid involved? So question I have, because it seems like it would be but yet different because of one being alcohol and the other one being a drug of opioid. Well, how would you look at that?
I apologize, Senator. You did freeze a little bit, but my understanding of the question is, why would the OUI involving an opioid differ from the OUI involving alcohol? Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
My understanding of the proposal as drafted is that if a person suffers from an overdose and someone calls for medical assistance, that they are then immune as long as it is not one of the crimes exempted in Section 1A. I don't see any Title 29A offenses, which is where the OUI statute is, included. As a result, it would be an exempted, it is not exempted from immunity. Immunity would apply. It would be the responsibility of both the prosecutor and the court to not hold that person accountable for that OUI, regardless of the injuries the person inflicted.
So just to follow up on that, Madam Chair, I'm just
yes, go right
wondering
ahead.
would this affect the victim outcome?
I apologize, Senator, you paused at the...
Yeah, would this victim's outcome then?
In terms of civil Options?
Of their, they could have been hurt, or they could have been, called, or maybe not called. I'm just saying, is how's the outcome could affect the victim in not being covered for insurance wise, or not being covered for damages, or helping them for the rest of their life, physically harmed, all that stuff.
Because this statute is within the criminal code, I do not believe it would have an impact on a person's civil liability. But what the prosecutor would have to tell that victim is, because the person appeared to suffer an overdose when emergency services were called, that regardless of the degree of injury to them or their family, that person is immune from prosecution.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've been very, all of you have been very good at asking very good questions. And Mr. Rizla, you've waited a very long time. So thank you very much. I now am assuming we have gone in support, in opposition. Can't imagine anyone would be either for or against, but anyone wish to make a statement regarding neither for nor against? Seeing none, I will close this public hearing on LD, I can't remember now, LD 1862. I believe the work session is next, is it Wednesday? I believe it's a week later, but it'll probably be next week sometime. Jane, do you want to make a comment on that?
Sure, Madam Chair, this is one of the bills that was scheduled for work session Thursday, February 17, and the presiding officers have approved that day.
Okay. All right. Again, I will, it's 2:30. Many of us have been sitting down, not having any beverage or a chance to get up. Yes. So I am going to call for a break, and I can't even apologize to the people we're delaying, because it is what it is. So Representative Pickett, I just want to make a comment that it's 2:30. If we could come back at 3 and stretch our legs. This is not good for me to do this all day. Representative Pickett.
Yes, I was just going to say my iPad acknowledges that and is very thankful, because it's going down to pretty much zero again.
Okay.
I'm going down to pretty much zero. I'm starving.
All right. So everybody, when we come back, we have the second public hearing. And I have a commitment at 5, which I hope to make. LD 696, and that is Representative Lookner's on solitary confinement. So at 3 o'clock, we shall return. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Representative Warren, I sent you the molasses cookies recipe.
Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm totally gonna make them.
There you go.
Did I hear molasses cookies?
Yes, Senator Seaway sent me his wife's recipe for molasses cookies.
Yee.
Maybe when we get back together, Dan, we'll remember those date-filled molasses cookies I made that year?
I do. I do.
Okay.
Couldn't you
I'll
go
need
for one
more
right
than
now?
molasses cookies to get through the day.
Representative Costain, I miss you.
I miss you too, Senator.
Okay. Well, so let's begin. All set? At least washed our hands and everything? Good. Good afternoon, everyone. This is our second public hearing. I will not introduce everybody, no. And the next public hearing we're going to have is an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's correction system, and the sponsor is Representative Luckner. I'd like to advise the attendees especially, and the participants, the legislators. This is a bill that did have a public hearing last year. And there was some work that the representative had asked to have time to, based on the testimonies, to research. So there's such a thing as carrying over a bill to the next session, which we did with this bill. So that 1.5 page original bill turned into a 7-page, very extensive description and proposal. So I looked at the testimony, and what I saw was testimony that was written last year. So I would ask that the members, the attendees who wish to testify, please focus on and limit your comments to the new proposal. We have heard your testimony, we have read your testimony, and it's still up for us to research. So I hope you all understand that. We're still gonna focus, it'd be a little confusing if it's different. So the new one is an amendment. So having said all that, I will proceed. So I told you that this is about solitary confinement, and it is a public hearing for this. So I will turn it over to Representative Lookner, who is the sponsor, and he will give us his testimony. Legislators and the sponsors don't have a clock. They can take as much time as they want. And those close to this also can take time. For example, the Commissioner of Corrections will probably testify also. All others will have the clock as we did with the other bill. So I'm talking too much right now. Representative Lookner, the show is yours. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, honorable colleagues on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Grayson Lookner, and I represent House District 37, which is part of Portland. I'm here today to present LD 696, an act that prohibits solitary confinement in Maine's correction system, and more specifically, the amendment. So as you're all probably familiar, last session, I introduced this bill with a more or less topical understanding of the subject, but knowing that nobody in the state of Maine should be subjected to the dehumanizing effects of prolonged isolation while being held in a state corrections facility. After meeting with advocates, public health experts, and those familiar with the history of solitary confinement in Maine, I've introduced an amendment that gets to the core of what I believe we need to do in order to ensure our corrections system is as restorative as possible, and not one that ultimately makes our state less safe by creating lasting psychological harm in Department of Corrections residents who experience the trauma associated with solitary confinement. This amendment, which will replace the bill title with an act to restrict the use of solitary confinement, segregated confinement, and residential rehabilitation in Maine's prisons and jails, does several key things. First, it defines solitary confinement as any 24-hour period in which a resident of a corrections facility in Maine is forced to spend more than 20 hours in a cell, a precise definition that was lacking in the first version of the bill. It also defines segregated confinement as a 24-hour period in which a resident spends more than 17 but fewer than 20 hours isolated in their cell. In this amendment, the practice of solitary confinement is banned in Maine's correction system, and the use of segregated confinement is carefully regulated. Secondly, the bill mandates that no resident should spend more than 3 consecutive days in segregated confinement and not more than 9 days in a 60-day period. Thirdly, the bill prohibits certain populations from ever being put into segregated confinement. This includes vulnerable populations such as young people under the age of 21, people over the age of 65, people with disabilities, and anyone who is pregnant or caring for children in the facility. Next, the bill also prohibits the use of segregated confinement for the purposes of punishment and only permits its use for matters of safety of the individual or of other residents. Currently, a resident can be put into isolation for a reason as capricious as having too many books in their cell. Lastly, and crucially, this bill creates a confinement ombudsman position that does not report to the DOC. In this position, the confinement ombudsman will keep track of the use of segregated confinement in Maine and create hearing requirements before a resident is placed into such conditions. Taken together, these amendments will ensure accountability so that when residents of Maine's prisons and jails must be subjected to such treatment, it is done with the utmost intention for maintaining the safety of residents and staff. Reducing the use of solitary and segregated confinement will reduce the burden on corrections staff by decreasing the reliance on these staff-intensive processes. By passing these reforms, Maine will be joining other states in regulating the use of solitary and segregated confinement and show that we are compassionate in our dealings with prison and jail residents experiencing mental illness and behavioral health crises. Ultimately, we must find ways to reduce our state's over-reliance on incarceration to deal with issues of mental health and housing instability. In the meantime, nobody should be subjected to the horror and psychological damage that is created by prolonged isolation. Creating more restorative practices will ensure that our correction system remains true to its mandate of correcting behavior. This in turn will make our state safer by reducing recidivism rates and by helping to keep people out of jail and prison in the first place. Please join me in taking these major steps forward by voting ought to pass on this amended bill. I'll thank you for your time and I'll do my best to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. I'll ask the first question because I really was interested in looking at the new and very involved new bill. And then everything you just said is fascinating and interesting information, but I couldn't find any updated testimony. Am I not doing something correct in the Maine legislature and looking at the bills?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that. I did submit updated testimony last night. I'm not sure if it made it into our committee website.
Did anybody see, other than being able to print out the new bill, I couldn't, all the testimony that's in there is April of 2021. So I'm going to ask our clerk, she doesn't have to do it right now, but if she could advise us if that got uploaded. So before the work session, I'd like to see that. Yes,
Senator, there was a lot of new testimony. I don't know if it was a repeat, but there was dozens submitted through the portal.
Can anyone help me here? Maybe
I can help.
Okay, I'm asking Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's two places to look. All the testimony that has come in for this public hearing will be listed on the sort of front facing underneath the bill. If you're going to the little paper piece and clicking on that, that will all be there after the public hearing today. But all the new stuff is just listed on the committee page, not in when you click on that little paper piece.
Okay.
And additionally, Jane circulated to us last week, to all the members, Grayson's amendment. Excuse me, Representative Lookner's amendment. Sorry about that.
Yes, I got it. All right. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lookner, I have a quick question for you. You mentioned a number of different people, stakeholders and stuff that you've had conversations with in your testimony. Did you have a conversation with the MSA on this particular bill?
Thank you for the question. And the answer is no, we did not. I did receive a call from Sheriff Joyce, and they were wondering if this pertains to jails, which it does. So that was, you know, I did talk to DO. We did have conversation with DOC, but not MSA.
Follow up, Madam Chair, please.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so that being said, then one of the real stakeholders in this issue, other than the DOC, is the jails, because they deal with this as well, right? So I just wanted to be sure, because I know they have testimony later, and I just wanted to be sure I wasn't going to be duplicating questions. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions of Representative Lookner before I ask the supporters? Seeing none. I would like to, if I can find it, ask those in favor of this, or anyone else wish to speak, any legislators here that wish to speak on this? Not seeing any. I now will ask if anyone wishes to speak in support of this. And I've mentioned this before, if you have testified in the past, we have your testimony. Please limit your statements or questions to us to what the new amended version is.
You're asking me. Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that people are understanding, because I saw hands go up and then hands go down, that you're not saying to folks they can't testify if they testified last year. You're saying, please testify on the new amendment. So, okay, hands are going back up now. I just wanted to make sure people were hearing you correctly.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can well imagine, folks, that we want to focus on what we have before us. This has been a long day and more bills after this. So I don't know why excuse me, participants. Oh, wow, we have the names. Okay, I will call three, and I work with our clerk who brings in 3 people at a time. This is Greg Molly, Kevin Voidish, sorry, Cole Cochran. So,
Senator, Deb already brought you in 3 folks. You have Hannah Perfetti.
Sorry, Senator, I jumped the gun.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for, yes, making me look a little okay in front of Representative Warren. Good. I will, jeepers, I didn't know who was first. Do you want to tell me, Deb, who?
Sure. Dr. Pontius was first.
Okay.
Then I think Rob Korobkin, and then Hannah Perfetti.
Good. So you heard that. Now we're going to begin with Mr. Pontius.
Yes. Thank you. There we go. Yes, hi. Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm here to provide testimony in support of LD 696, an act to ban solitary confinement as renamed. I did not present testimony last year, and I'm going to shape my testimony to address the issues that you mentioned. I'd like to give you the benefit of my experience as a psychiatric physician working in Maine for the last 20 years. And in particular, although I've done all different sorts of care in the state, I wanted to talk about my service as the medical director for assertive community treatment in the Portland-Cumberland County area, because this is where I had the opportunity to lead a team that was working with folks with the most severe illness, psychiatric illness, mostly complicated by substance abuse issues. And we worked a lot with people who also had a history of criminal justice involvement. And in fact, a third of our new patients came to us from Maine's jails and prisons. What I would like for you to come away with is a sense that this is solitary confinement or segregation. These are processes that really damage people that are actually quite vulnerable. In our experience, although we were working daily as a team, providing the most comprehensive care, the gold standard of community psychiatry for these folks, the people who we worked with who had experienced solitary confinement, social isolation while incarcerated, these folks were damaged. They had great difficulty connecting with us, and they had worse outcomes. And worse outcomes included things like life-threatening overdoses. This is something that both is a personal tragedy for these individuals and their families. And of course, it's a very big challenge for Maine, because these are folks then that end up with longer illness, disability, sometimes lifelong need for mental health services or criminal justice involvement. So I am asking that you please, to talk to the amendment tonight. Vulnerable populations, in addition to those under 21 and those over 65, really needs to include those folks with a history of serious mental illness or substance abuse. And I'd be happy to take any questions, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Proteus? Could you tell me again, you work for something about assertive, what is it?
Yes, ma'am. It's called Assertive Community Treatment, or ACT team. The particular team that I worked with actually is the Access team in Portland and Cumberland County, what would now be Representative Lookner's part of his territory. And we have teams like this all over the state, working with some of the most challenging folks, doing a great job keeping these folks out of the hospital and out of jails. But it's harder to do when they're damaged by these procedures.
Thank you. And now I am familiar with it now. I just missed one word here. Okay, no questions for Dr. Proteus. I will go to Rob Kropkin.
Hi, my name's Rob Kropkin. As you guys know, I own and operate the Courage House. It's a 20-bed halfway house in Gorham for guys who've survived drug use and incarceration. We're talking this morning about how we can't allow people to call the police, because if they did that, we might not be able to put more people in jail. And so let's talk about jail. And I'd like to talk to the committee about something I call the coffee test. That's when was the last time you got a cup of coffee with somebody who was incarcerated in Maine's jails or prisons, or had recently gotten out? Have you passed the coffee test? Do you know what I'm talking about? Recently, one guy shared with me about having spent 2 months in the SHU, that's the special housing unit, at the Cumberland County Jail, held in his cell 23 hours a day. He'd be woken up at 2 a.m. and asked if he wanted to walk to the showers in shackles. By 3 a.m., his hour for the day would be over. If he said no, there would be no break at all. Another guy shared with me about watching correctional officers at the Cumberland County Jail pump mace through the vents of a cell in order to torture an inmate who was having a mental health episode. Yet a third shared with me about spending 28 days in the SHU. When he first showed up, he tested positive for Suboxone. That's a non-debilitating psychiatric medication that he'd gotten on the street because he couldn't afford to get it from a doctor. So the correctional officers punished him with 2 weeks in the SHU. At the end of that, they offered him an hour to pee. He was so anxious. He hadn't done drugs, been in the box for the last 2 weeks. But because he couldn't pee in that hour, this kept him in solitary confinement for another 2 weeks. You got to remember, sitting in a room with zero human interaction day after day is excruciating. The UN officially considers it torture if you do it for more than 15 days in a row. So by UN standards, both of these guys were tortured, and neither of them had done anything close to warranting it. Nationally, people in solitary comprise only 6 to 8% of the total prison population, but they account for about half of those who kill themselves. Severe panic attacks can permanently impact the brain. In fact, they can be worse than physical pain because of the human ability to relive social pain months or years later. And it's important to listen to these people because Bill King and Kevin Joyce routinely walk into this room and they lie to you. The words that come out of their mouths are not true. If you don't listen to the people incarcerated in the facilities under your jurisdiction, you would have no way to know just how incompetent, unprofessional, and brutally violent the people under your jurisdiction are, and how badly they're hurting people whose only real crime is having a mental illness.
Any questions? Anyone? Thank you. I now will recognize Hannah Perfetti. Hi, Hannah.
Thank you. Today I'm reading testimony from the National Association of Social Workers, the main chapter. So dear Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I represent the National Association of Social Work main chapter in support of LD 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's correctional system. We are deeply concerned about the harms caused by solitary confinement, particularly on and contributing to the function of an estimated 64% of jail inmates, 54% of state prisoners, and 45% of federal prisoners reporting mental health concerns. As a community member who has worked and volunteered with incarcerated folks in Maine for over half a decade, Michelle has witnessed the direct link between incarceration, isolation, and poor mental health outcomes. This includes both the harm to individuals, their mental and physical health, and the harm to the wider community as we absorb the high social and economic costs of this practice. We want prisoners to return to our communities as healthy, contributing members. Solitary confinement practices increase the barriers people experience when re-entering society. In particular, we know that symptoms or behaviors associated with mental illness are often perceived as behavioral issues to be met with disciplinary action, resulting in those in need of the most care being placed in solitary, which may contribute to their decompensation. Solitary confinement worsens mental health and increases the risk of suicide for those who are subjected to it. And time spent in solitary may actually increase people's likelihood of post-release offending, especially violent reoffending. Michelle remembers assisting one man as he began re-entering my community after a lengthy period of incarceration. He was scared and fearful that his social anxiety would affect his ability to connect with others on the outside. His time in solitary confinement left a lasting impact on him with post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms. He startled easily and described feeling frozen and detached. These trauma and anxiety symptoms are not unique to him. Many lives of those who have endured solitary confinement end tragically. This is one of the many reasons why the UN considers prolonged solitary confinement to be a form of torture. Maine should not engage in these practices. On a positive note, Michelle has observed the amazing outcomes from restorative justice and rehabilitative alternatives to incarceration, and community reintegration programming is proving to reduce our state's recidivism rates. The 2015 Maine Coastal Regional Re-Entry Study demonstrated a recidivism rate of 31% compared with a national rate of 67% for state prisoners. Contrast this with the reports that show solitary confinement, unsurprisingly, can increase recidivism rates and correlate to an increase in more violent crime. Let us move taxpayer dollars to more effective and humane practices and eliminate what does not work so Maine can focus on what does. We urge you to support LD 696. This bill proposes reasonable and achievable steps to restrict the use of isolation, to help those with mental health diagnoses get the care they need, and to increase the health and safety of our committees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hannah. Any questions of Ms. Perfetti? Seeing none, thank you again. Now I have Greg Marley, followed by Kevin Yoyodek. I'm sure you can't pronounce my name probably, so go right ahead, Craig Marley. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Greg Marley. I'm the clinical director of the National Alliance on Mental Illness in Maine, NAMI Maine, and I'm really happy to be here in support of the amended version from Representative Luckner. As the state's largest grassroots mental health advocacy organization, NAMI Maine supports this passage of an act to refine or restrict solitary confinement. Solitary confinement is isolation as was described, and it's been researched extensively and found to have profound negative impacts on an individual's mental health, physical health, as well as to be detrimental to rehabilitative goals. So as been talked before, it increases the likelihood of future discord, escalation of behavior, and recidivism. So from our point of view, solitary confinement has been found to significantly increase exacerbate mental health symptoms. Many of the inmates and residents of these systems already come in with a significant trauma. These symptoms include anxiety, stress, depression, problems with concentration, memory, as well as increasing risk for symptoms of psychosis, suicidal ideation. Although solitary confinement has been typically utilized in terms of containment of behaviors or in punitive measures, it's been found to increase anger, irritability, decrease impulse control, and increase risk for possible violent outbursts as well as suicide. Using solitary confinement, the correction setting actually increases risk for the very reason the person's placed in the first place. So when it's used as a correctional tactic and a behavioral containment strategy that has been utilized for hundreds of years, it's outdated. And all the research clearly indicates that. The strategy perpetuates, exacerbates patterns of disruption and aggressive behaviors. Because of this, NAMI Maine strongly urges you to protect the inmates and the correctional officers in prohibiting the use of solitary confinement. Currently, we are involved in a program in the Women's Correctional Unit to bring in education, peer support, guidance for the residents in that program. And I really applaud the positive changes that has had in the mental health and the functioning of the women in that facility. So I applaud your efforts and recognize you have hard work ahead of you. Happy to take any questions.
Yes, any questions for Mr. Marley? Nice meeting you. We do a lot of work with NAMI, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Kevin, you're next. Would you please pronounce your name for me?
Kevin Voivodich, thank you. So thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Voivodich. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights Maine, and I'm here today to testify in support of this legislation. We've already heard from the clinical folks the harm that this can do to individuals with mental illness. So I think I'd like to just point out that there's some critical pieces in this legislation. One is defining it in law, and also focusing on prohibiting practices that would harm individuals with disabilities. So I'd like to point out that correctional facilities are subject to the Americans with Disabilities Act. And the ADA defines disability as a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activity of that individual, a record of such impairment, or being regarded as having such an impairment, for example, being in a psychiatric facility. The UN additionally has recognized that individuals with mental health conditions and other disabilities, those symptoms can be, quote, exacerbated in those environments, and has actually said for the prohibition on confinement for individuals with mental health and other disabilities, that it should be prohibited when their conditions would be exacerbated by such measures. And I think we've already heard today about that exacerbation. And so I think, this is why defining disability in this amendment is very important. And, protecting individuals with all disabilities, including, individuals with psychiatric disabilities in this environment, where they are, as some others said, they're very subject to, deterioration in these conditions, is very important. I'd also like to point out that there are tools currently in Maine law at the disposal to get individuals out of correctional environments and to hospitals, like both from DOC custody and jail custody. That's in 34A and Title 15 for jails. And so there are tools to move individuals who are having behaviors related to a mental health condition to a treatment environment such as a hospital. I think for 34A, it specifically names the State Mental Health Institute, and that's from the Department of Corrections. And just finally, I'd like to point out that, other types of disabilities also must be accommodated in correctional environments. For example, in the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals in Indiana, one prisoner was found to have their rights violated under the ADA when they were kept in an infirmary for a year rather than accessing programs outside of that infirmary due to being quadriplegic. And so no prisoner should be more confined, or nor should they have less access to programs or services due to having a disability, any disability. So thank you for your time, and that's my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Voitovich. Did you reference those two statutes? Sorry, I don't have your testimony in front of me. Did you reference both of those so that I'll have them?
I did. 34A is footnoted. I'll just let you know that the jail transfer statute is in Title 15, Section 2211, 2211A.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney Voivodich. A question that I'm hoping that you can provide the answer for, and I think it's probably straightforward based on what you said, but is it fair to assume then that if we have 3/4 of the folks in our prisons and jails who suffer from substance use disorder and opioid use disorder and likely mental illness, that if they have any of those three, they are protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act?
Well, I will say in the substance use world, there's what's called the current use exception, which can go back months, sometimes years, depending on how a court interprets it. But for other disabilities, individuals that meet the definition of disability under the ADA are protected in correctional environments. As I cited in the testimonies, there's that very specific definition under the ADA, but as we've talked about, individuals with psychiatric disabilities, physical disabilities in those environments will be covered.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up?
Yes, please. Yeah.
In our facilities, in our jails and our prisons, do our medical, and I'm assuming that folks may not have had medical providers to make that determination prior to entering those facilities. Is it standard practice in our facilities that the medical providers do determine disability and record that in the medical records?
No, I can only speak to my limited experience. You'd have to talk potentially to a prison practitioner, but my understanding from reviewing records is they do a diagnosis. They don't just say this person has a disability under the law, because that's a legal definition. And so that's why I think defining disability is an important step, because then you have, you can have a conversation about whether that person meets the standard or not in this context. And so it isn't necessarily, it is based on, you'll have medical practitioners, having clinical records on impairments and other things, but they won't necessarily say this person has X disability. They'll be talking in the terms of the diagnoses, from what I've seen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else have a question? That's informative, thank you. So I moved who did I recognize next? I'm sorry. Cole Cochran, please, thank you.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Safety Committee. My name is Cole Cochran, and I'm here on behalf of the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative in support of LD 696. The BHCC is a collaborative of 7 nonprofit community-based mental health providers all over the state that collectively serves over 70% of the people who receive community health treatment. We are here to join the many others who are urging you to ban solitary confinement in our correction system. I am sure you are aware that the intersections between mental health, substance use disorder, and our correction systems is way too common, and very often people who need and help treatment are put behind bars instead with little or no support from their underlying issues. The BHCC is working hard with this legislator to try and right this imbalance and make sure that services are funded and available, and to provide alternatives and crisis services that help people avoid going inappropriately to jail. Just as an illustration, there are currently only 87 full-time mental health crisis workers in the state, and there are over 2,500 police officers. In addition, County sheriffs have shared that over 80% of people in county jails are on some kind of mental health medication. The problem is very widespread, and our correction system has become the mental health, quote unquote, treatment of last resort because our community systems are underfunded. So for those who are incarcerated because they don't have access to mental health or substance use disorder treatment, and who may act out due to those issues, solitary confinement will drive them into a deeper and more severe crisis. The thing they need the most is services, support, and connection, not isolation and punishment. For many, the experience of solitary confinement may be impossible to ever recover from, making a mockery of the word, quote unquote, corrections and causing untold psychological harm. From another perspective, people who are incarcerated for criminal behavior who are put in solitary confinement are very likely to develop severe mental health issues. Research shows that anxiety, suicidal thoughts, and psychosis are common results of even short-term solitary confinement. And in these cases, the system is creating more people who need services and, again, may not ever fully recover. As you heard, there is much research showing the psychological and long-term harm of solitary confinement. We urge you to prohibit this practice in Maine as we work with you to ensure there are appropriate services for people throughout the state. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for Mr. Cochran for bringing up all those statistics. And I was an assistant jail administrator one time, and I understand, back then we did have AmHigh, and then they did away with AmHigh, and it took away a lot of the resources that the jail had, and so we were kind of like put in a situation where you didn't have much choice in doing what you had to do because of the situation. You have to put them sometimes in protective custody, or you have to put them in where they're protecting themselves because they're harm to themselves. So I hear what you're saying, but there's got to be a balance before you just ban it, because if we can get the resources, like you said, there's a lot of low numbers of mental health, and they're out on the streets and they're not getting the help. And I think even law enforcement feels that pain, and in corrections as well. And they'd like to see the help, but it's just not there. And so even the judges understand that there's a lack of resources. So what do we do about that balance?
Unfortunately, I cannot answer that question. I'll have to defer to BHCC, but I know that BHCC is happy to work with this committee on pressing issues within the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole. Any more questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, I have Nanine on behalf of Carol something, but I can't see the rest of the name. So welcome.
Hello, and good afternoon, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Nanine Chase-Ortiz, and I'm a member of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network, and I'm here to supply testimony in support of LD 696 on behalf of Carol Larson, who could not be here today. And I'll read her testimony. Carol Larson, I'm a resident of Gorham. I'm testifying on behalf of MUSAN, the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network. My interest in this issue began during my past employment as a therapist by the Massachusetts DOC at 2 medium security male facilities. Both employed segregated and sometimes very inhumane confinement of inmates. We Americans publicly proclaim our belief in our constitutional promise of justice for all, including those who have violated the law. Common practices which prevail within our criminal justice system stand in stark contrast to these high ideals. The dissonance between our stated beliefs and the treatment of individuals is nowhere more evident than in the use of solitary confinement and segregated confinement. The confinement of an inmate is often ordered by corrections persons with no opportunity for representation or due process, and is often extended repeatedly if the inmate acts out or protests. There's often no universal standard for confining an inmate, often no guidelines for how long or under what conditions he, she may remain confined, and very little concern for long-term damage the person may sustain as a result. Just as medical professionals adhere to a standard of employing the least radical method to address an illness, and above all, to do no harm, prisons and jails ought to be using the least radical method to maintain order and protect the safety of inmates and staff. Security methods ought not to become a form of torture with lasting physical or mental health damage. There is well-documented evidence of the negative effects of isolation, light deprivation or constant light, and long-term denial of any form of mental stimulation. An especially high risk exists for lasting damage to the significant number who enter prison already suffering from some sort of mental illness. I have personally witnessed the deterioration of individuals held under these conditions. The image of one inmate sitting on the floor of a dark, dank cell whose walls were covered with the splattered blood of mice remains with me today. Without any form of mental stimulation, he had caught and smashed them simply to relieve the intolerable boredom he was experiencing. I came to feel I was violating my own Unitarian Universalist belief in the inherent worth and dignity of every individual by participating in these situations. This legislation provides badly needed guidance for oversight, due process, and use of the least restrictive methods necessary for the safety of the prison itself and for the individuals involved. Please vote to pass on LD 696.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, I have Lori Swain. And I just want to give Lori Swain a second to turn on her camera or unmute. I'm going to go to Megan Sway and then Lori,
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes,
Oh,
welcome.
sorry. I thought that you could hear, I thought I unmuted and I started talking. And I don't have a camera on this particular computer that I'm using, so I can't turn on my camera. But
That's fine. You're perfect. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Lori Swain, and I live in Cape Elizabeth. I am here today to speak in favor of LD 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's correction systems. Solitary confinement almost killed my son. I don't want another human being to go through what we've been through. Zachary was arrested near the end of his senior year of high school. In December of 2015, at age 19, Zach was sentenced and sent to Maine State Prison. When his anxiety became intolerable, he repeatedly requested help and medication from the medical department. Instead, he was sent to solitary confinement. That was the beginning of our family's journey to hell. During his 6 years at MSP, we have fought continuously for proper medical and mental health services for him. Instead, he has been placed in a cell for 21 to 24 hours a day. When he was feeling depressed, the prison would empty his cell, hold his mail, and refuse contact with anyone. They did this for 2 months straight. During that time, his mental health deteriorated. He regularly cut himself and tried to kill himself. He was found hanging by a sheet in his cell unconscious and was taken to the hospital in a coma, only to be returned to his cell and found hanging by a sheet in his cell again the following night. His prison medical records from those 2 days say he was not suicidal. He was harassed, tortured, and abused by COs. They even threatened to hurt my teenage daughter. When he could no longer stand it and tried to defend himself, he was charged with assault. He was forced to go without toothbrushes, toothpaste, or showers for weeks at a time. When he would cut his arm, he was pepper sprayed and put in the restraint chair for up to 24 hours in only his boxers and a suicide vest. He was dripping with pepper spray and his face and privates were burning. This happened time and time again, sometimes daily. Solitary confinement made my son incoherent at times. He had irrational thoughts, and although he had a severe fear of spiders, he was talking to the spider in the web of his cell because he had no one else. He has a colostomy bag as a result of several almost life-ending surgeries from his last suicide attempt in June. The doctors and nurses who met with Zach recommended that he be housed in the intensive mental health unit. Our requests for him to be admitted were denied by those at the top. The prison administration would say only that he didn't meet the criteria, but they wouldn't tell us what the criteria was. Although he hasn't had a single write-up since June, he's sitting in solitary confinement. They changed the name to Administrative Control Unit and categorized it as general population, but it's still the same solitary confinement pod where he served 21 to 24 hours a day with almost no human contact for most of 6 years. He'll be released on February 28th and will leave straight from solitary confinement, shackled in 4-way restraints with no programming or rehabilitation to help him enter society. The prison has failed my son and almost killed him. The scars of their torture and abuse will follow him throughout his life. Our entire family has been scarred. Instead of looking at colleges, I've had to look for therapeutic residential housing for him. Sadly, he is not alone. Almost all the men in my son's solitary confinement unit, which the prison calls ACU, and there are many men, have been in solitary confinement for over 2 years. They have no way of knowing when, if ever, they will ever be returned to general population. We need to change this broken system. These men matter. Their lives matter, and the families who are on the outside suffering through this matter. We have to stop allowing the prison to cover up the torture and inhumane treatment of these men. Solitary confinement must end. We can't depend on the prison officials to make this happen. We need legislation to make it stop. Please do the right thing and vote to pass LD 696.
Ms. Swain, thank you very much for your very powerful testimony. Questions? Thank you again for being here and sharing your story.
Thank you. And can I just make one remark before I go?
Is it a quick one?
It's very quick. The last time that we had the hearing in April, after the testimony, the commissioner was asked how many men were in solitary, and the numbers he gave were incredibly low. And he also said that they only stay there for an average of 5 days. And since then, Deputy Commissioner Thornell has said that there's no one in segregation, and others have reported in the Free Press and other publications when interviewed are saying that there's no one in solitary or segregation. And I just want to make you aware that when they're reporting their numbers, they're not being honest. And so I just don't want you to rely on their numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swain. And I know that Representative Lookner has been doing some research about this. And one of the things that we do know is that there have been some frequent changes of the name. So we ask questions about solitary confinement, they change it to restrictive housing. We ask questions about restrictive housing, then it has a new name. So we're aware of that. And there will definitely be questions about that. I thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Megan Sway. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Sway, and I am Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, I'm here today to testify in support of LD 696. Human beings were not meant to be alone, and whether you approach this issue from a perspective of the law and the Constitution, international human rights conventions, medicine and psychology, philosophy, or religion, the conclusion is clear. that solitary confinement is wrong and we all have an obligation to end its use. The United States Supreme Court more than 130 years ago observed that solitary confinement, even for short periods, can cause people to exhibit signs of severe mental illness and can even lead them to commit suicide. Supreme Court justices have begun to raise the alarm about the constitutionality of extended solitary confinement. Most recently, Justice Sotomayor noted that solitary confinement imprints on those that it clutches a wide range of psychological scars. And we've heard about those scars today. Maine's legislature moved on this issue and was an early leader in limiting the practice. In 2010, the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee considered substantial legislation to reduce the use of solitary confinement and improve conditions in the Special Management Unit at the Maine State Prison. The Maine Department of Corrections has taken it upon itself to adopt new policies and change its practices over the years so that far fewer people are subjected to solitary confinement today than they were 12 years ago. Heeding Maine's motto, other states have followed our lead. Since 2018, 7 states have adopted statutory restrictions on the use of solitary confinement. Most recently, New York enacted the Halt Solitary Act, the most sweeping legislative reform of the use of solitary confinement in the country. It's now time to finally finish the work that this committee and the DOC embarked on over a decade ago. The need to end the use of solitary confinement once and for all cannot be overstated. Prolonged deliberate isolation can cause permanent damage to anyone who experiences it. It's especially dangerous for people with serious mental illness, as we've heard today. International human rights and health organizations, as well as the former UN Special Rapporteur, have denounced the use of prolonged isolation, which they have defined as isolation for longer than 15 days, as torture. Not only that, but as you just heard, because most people in Maine's prisons are released eventually and sent back to their communities, using solitary confinement means we send vulnerable and damaged people back into our communities with devastating results for both survivors and their friends and family. LD 696 gives Maine a chance to once again lead the nation in solving this problem. We urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sway. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next up, we have Dr. Petzel. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Dr. Janice Petzel, was from Hallowell, now I'm from Milesboro, speaking in support of the amended LD 696 on behalf of myself and my colleagues at the Maine Association of Psychiatric Physicians, or MAP. MAP is the professional organization for psychiatrists in Maine. Some historical perspective. In 2010, Maine was recognized as a national leader in the fight to restrict damaging forms of prisoner treatment in LD 1611, an act to ensure humane treatment for special management prisoners. I was the president of MAP at that time, and we testified in support. LD 1611 did not pass, but resulted in a public examination of the use of administrative segregation, of which solitary confinement is the most severe form. In 2011, Corrections Commissioner Joseph Ponte made changes to reduce the prolonged isolation of incarcerated people. Commissioner Ponte said, quote, segregation tends not to fix the problem that the inmate needs to address, unquote. So here we are in 2022. As a psychiatrist, I applaud efforts made to improve mental health treatment in Department of Corrections facilities. But some may wonder, has it improved enough that we actually need LD 696? And of course, the answer is yes, because confinement and segregation are still in use in Maine, as you've heard. Extended isolation has long-lasting neurobiological impacts on a person's fight or flight response system and increases the mental health risk for post-traumatic stress disorder, psychosis, and suicide, and exacerbations of pre-existing mental illness. A 2020 study in Lancet Public Health shows that the risk for unnatural death, predominantly suicide, increases by 172% after isolation of less than even 7 days and persists for up to 5 years after release from prison. I looked up the Maine standards for county and municipal detention facilities, and those state that administrative segregation, once initiated, is reviewed every 7 days. As we've seen, 7 days, which might not seem like much, is still enough to cause damage to the person and brings out impulsive, angry, injurious, or defiant behaviors, which then makes it difficult for that individual to get out of segregation. And thus the vicious cycle begins where people end up in segregation for extremely long periods of time. So LD 696 establishes standards of care, accountability and transparency, and a process for the person to move toward rehabilitation. It provides much needed definitions of segregation and solitary confinement. As we've just been saying, those definitions tend to move with time. It restricts the use of isolation in a cell to reasons of safety, not punishment. It provides staff training, which will improve safety for everyone, including the employees, and increases access to mental health and psychiatric care. It protects the most vulnerable of those who are incarcerated, young people, the elderly, pregnant women, or those who recently gave birth, and people with disabilities. The humane care of incarcerated people results in safer communities and costs taxpayers less money. It's the right time for Maine to continue its path forward in safe, effective, restorative corrections. The doctors of the Maine Association of Psychiatric Physicians and I urge you to vote ought to pass for LD 696. Thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions for Dr. Petzel? I might ask why you would ever leave Hollowell, but that would be a joke. It's good to see you. Senator Searway has a question for you.
Thank you for Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Petzel. I appreciate you coming because you've got a lot of experience and whatever, and that's appreciated. I hear you on trying to help the individual and whatever, but also you have to look. I know, when we had people from AM High, the doctors come over to evaluate the individual because we was concerned for the safety of them and also others or whatever, and they'd come over and evaluate them and then decide whether they'd take them or not. And we kind of missed that piece, because when they don't have a place, it made it difficult. So why do you think they got rid of AM High for one thing? And then what do we do? Because now it's almost impossible to get placement for them. I mean, some of them have to go clear up to Aroostook for mental health or something like that, and it's almost impossible. And so what do we do? Because you got to look for not just them, but also the safety of others. So it's kind of difficult.
And I think the whole discussion of what happened with the bed count is a whole discussion for another day, because that was a big deal back in the day. But from my point of view, part of the issue that we have to deal with limited resources is we don't want to make people worse, and so make more and more people require this extensive, intensive psychiatric care. And isolation and segregation damages people and makes their mental illnesses worse, and even creates mental illness in people who did not have it before. So I realize resources are tight, but trying to eliminate the need for resources by having treatment isn't the right word, but by having a response that causes even more damage seems counterproductive. So just because there aren't community resources doesn't mean we should keep doing the same thing we're already doing in the prison, because it's making people worse.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just follow up question on that?
You have a follow-up question? Yes, you may.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, how do you protect them from hurting others too, if you go and put them back in population, if you haven't got any answers?
Well, I think this bill actually provides a method for stepping people down into a more safe situation and doing it more rapidly. So I think this bill actually has that in it. And the mental health people inside the Department of Corrections are very dedicated in working on this too. And I think it would be worthwhile talking to them about the treatments they're looking at in other places that are not using segregation anymore. Because there are places around the world and in the United States where they aren't using segregation anymore, and safety does not get worse in those facilities. In fact, it gets better. So I think you can't assume that because we're getting rid of segregation, things are going to be less safe. I think the opposite will actually be true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Petzel. Next up, we have Doug Dunbar.
Thank you, Representative Warren and members of the committee. I've got to confess right up front that I'm from Bangor. My name is Doug Dunbar. I've got to confess right up front, when I testify, I sometimes wonder, am I helping my side or am I not? So I want to thank the people who brought this bill forward. I want to congratulate them on the remarkable testimony you've already heard. You've heard from many of the experts. There's no question, there should be no question in any of our minds that isolation, segregation, solitary confinement, call it what you will, is harmful. I don't think any of us disagree. It is harmful. It makes people worse. That's the evidence. It's indisputable. I'm here as someone who's been in jail. I had a life before jail, and I was in many of the committee rooms that you folks, under normal circumstances, occupy. I was John Baldacci's press secretary in the governor's office. I was Maine's chief deputy secretary of state. I was John's communications director for 8 years in Washington. I did other things in government. And it ended when I went to jail 4 years ago. I was self-medicating for many years, beginning after September 11th, 2001, when the terrorist attacks occurred. I was John Baldacci's communications director in Congress in Washington. And my lifelong OCD and anxiety that I told no one about in my life went completely out of control, and I began drinking. So years went on. I worked in the governor's office. I was Maine's deputy secretary of state, did other things. And still no one knew about the mental illnesses, the self-medicating. Not until my 6th arrest did I find myself in jail for 136 days, and it changed my life. Have any of you lived in a jail? Show of hands, that's probably not appropriate. Probably none of you have lived in a jail. Well, I have. Let me tell you what it's like. When I got out of jail, somebody said to me, what is it like to be in jail? And I said, well, imagine yourself in your bathroom and the door is locked and you can't get out. Oh, by the way, take the toilet seat off your toilet so that if you have to use the toilet, it's just sort of a metal or ceramic frame. So you're in that bathroom by yourself for an untold amount of time. And every time you knock on the door and say, hey, when can I get out? People say, I have no idea. So it's already been established that that is what we do, and it's harmful. And so I just want to say too, that when I started to complain in a jail about the misconduct of staff, how they were abusing inmates who were suffering from mental illness, do you know what happened to me? I was put in solitary confinement on a mat on the concrete floor, no metal bunk, a mattress on the floor with a hole that I was supposed to go to the bathroom in. And I was put in that worst room in the facility because I was complaining. They didn't even try to disguise the fact that it was retaliation. So I'm here to say, please listen to the experts. You're going to hear from people later on who say, we don't do that to people. Well, we know. We heard Mrs. Swain, Lori Swain. We know this happens to people, many people. It's harmful. We all know it's harmful. And Senator Searway, there are many things we can do to address you. There are many, many things you could be doing. You could be championing more training, more mental health training for the staff in jails. You could be advocating for more mental health workers in the jails. You could be advocating for the $23.7 million that Kennebec County is getting in ARPA monies. You could be advocating for that to be diversion money to keep people out of jails. I've got a list here. I'll send it to you. There are many, many things that you could be championing. What you should not be championing is the continuing of isolation. It's harmful. You've heard from the experts. It must end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Any questions for Mr. Dunbar? Seeing none, would you send me that list as well, since we should?
I'll send it to everybody, because before anyone says, what can we do? There are all kinds of things we can be doing. Evidence-based, best practices. You hear that all the time in government. We need to really be doing more of it. We don't.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Next up, we have Dr. Graham. Welcome.
Yes, welcome. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the committee. My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a former Chief Public Health Officer for the state of Maine. I live in Freeport and I am here on behalf of the Maine Medical Association in support of LD 696. Given that the time is short and the topic large, I will focus on 3 issues only: how we got to where we are, the challenges posed to the staff within the Maine Department of Corrections, and finish with why now is the time right to move forward with this legislation. High incarceration rates across the United States and in Maine have resulted in more people with mental illness and substance use disorders being incarcerated. And you've certainly heard that very clearly. Solitary confinement is sometimes a desperate and reflexive response to such problems. While this may be understandable from the point of view of the Department of Corrections, it is important that as a state, we work together to assure that the Maine prison system is the most humane, cost-effective, and safest in the country. LD 696 offers the steps needed to move toward that goal. You have heard from many others about the adverse effects of solitary confinement on those kept in isolation. But when we think about the environment, we must also think about all the people behind the wall. Working in an environment with people who are mentally ill, have substance use disorders, and may be violent is extremely stressful. It is made even more stressful when you must observe or take part in some procedures for which you have limited training and others which you suspect are dangerous or even cruel for those on the receiving end. Research into the impacts of working in prisons is relatively new, but evidence is emerging that these professionals have shorter life expectancies and are more prone to depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorders. Those of us who support LD 696 believe that the changes proposed will be as helpful to the staff as they are to the residents. Last, I want to address why now is the time for Maine to move forward with these changes. We currently have a forward-thinking leadership at the Maine Department of Corrections. As evidence, the MDOC has been in the process of adopting the Norwegian correctional philosophy and policies, which are known internationally as being among the best in the world. Therefore, this is exactly the right time to move forward with the steps that we need to take to reduce and eliminate isolation. While you may hear that MDOC no longer uses solitary confinement, this assertion depends on how solitary is defined. At present, there is no clear definition. LD 696 does not ban all isolation. It bans only keeping people in cells alone for more than 20 hours a day and sets standards for other forms of isolation. It shows the way to get us all working together by providing clear definitions and standards for the practice of isolation, as well as putting a priority on rapid transition to residential rehabilitation. Thank you for your attention, and I apologize for going over a little bit.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. Any questions for Dr. Graham? Seeing none, thank you. And I see Senator DeChambeau is back. I want to offer the gavel back to her if she'd like to take it, but also we are going to have a change in the schedule. I think it's clear to everyone that we're going to be here a while. We're going to move the 3 work sessions that we were going to have this afternoon to Monday morning. You also heard us reference earlier that there will be a bunch of work sessions next Thursday. And that's simply because the next 2 Wednesdays session has been scheduled. And in between those 2 Wednesdays, Monday, the 21st is a holiday. So we unfortunately are going to be missing 3 committee days. So that's why we are booking Thursday, February 17th. So I'll hand the gavel back over to Senator DeChambeau before she welcomes my friend Bobby Payzant, who's the next up to offer testimony.
He's been my friend for a long time, right, Robert? So anyways, thank you, Representative Warren. Thank you for that. The people, the primary workers on those bills have been notified and everybody's in agreement. We'll do that Monday. Thank you. So you are next, Mr. Payson, right? Welcome.
Thank you very much. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of this committee. My name is Robert Payson, known to many simply in this system as Paco. I have over 30 years in the prison system. I spent over 18 months in solitary confinement. And so when the experts talk about the things that they've spoken about earlier, they're talking about the people that are like me who have been through it. So I want to share with you real briefly what I remember. I remember cold, barren cells where I couldn't get enough warmth, where I had one blanket and 2 sheets on a really thin mattress. I remember the echoes because of the metal door and the metal toilet and sink, and the noise that was constantly in my head because other people that were there suffering through their trauma were acting out as a way to kind of like escape that emotional torture. And so there was always this deafening sound going on, people kicking doors or kicking their toilets. It's the echo, I remember it today. I remember being ignored by officers, professionals. When they'd walk by, you'd ask for simple things such as toilet paper or writing paper, something to write with. And you'd have to ask like 6 times because they'd ignore you. We learned in solitary confinement how to get attention, because when you ask for simple things like that and they just walked by and ignored you because all they were interested in is making sure you weren't dead or if you weren't doing something that broke the rules. We learned very quickly that if you broke the rules, they were very quick to give you their attention. So it showed you so it showed us exactly how we were looked at and how we lacked humanity in the eyes of the people that were supposed to take care of us. I know I'm running short on time, so I'm just going to say this. What solitary confinement does, it serves one purpose. It serves to make people uncomfortable. This strategy has been used for decades and it hasn't worked. They figure that if they make you uncomfortable enough, you'll change your actions so you not suffer that thing. But what they don't realize is that in that suffering, we are reliving past traumas. We are living new traumas. Today I suffer. I've been out of prison now for 15 months. I suffer from suicidal ideations. I have major depression disorder. I have PTSD. And I won't lay that on the doorstep of solitary confinement as that being the root of it all, but it exacerbated what already existed. And so I hope that people will hear just this little small part of my story and understand that something needs to happen. There needs to be a change because what has been working really hasn't been working, and it never has been. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paco. I remember that. Any questions for Mr. Payson? Seeing none. Again, thanks. I didn't see the people come in. Representative Warren, am I looking at the attendee list of William Shaw, Jan Colvin?
You have some folks in the room with you. So you have Peter Lehman, Vicky McCarty, and Brandon Brown.
Thank you. In that order. So we will start with Mr. Lehman.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Peter Lyman. I live in Thomaston. I'm a formerly incarcerated citizen and a person in long-term recovery. I'm testifying on behalf of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, whose goal is to promote restorative practices in order to increase public safety and the health of our community. This is an exciting and positive bill that promotes safety, will reduce disciplinary problems, and provides pathways for some of our most difficult residents to re-enter the general population at the prison and ultimately to re-enter our communities. It not only eliminates practices that everyone, including the DOC, have agreed have no place in Maine, but it establishes new, better, safer, and cheaper practices. The key to LD 696 is the establishment of the residential rehabilitation units, or RRUs. This is the sort of thing that Senator Sirway was talking about, as a transition. It's separate housing for the purpose of therapy, treatment, and rehabilitative programming to address a resident's individual treatment and rehabilitation needs and the underlying causes of the person's problematic behavior. Units like this have been shown to dramatically reduce violence and disciplinary problems. It's a false assumption that somehow segregated or restricted confinement increases safety for residents and staff. That's not true. Not only is it extremely expensive, but it increases behavioral problems. Most of this is because such behavior is expressive rather than instrumental. Of course, it's certainly effective to briefly isolate residents who are acting out. This is a timeout, familiar to parents, time to cool down and gather their wits. But that process is measured in hours, not days. After a brief timeout, the research is clear that segregation perpetuates and increases violence and problematic behaviors. This makes sense. It exacerbates the existing issues rather than resolving them. In contrast, the RRU will dramatically reduce these negative outcomes. Now, the RRU proposed is modeled after the one established last year in New York State to replace solitary and restricted confinement. Very recent similar efforts have taken place in other jurisdictions. In South Carolina, therapeutic diversion units, or TDUs, are used to replace segregated or restricted confinement. I gave some details in my written testimony, but the bottom line is that it's 3 times or more safer in TDUs than in traditional restricted confinement, because this forms a transition and a bridge back into population and the community. In other words, for every 30 disciplinary incidents in restrictive housing, there were only 10 in the TDU. That's much safer as well as more productive.
Mr. Lehman, could you wrap up, please?
I am wrapped.
Okay.
This is an exciting bill that promotes safety and costs less than current practices.
Thank you.
And we know it costs less.
Any questions for Mr. Lehman? Seeing none, I will go. Says Vicky McCarty.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Vicky McCarty. I am the Assistant Director for the Consumer Counsel System of Maine. I'm here today on behalf of the CCSM to testify in support of the amended version of LD 696. The Consumer Counsel System of Maine is a public instrumentality written into state statute by the Maine legislature to serve as an advisory capacity and to provide legislators with guidance and advice regarding the delivery of effective and appropriate adult mental health services from those served by them. We would like to thank Commissioner Liberty for his continuing efforts to address the issue of solitary confinement. However, whether you refer to solitary confinement as restrictive housing, administrative segregation, or by any other name, it is still an inhumane way to address an individual's behavior. As shown through testimony given today and in past last year on the bill, there's ample evidence to support the fact that the use of solitary confinement absolutely has no rehabilitative or restorative value whatsoever. One only needs to look at the negative mental and physical health effects that the current pandemic is having on individuals living in the community who are forced to be in isolation because of it. Clearly and ideally, we would like to see solitary confinement banned altogether. We are a solution-based organization, and as such, we would also like to recommend that the intentional peer support program be expanded throughout Maine's correctional system. Again, there is literature that strongly supports engaging people who are or have been incarcerated and working with their fellow peers that benefits all concerned in an incredibly positive way. This is because mutuality between a peer support specialist and another person with lived experience promotes connection and inspires hope. Peer support offers a level of acceptance, understanding, and validation not found in many other professional relationships. I've also included some links to some peer support that's been done in correctional settings, including in New York and Texas. And somebody had mentioned the Norwegian model for correction. I've got a link to that as well. And so in closing, I would like to say that we really would like to urge you to pass LD 696. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Any questions for Ms. McCarty? Seeing none, I will now go to, I think it was Bradford, Braden Brown. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the committee. I appreciate you entertaining testimony from me on another bill today. I've gone back and forth about what I would speak about today. And initially I was thinking about telling you a story about a young man who I know who's been trapped in solitary confinement for more or less the last 7 years of his life. But instead of telling you that, I think I'll read to you my testimony that I submitted and just hope that you keep in mind in the backdrop of what I'm reading, that this has affected dozens, if not hundreds of men that I've known in my time in prison. I'm submitting this testimony today because I have personally seen the extremely detrimental effects of segregation, solitary confinement, and isolation on my brothers inside of those walls. And since returning to Maine communities, I have heard dozens of stories from men and women who have also spoke to their experience being confined to a cell for entire days, weeks, months, and tragically, sometimes even years. I'm here to beg that you pass LD 696, the legislation aimed at banning these practices, because it is not only morally the right thing to do, it is also imperative to keep our communities safe. I want to be clear that when I say our communities, I'm speaking about every resident of Maine who walks these streets, fields, and woods freely. But I'm also speaking about our incarcerated population, who no matter how much we may want to deny it, are our brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, and so on. Passing this legislation is the humane thing to do. During my time at the Maine State Prison specifically, I witnessed the effects of isolation on hundreds of men in my incarcerated community. The deprivation that these men experienced, the sense of loneliness and isolation, and the hopelessness that was instilled within them from these practices had extremely negative lasting effects on the culture of the prison. I can't possibly ask you to imagine what people in these circumstances experience, because no matter how hard you try, you would never understand the toll that solitary confinement takes on your body, mind, and spirit. I would never ask you to imagine this, because even imagining it would be a willful exercise in traumatizing yourself, and one that would burden you with an ugly side of the world that no person should witness. These practices do not accomplish any positive outcome ever. The effects of isolation are well researched and well documented. It fosters antisocial attitudes and beliefs. It traumatizes individuals and puts them in a state of hypersensitivity once transitioning out of those conditions. The list goes on. We live under the facade that wrongdoers must be dealt with harshly, despite the fact that we all know extreme forms of punishment do not result in transformative change. In the prison system, we subscribe to the belief that isolating someone is the way to keep others safe. This is a tragically misguided belief. These forms of punishment only exacerbate the very resentments that cause people to lash out. Segregation practices that involve extreme forms of isolation only worsen the mental health of those who have caused harm that most typically results from pre-existing mental health issues. We isolate people, treat them less than humane, offer them little to no therapy, programming, or treatment, and cut them off from physical movement that the body needs to function, as well as community that the heart needs to flourish. And we ask them to behave or be better when we release them from these harsh practices and back into the prison community.
Mr. Brown, could you wrap up, please?
I certainly will.
Okay,
I hope
thank
that
you.
I hope that you do not fool yourselves into believing that we're asking for an end to accountability, separation, or even a level of punishment in response to harm. To do so would be to willfully engage in ignorance. What we are requesting is that this committee and this legislature create healthy and evidence-based responses to harm and rule breaking within the DOC, because only by doing so will we release the 90+% of prisoners back into our communities, less traumatized and more equipped to deal with struggles of everyday life. A prison system that believes harsh punishment, trauma, and isolation are an adequate response to wrongdoing is a severely misguided one. Help us fix this system because your constituents deserve it and because it is the only option that may return the humanity to our system. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Mr. Jackson, Joseph Jackson, welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Joseph Jackson. I'm the Executive Director of Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. I have experienced solitary confinement. I'm here in support of Bill 696. I served 20 years in the Maine Department of Correction. I was once locked up 23 hours a day for 2 years. During that period, I developed severe headaches from the light that never went off in my cell. The light was so bright that I could read a newspaper in the middle of the night. When I tried to seek medical attention for the headaches, officers told me to use a blindfold. I continued to submit grievances and seek remedies for the headache. One day, while out in recreation, I returned to my cell to discover the mattress had been removed. I slept on concrete for over 40 days. When I was finally taken to see a specialist, I was diagnosed with glaucoma. I could share many stories of men being bomb rushed by a tactical team, of men suffering from psychosis, playing with feces and cutting into their flesh. I could share how I could look through my cell window and see bodily fluids stained on the walls and ceiling for months on end. The Maine Department of Correction says it no longer has solitary confinement. Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition has had an uptick in requests for support from individuals saying that they are in solitary confinement. Men spoke of being locked up for extended periods of time, lack of cleanliness in the block, not being provided with adequate hygiene products, and being cut off from rehabilitative programming. Most recently, we received a request from a young man who I know and many know to be suffering from severe mental illness. And he finds himself now trapped in solitary confinement in isolation. And he was in isolation back when I was in there many years ago. A few months back, Maine Administrative Control Unit staged a hunger strike as a strategy to try to speak to superiors in Augusta about the quality of the food that they were being served. You know, in dialogue with prison administration, I was directed to the Administrative Control Unit policy. I was shocked to see how many of the policies were the same policies that were in place when it was called solitary. I support and back everything everybody else has said about the benefits of this bill, and I ask that this committee support it and pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any questions? Thank you. Ms. Collins, Jan Collins.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committees. My name is Jan Collins, and I am Assistant Director for Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. I'm here to support the banning of solitary confinement. Before beginning my testimony, I'd like to first draw the committee's attention to the sign-on letter to ban solitary confinement, which has over 330 individual signatures and 24 organizational signatures from all over the state of Maine. Some signatories you have heard here today, and some were not able to be here, but have provided written testimony. The groups are varied and far-reaching, from mental health advocates to social workers, pediatricians, disability rights groups, groups that advocate for minorities and the disadvantaged, and faith organizations, including the Maine Council of Churches. Every group recognizes the humanity in all of us and reflect the admonition in Matthew chapter 25, verse 40, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." Our current data reporting methods also obscure the length of time some of the residents have served in conditions recognized by the United Nations as solitary confinement. But most of all, it does not tell us the number of suicides, attempted suicides, self-mutilation, blood transfusions, concussions, colostomies, cell extractions, broken bones, or lost lives that our treatment of the least of these in solitary confinement has resulted in. Michael is in segregation at Maine Correctional Center. He has submitted testimony, and his story is well documented by journalist Lance Tapley, who has also submitted testimony. Michael was placed in DHHS custody in 1985 because his mother beat him repeatedly and severely for his first 2.5 years of life. She lost custody in 1991. He did not see her for the following 10 years, in which she was hospitalized 8 or 9 times. He has had so many mental health diagnoses that he is a walking textbook. He is covered by the AMHI consent decree. But Michael estimates he has spent 18 of the 21 years he has been in DOC custody in conditions of solitary confinement. Michael has scars all over his arms where he has cut himself. He has scars on his head where he has run full force at his cell walls with his head down. Every day, Michael asked me to help him get treatment for untreated medical issues. When I told him I would be giving testimony today, he pleaded with me to ask you for help. Michael did not deserve the abuse that he suffered at the hands of his mother. He does not deserve the beatings that he has received at the hands of his prison caretakers. Michael is scheduled to be released in November. It is likely that he will be released directly into the community from solitary confinement. Yesterday, Michael sent me this message. What if I don't want to leave prison ever again? Is it wrong to feel this way? I'm so far in left field, I don't know what's good for me anymore. I really don't. What if I really feel my life's not worth it? How will you answer Michael? His life is in your hands.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Thank you. That seems, oh, William Short. I'll recognize Mr. Short. Oh, Short, excuse me, Ms. Warren, did you have a question for Jan Collins?
Thank you, Senator. I did. Jan, thank you for being here and sharing, bringing us messages from folks on the inside. We appreciate it immensely. I know you're going to be here for the work session, but I'm just going to encourage my colleagues that I've attended a lot of the events that you've been invited to because you are such an expert on solitary confinement in this state. So I will be asking my colleagues to see you as the expert that the rest of the state sees you as, and that you participate in our work sessions, which will start coming up next week. So thank you for all the work you're doing on this very important piece of legislation.
Thank you very much, Representative Warren.
William Sharp, go right ahead.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I have here testimony from inmate Michael James, who is a resident of the Maine Correctional Facility in Windham, and is the gentleman that Jan Collins was just referencing. I'm gonna, without further ado, just go right into his own written testimony, which he was unable to provide. My name is Michael James, Maine Department of Corrections number 47396. I am a resident of the Administrative Segregation Unit at Maine Correctional Center in Windham. I am writing in support of LD 696, an act to ban solitary confinement in Maine's correctional system. I've spent about 85% of my time in solitary confinement, and I've been in prison for 21.5 years. Solitary confinement has made me into a person I'm not proud of. In the last year, I've done at least 8 months in segregation. I've been in segregation now since November 17th of 2021. I've tried to get sent to the outside hospital by cutting my arm open and packing it with fecal matter to infect it just so I could be around people who care. I've done so many things to harm myself. I'm lucky to be alive, being confined with no sort of human interaction. It wears down the mind. For me, so much of the time, the only way out of segregation is to kill myself. They don't put staff down here that care. Everyone has an attitude. When you feel as dark as I do, life itself does not matter. Half the staff torment me and cause me bodily harm. You lose the ability to care. And you do things that you would never have done before. If I was given the chance to be a person, then I would not have suffered so much. I endured so many beatings by the hands of staff. I have issues now of simply being around people. My whole demeanor now is that everyone is a threat and no one can be trusted. I am so used to being in solitary confinement, I don't know how to deal with population anymore. The staff here don't care. They just throw you in segregation and toss away the key. It's so hard to get out of segregation now because Unit Manager Dame does whatever he wants to do. If you try to contact the warden's office, you get zero response and no help. If you don't act out, then you won't get your needs met. So why does this type of situation keep going on? I get released in November of this year, and it's looking like I'll be released directly from solitary confinement. How is this helping me or anyone for that matter? Solitary confinement is meant to break you and tear you apart, and that's exactly what it's done to me, but it's made me so much worse. Please support LD 696 and act to ban solitary confinement in Maine's correctional system. Thank you, Michael James.
Thank you. I have Janet Drew, please.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Safety Committee for hearing testimony today on this important subject. The testimony, all I can say is the stories are heart-wrenching. The way, the perspectives, the data, we've had good intentions, but we haven't had a way to really look at what some people, maybe the average is 5 days, and that's a long time to be by yourself. Ask people with COVID that have been isolated, and now we're told, nope, you got to go back in for 5 days. It's a crisis. A lot more people have been in solitary this past 2 years in the jails and prison because of staffing. The easiest thing to do is leave people in. We're creating more mental health problems, and we don't collect data, and we change the names. And this bill, what's good about it is we're saying We recognize we need to do better for people. We need humane treatment, and we have a way to get there. And we have a way to make sure that the data is there to show that we got there. Please support and make this vote to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. I have Jonathan Courtney.
Good afternoon, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, honorable members of the committee. I'm here today to present this testimony on behalf of Leo Hilton, current resident at the Maine State Prison in Warren. These are Leo's words. Honorable state representatives, my name is Leo Hilton. I'm writing in support of LD 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine. I'm a second-year graduate student at the Jimmy and Rosalind Carter School for Peace and Conflict Resolution. I'm a visiting instructor at Colby College's anthropology department, and I have spent 2.5 years of my life in segregation units, solitary confinement. I spent thousands of hours, day and night, listening to the screaming and hate-filled shouting of men clawing at their souls to get their demons out. When I close my eyes, I can feel the mule kicking on steel doors reverberate through my body. I can see the blood-smeared windows and chained bodies being half dragged, half carried down the feces-laden corridor by nameless, faceless, riot gear-clad members of the goon squad who seem to get a sick satisfaction from inflicting pain on an already wretchedly suffering human being. And when I'm feeling particularly masochistic, I can take myself back to the physical sensations of suffocating through layers of mace while having my head wrenched back by my hair so the sergeant on that squad could get a good aim to blast my face once more with a chemical agent. At least 2 knees on my back, compressing my lungs, head snapped back to constrict my throat, mace and mucus closing off my eyes and nose, arms and legs chained behind my back. I chose this. I knew what I was in for, and I chose to endure this suffering. Why? So the men who follow me into these hellish conditions could have proper clothes and a radio, and maybe the chance to order some overpriced hygiene and soups from the prison canteen. I know this is no longer the norm at Maine State Prison. Objectively speaking, I can look around the administrative control unit and see what would have looked like a vacation spot when I was busy having my airways closed off. Yet when I listen to the men currently trapped in those confines, I hear the same soul-clawing screams from years past. When I allow myself to hear them with my heart, I cannot deny that the suffering is the same. The isolation is the same. The disconnection from humanity is the same. Solitary confinement in any space of existence that reflects such suffering must be prohibited everywhere, and we can start in Maine. Please pass LD 696 into law so we can take a step out of the horrific past whose scars are worn by countless thousands of bodies and minds, and into a future that seeks to meet harm with healing. That is the end of his writing. Leo has included a link to hear him read these words himself in his testimony if anyone's interested in hearing that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Any questions, Mr. Courtney? I see none. Again, thank you. That wraps up those in support of LD 696. I now will ask those who wish to speak in opposition of this bill to please join us and raise your hand and we'll let you in. I think first what I might recognize, if I can see, is Commissioner Liberty to have some perspective from the department's current usage of administrative segregation.
Senator DeChambeau, I wonder if we could do one more call for proponents. I think we didn't do a final call and I'm seeing some hands going up and down. Could we do one more call for people in support?
I don't know if that was a question or more of a directive, so I will look at.
You can take it any way you'd like to. I would like to ask
Rosanna Natalini. I'm going to call the names I've got here. Rosanna Natalini, and Amanda Swanberg. So, Miss Natalini, are you here? Welcome, Miss Natalini. You are muted if you're trying to speak. We don't hear you.
Okay, you hear me? I apologize.
Go
Do you
ahead.
hear me? Yes. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, honorable member of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. My name is Rosanna Natalini, and I'm here today to speak and support LD 696 Act, prohibit solitary confinement and make correctional system. No human being should be suffering inhumane treatment while in prisons and jail. It's time to ban the solitary confinement in Maine. In 2017, my son Dante Majoroni was incarcerated in Cumberland County Jail. In isolated security. In 2021, a study found people suffer for mental illness is 170%. I'm sorry, 108% more likely spend a period of the time in solitary confinement. And according to another article, rather the southernmost whose solitary confinement is 10 times more for general population, who suffer for PTSD can cause depression through suicide. Because Dante PTSD and mental illness, mental illness conditions, I plead to the police and the court-appointed attorney that my son belongs in the hospital, not in jail. Not in jail. Last time I saw my son, it was March 21, 2017. My son suicide in Cumberland County Jail. My pleas and his pleas why denial. My son wrote in the wall, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna die here. That's his word here. My son's suicide in Cumberland County Jail. We plead for help and what denial. Solitary confinement is hurt people. It's not help people. We need to help these people there in solitary confinement. We need to get the treatment they needed before to the release to the community. We want people be safe outside the community. They need help before. We need to be responsible for them. I please you, please pass the bill. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. I was practicing all day. Pass the bill 696. Please remember my son name, Dante Majoroni. He's suicide because they denied the help, they denied the treatment, and he deserted his suicide for mental illness. That's pictures. That's the picture where he died. I don't know if you see that. I want you to see where he wrote in the wall. Remember,
Natalini,
thank you, Miss Madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Any question, please? I'm sorry, I was nervous.
No, you did very well. Better than I could in speaking in your language, that's for sure. You
My
did
son,
very
you
well,
know what?
ma'am.
My son never discriminated anyone, Miss. My son was very kind and loved everyone. Everybody loved him. He used to play sport, a lot of pictures of sport, football, running, marathon, basketball, helping in the community for Thanksgiving. He was very loved kid. And I want to please you, madam, please. If you have family or everyone, children, everyone, please remember my son, pass the bill, mental illness in prison, please, we need pass the bill. thank you so much to everyone. Please remember, they can be member of your family, remember of your friends, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will recognize Amanda Swanberg. Then I see, I'm going to take a guess here. I think Nancy Michaud was before Mary Bonotto. Thank you. Amanda Swanberg.
Thank you, Senator Deschambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Amanda Swanberg. I'm a graduate student at the University of Maine School of Social Work and a resident of Damariscotta. I am here in support of LD 696. We've listened to the heartbreaking stories of people who have the lived experience of solitary confinement or watching a loved one be in that situation. And no one deserves to live the traumas that they've endured. And my heart goes out to all of them. And I am here. My priority today is to support them. I don't want to live in a state where we condone the inhumane treatment of anyone. But it isn't just inmates and their families who suffer from solitary confinement. Our communities do as well. Data from 150 studies over the last 10 years show that the most pressing concerns of 9.5% of Americans, or roughly 33 million people, are crime and unemployment. The practice of solitary confinement is counterproductive to addressing these concerns. It doesn't rehabilitate people. It increases their rates of recidivism and unemployment. The traumas caused by isolation undermine an incarcerated individual's ability to rejoin our communities as welcome and productive members. We can't inflict this kind of pain on people and then expect them to have a successful reentry. We need to focus on providing support that meets all of their needs so they can make positive contributions to our communities. This will have a direct impact on reducing crime and unemployment and will make our communities safer and healthier, which is something all Mainers deserve. If the arguments that the people with lived experience have brought before you today aren't enough to change your mind, and if the wishes of your constituents aren't enough to change your mind, then consider what solitary confinement does to the people that have to work in that environment. The American Addiction Centers reports that a correctional officer's risk of developing PTSD is over twice that of people in the military, and other studies show it's 4 times greater than what's experienced in the general public. The Vera Institute of Justice has found that assignment in a solitary confinement unit is even more stressful than working in the general population and poses increased risks of PTSD. We shouldn't be asking correctional officers to abuse other human beings. We shouldn't be asking them to work outside the scope of their duties to manage mental health crisis situations without clinical training. I don't want to take away a tool that they feel they need to manage potentially violent situations, but long-term solitary confinement is not a necessary tool. LD 696 allows for short-term isolation in the most extreme cases and should only be used when someone's health, safety, and life are imminently threatened. We should provide officers with options of using de-escalation strategies, which are intended to reduce trauma, and they should have the prompt support of mental health professionals to determine next steps in developing a behavior management plan. A ban on these practices shows we support our correctional officers, want safe working conditions for them. We want them to have the tools they need to keep themselves and residents safe. We want to reduce the stress that leads to PTSD. We want to reduce burnout and high rates of turnover. And we want to treat everyone humanely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanberg. And now Nancy Michaud, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warner, and honor members of the Joint Standing Committee of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Nancy Michaud. I am a representative of Madawaska, Maine. I am here today to testify in favor of the LD 696, an act of prohibiting solitary confinement in the Maine's correction system. I'm Nancy Michaud. Would like to share the struggles I had since experiencing solitary confinement and how it impacted my mental health. I had been incarcerated back in 1993, and I was put in a cell in solitary confinement. I was unable to speak to anybody, stripped and left, and I lay for hours and days. Those thoughts of suicide was all I could think about. I had feelings of shame, depression, and not wanting to live. My PTSD from prior experiences that had happened to me were embedded in my mind. Flashbacks and nightmares of what I went through when I had been physically, sexually assaulted, and tortured went through my mind. Emotionally, I believed I deserved it or I was being punished. This was a nightmare to a point it destroyed my inner self and my self-worth. After leaving, when my time came served, I turned into drugs even harder than I ever had before entering the correction facility. I wanted to die versus wanting to live. It took me over 10 years of intense therapy on a weekly basis to even begin to believe in myself again and to understand life was worth living. I entered a long-time program for women and children program or women who were pregnant. I was pregnant and lived there for a year. I had to work on believing in myself. I had to learn to live life clean and sober, build my self-esteem while challenging my fears and insecurities, battling PTSD and trauma on a daily basis. I had to strip myself of all negative thoughts and learn how to think positive. It was the best program I had ever been to. From there, I went to a sober halfway house and learned how to continue my sobriety of staying clean and sober from alcohol and drugs. I was there for another year and slowly worked my way into living in the community, having to work and support myself, being a single mom with children and also dealing with fighting for my 2 other children in custody at DHS. This work was most difficult at many times. To this day, I truly believe if I would have had gotten support and put in a long-term program from the beginning, when I was struggling instead of being isolated in solitary confinement for days, the work of treatment I needed to recover from all I was been through would have been less traumatizing. My PTSD could have not been affected so badly. My depression, my anxiety effects would have not taken me back to using drugs again. I could not have worked so hard to bring myself back to build myself and my self-esteem all over again. These are the days I still feel the pain inside. Though all my treatments I received taught me skills on how to learn to control my pain, I will never forget what I went through. But now I learn to control it from taking over my mind and body and soul instead of it controlling me. This is what I believe will give me the strength to live again. Isolation increases struggles that make me want to give up. The first treatment, the right treatment gives me skills to build myself up. This is where I need more support instead of taking it away by putting me in solitary confinement. So this is what I say, unless you have lived these experiences I have, and you may not and will not understand how this can affect others who struggle as I have. And I'm in closing to urge you pass LD 696 as amended. Thank you for listening to my testimony. This has been a very difficult time for me to write this statement because of everything I went through. But I'm just letting you know that isolation does not help. It does not help at all. It just makes the trauma and the experience even more real and more painful and leads you more to wanting to kill yourself instead of wanting to live. And today I'm grateful for the programs I entered to bring me where I am today. And now I have a bachelor's degree. I work in mental health and I help others as a peer and as a worker on the front line to help people understand that life is worth living instead of wanting to die. Thank you.
Ms. Michaud, I have a question. I think you used a date of, so this occurred, what, almost 20 years ago? Or what? You said 1994?
Yes.
Okay.
1993.
All right.
And you know, and it just you know, and you see that this doesn't change, and it doesn't help. I think more treatments need to be put in facilities, more understanding with working with people that have been there and understand what they're going through instead of punishing them, because it feels like a punishment. It doesn't feel like a help by isolating anybody. And it made me 10 times worse than when I went in, because I only went in for a traffic violation, and I came out 10 times worse than when I went in. You know, it's not the right decision to make.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I now will recognize, I can say her last name two different ways, Mary Bernardo.
Well done,
Go ahead,
thank you.
Mary. Oh, you're muted? Yeah.
You got the name right, thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for taking all of this in all day. Mary Bernardo, I live in Portland. I'm an attorney, a GLBTQ legal advocates and defenders, and I'm here to testify for GLAD, Equality Maine, and Maine Transnet in strong support of this bill. As we see it, the bill is urgently needed, and that's what you've heard today, to eliminate something that is intensely damaging, solitary confinement, which is now defined in this bill, and that it cannot be justified for any person, whatever it may be called. So this bill proposes less restrictive alternatives that allow segregation. You know, that's a complicated word, but segregation for safety and security issues, but it also does something else. It would help people address the underlying causes of their behavior. And that's a really key element of this bill. You've heard it will improve, that this bill will improve people's chances of success upon release. And that is because they won't be subjected to solitary. And it's also because they will have that much more of a concentrated, focused chance in segregation or in residential rehabilitation to work on their underlying issues, you know, that are informed by assessments, you know, with structured success plans and therapeutic programs, specially trained staff and peer supports. That all really matters. I want to just focus quickly on two things. One is, as a LGBTQ person, I will say to you that, you know, there is data, that's a written testimony, like including from the Department of Justice, about LGBTQ people being disproportionately incarcerated and in solitary settings. And I think part of it is because of the usual reasons, whatever they may be. But there's an additional one, which is because PREA, I'm sure you're familiar with, you know, requires prisons to really address and try to prevent sexual misconduct. Sometimes LGBTQ people are the focus of that, you know, or, you know, in more danger of rape and sexual violence. And what sometimes happens is that facilities then say the way to keep someone safe and meet my PREA obligation is, in fact, to put them in segregated confinement. And there's tons of data around this around the country. It is very common. I cannot say what I know what the data is in Maine because it is not available to my knowledge in Maine. I have not found it, at least. But the other thing, and I have a friend who I work with closely in another state, you know, it's also when you report an incident of sexual violence, as happened in his case, that he was placed at that point for 6 weeks, again, in this kind of confinement. The other thing I wanted to add, just really briefly, Yikes, two laws. One, the New York law. LD 696 is very much in sync with the New York law that passed and becomes effective in March. They really, again, go with the same kind of idea. We need a separate concept of segregation and rehabilitation here. We need to be much more humane about it. We need to think about the fact that these are human beings who need some support and rehabilitation. They are going to go out in the world. It's also going to help us manage our facilities and make them more safe and more secure. The other one that I wanted to mention is Massachusetts, which has, as announced in June, that it is going to end all restrictive housing, by which they really mean solitary-like facilities, within the next 3 years. They have many such facilities. They have many such units in different facilities around the state. So this is a very big job, but it was a very, very big deal. But again, the reasons for doing so, and I attached to my testimony the Mass Department of Corrections press release about this. There's also a long report, but it's for the reasons that you see in this bill as well, that we want to address the underlying causes of what is going on, and doing so is going to help us have safer and more secure facilities and more successful people on the way out.
Thank
And
you.
so thank you.
Your time's over. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I overtalked. Sorry. Thank you very much.
We let you wrap up. That's well.
Thank you.
All right. So that's what I see here. I now will recognize those who, Representative Warren, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I just want to ask Attorney Bonato, because I know she's been doing a lot of work on this issue in Maine. The testimony of the Department of Corrections is basically what they say is what you've heard here today is not illustrative of today's Maine Department of Corrections. Therefore, this bill is an answer to a problem that does not exist in Maine. And I'm just surprised to read that because we've just heard a few hours of Mainers telling us what happens in Maine. You've been part of these conversations around this bill. Is it the group of stakeholders understanding that everything that everyone's talking about isn't true?
Well, can I
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Okay, so you know, I have every reason to believe the testimony that I've heard today. And I also think that it may be possible, you mentioned earlier that people have different definitions of things. I think that's entirely possible. And that's why it's so important that this is a defined term. You know, we've heard plenty of testimony about the UN torture, whatever, 15 hours of isolation. You know, this bill does something that tries to say 20 hours or more is banned, and that we could have 17 or more in certain situations. But again, with lots more contact and humanity and programming and so on and so forth, so that you get that both and that this bill tries to achieve of management for safety and security, but also providing resources. So I have to say, like, I have spent time with the reports from the Department of Corrections, and I appreciate their efforts, and I do appreciate their leadership historically on this. And I would say that I think a very important part of the bill is the data sharing part of the bill. And I would also, I think there's a lot more that could be shared to help us understand what is going on. I mean, this is not unique to Maine, but I would say that sometimes the terms feel a little bit like you're playing a shell game of, you know, but this isn't solitary because it's this, or you're in this unit. And that's very much what, among many other things, one of the things that got called out in Massachusetts, including by the US Department of Justice.
Thank you. So it might be a case of this, we don't do solitary confinement. So since this bill is about the term solitary confinement, we don't do that. So all of the testimony that you just heard was about solitary confinement. And maybe that's part of the problem, is that we really do need to define it. Is that sort of one of the part of the thinking?
Yes. And I can't speak for Commissioner Liberty at all, but I think these stories are real. And if anything, if nothing else, you know, even if this were from a different time, from before the DOC tried to cut back on solitary, even if it's very clear that it's very damaging and very harmful, which is certainly, again, why I appreciate the committee taking all of this very painful testimony in.
Thank you.
Frankly, Representative Warren, I agree with your last question. Words do matter. So you picked up,
especially when you hear hours of really heartfelt testimony, and then to see a government entity sort of say that, it's a bit shocking. So I'll be interested to hear it. It's a bit shocking. I'll be interested to hear what the commissioner has to say.
it was for me too, since I know probably every single young person that was mentioned today. So there's always another story. I'm not buying that, but that's what I all wanted to say is I agree with your concern. I mean, your question about the wording means something. I now will turn it over. You've got a nice black backdrop there, Commissioner. All right, good. I would recognize Commissioner Liberty. Go right ahead, please.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. I am Commissioner Randall Liberty of the Maine Department of Corrections, and I'm providing testimony in opposition to the most recent version of LD 696. What you've heard this morning is not reflective of today's Maine Department of Corrections. I agree with it that research clearly states that solitary confinement leads to long-term psychological and physiological distress and does not support recovery or balanced wellness. Because I accept the negative impact of solitary confinement as fact, the Maine Department of Corrections does not currently use the practices of solitary confinement. Therefore, this bill is an answer to a problem that doesn't exist in the state of Maine. Deputy Commissioner Ryan Thornell and I actively speak on these matters of restrictive housing, solitary confinement, and in fact, Maine is a national leader in this area. Dr. Thornell presented to the Correctional Leaders Association just last month, the association of all the state commissioners, and was asked to speak because our numbers are so good and we do such a good job managing restrictive housing. One such way that we maintain order and properly manage this population is by housing the residents who present a sizable threat to the safety and security of others in a unit of their own, which is not solitary confinement, rather than placing them in the general population. In a unit like this, managed properly, we've had success providing programs, services, education, recreational activities alongside with behavioral health resources in a safe, controlled manner, all while granting adequate time out of cell in order for these therapeutic and rehabilitative services to take place. Today, out of nearly 1,600 residents that was served by the Maine Department of Corrections, just 7 that are in this housing unit, this administrative controls housing unit. While many states and jurisdictions grapple with this issue, Maine does not. The 7 residents who are in what we call the administrative control unit, the ACU, which again is not restrictive housing, are offered opportunities to be out of the cell 4 to 7 hours a day. They have regular contact and interaction with peers as appropriate and staff. These residents receive programming, including education, job training, behavioral health, as well as recreation time. Residents in this unit can watch television in the cells. Yes, they have televisions in their cells. Make phone calls. They have tablets they also have access to where they can do real-time text messaging, family members and loved ones, and make commissary purchases. They also make able to take on a paying job in the unit as appropriate. More recently, they've been benefiting from new opportunities for peer mentoring engagements. All of this occurs in an environment well suited for small populations, controlled interactions, and opportunities for behavioral change. Furthermore, residents in this unit are afforded due process protections like all residents. It's meaningful and accountable for both the residents and the department. Residents are returned to general population as soon as it's reasonably safe to do so. What makes this unit so vital is that it ensures the safety and security of the other 1,600 residents and hundreds of staff and volunteers and visitors. It's no small feat to end up in the administrative control unit, a unit designed for security and targeted programming. Our preference is that when a resident engages in behavior that may result in restriction due to the facility movement, like sending a direct threat to residents and staff, or being found guilty of a major disciplinary violation, we keep them in a general population whenever we can. They stay in general population. And we work to diffuse the conflict and investigate further. And we make every attempt to do so to leave them in the general population. In fact, a majority of incidents or situations in our facility are effectively managed in general population. De-escalation efforts are always our aim. However, the few individuals who make it to the administrative control unit have committed violent acts, at times quite gruesome, often premeditated, resulting in near fatal or fatal injuries to staff and residents. Often those who have ended up in the ACU have planned highly detailed attacks on staff, complete with weapons and hostage plans for the sole purpose of carrying out violent crimes, including stabbings. One resident ended up in the ACU after meticulously planning the kidnapping and brutal murder of a staff member, targeted because the staff member was seen as an easy victim in a non-security position. Another man ended up in the ACU after he brutally attacked another resident in the night, leaving the resident bloodied to a point where staff could not recognize him. The perpetrator claimed he had only stopped attacking the other resident because he thought he had already killed him. One resident in the ACU was convicted of a double homicide, stabbing his victim to death. Each time that he was released back into general population, he stabbed other residents. 2 other residents. Most recently, he stabbed an officer. I personally have witnessed these violent acts. The individuals assigned to the ACU are unsafe for general population and for the safety of others and of the residents in our care. These small few must be separated. But again, this is not the same thing as solitary confinement. A correctional facility must have the ability to remove these violent individuals from general population. Removing residents from general population in order to ensure safety of staff and residents is not akin to solitary confinement. Our trouble with the amended version of LD 696 is not that it seeks to end solitary confinement. As I said, we do not practice solitary confinement. We're with you there. Our opposition to this bill goes exceedingly far while ignoring the experience and expertise of correctional professionals, including those that are appointed by the governor and those that are voted in by the public, the Maine sheriffs. This amendment attempts to micromanage solutions to a problem that doesn't exist. The amendment is so overreaching that it will inevitably put lives at risk, reducing programming and services and create a level of chaos in our facilities that do not exist today. These unintended consequences cannot be overlooked. That said, we remain committed to working with Representative Lookner and others on this topic to improve the conditions to ensure all residents are safe, secure, and able to obtain wellness and personal growth. Again, I ask you to vote no on this bill.
Thank you. I have a question, Commissioner. I didn't even think of that until you used the magic words. You want to manage that unit properly. It brings to mind, I'm going to ask you, what is the standard of how many officers you would have in that unit?
In the issue, we currently have 2 that are assigned, often 3.
Are you talking about the Maine State Prison? Or?
Yes, Maine State Prison is where we have the ACU, correct.
All right. So how many are in SEG now in your
We have 7. We have 7 in the ACU, and they're currently 2 to 3, depending on the day, in a administrative status where we're trying to figure out what exactly happened. They're normally there from 4 to 7 days, short duration to do an investigation to determine whether or not they need to be transferred into the ACU. The process I was speaking to, the first review takes place in 72 hours. We'll bring a multidisciplinary team together with a unit team and observe and discuss just exactly what happened. The next review occurs every 7 days following thereafter to review the status. And then in the ACU, there are 30-day reviews that occur to assess the situation of that resident.
Just one last question. Is that a post? Are the officers assigned there all day or are they in and out?
No, they're all day. They're assigned there all day.
Okay, thank you. I have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Warren, and then Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here at this late hour in the afternoon. You've been involved in corrections for quite some time. As I understand, you were a sheriff in charge of a jail system. So you've seen that side of it. You've also been in corrections as the warden, and now you're the Department of Corrections Commissioner. So you got a number of years, a number of experience. So I guess the first question I would ask you would be this. We've heard a lot of stories today, and very heart-wrenching stories of different things that have taken place. And in your time in corrections, when did those kind of incidents in the jail system, or I should say the Department of Corrections, where, and if you can touch on the jail, because you was in that as well. When did those kind of situations, when did they all start no longer happening and things started changing? If in fact they have started changing, not going into what you're doing now, but when did that change start?
Sure. Thank you, Representative. Good question. I'm glad you brought up the discussion regarding the jails. The jails have a very difficult task. The sheriff's managing those jails. We had talked when I was sheriff of Kennebec County, although we had 165 beds, Senator Searway and I would receive 3,200 residents annually, 3,200. And they arrive at the jail newly arrested, drunk, high, coming off substances. The world had been shattered. And it's a very difficult, it's really the emergency room of the correction system, right? They arrive there and it's very chaotic. The jails are challenged with funding issues, with staffing issues, and it's very much an emergent situation. And I'll let Sheriff Nichols speak to that because he currently operates one. When they arrive at the prison and the prison system, they're much more stabilized. And I think that if we go back in history, we see that Commissioner Pont, when he was commissioner, he started the journey of reducing the use of solitary confinement. As you remember, decades ago, we had a supermax, and I think there were 100 beds there. That was full all the time. And he moved away from that. And there's been a transition. When I arrived at the Maine State Prison, Dr. Ryan Thornell started the initiative of really aggressively looking at restrictive housing. And he and I partnered to reduce the numbers of those in restrictive housing to a point where today we have 7 of 1,600 folks. There they are in that environment. And again, many of those individuals not only were convicted of violent crimes on the street, but they're only there in that environment because of the violence and the violations they did while in custody, and having an inability to work in the to be able to function appropriately in that community of the prison system, where all others have had the ability to do that. I know personally many of the firsthand accounts, the people that were previously incarcerated with me. I was with them at the Maine State Prison and at the Baltic Correctional Facility, and they speak of their circumstances from 7 years ago, 8 years ago. That in no way does that reflect what's occurring today. There was a documentary done, Frontline, Solitary Nation, that indicates what was happening in 2014. And here we are, 8 years later, it does not closely reflect. In fact, if you go back and see Solitary Nation, that unit, B Wing, has now been converted into the Earned Living Unit, where it's nearly an unsupervised unit where people are being rewarded for lack of discipline and pursuing education and programming. And they have access to free access to the rec yard and free access to green space. And I welcome all of you to come down and see just the transformation that has occurred in B Wing from the days when we were doing solitary confinement there, and today where we have earned living, where they're trusted, and we have a normative environment where we destigmatize incarceration and we normalize the operations at the Maine State Prison.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, please. Just
Thank
one.
you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, the question I would have for you is that because of your experience in corrections, because of what you've seen and what has developed over the last 8 years, when you make the statement that the bill is an answer to a problem that does not exist, and when you made the comment, what you've heard today is not illustrative of today's Maine Department of Corrections, that's what you're referring to. You're not saying that this never happened. You're not saying that we didn't have these issues. What you're saying is that the department has came along and realized these things and took steps to take care of these things. And the ACU unit that you're talking about is not solitary confinement, but it is a place where they can go if they have to go, but they also are not locked up in a room without anything to do and that stuff. Am I correct in making that assessment of?
That's correct. I've been involved with the department for 6 years now, and there's been a sustained journey to reduce the amount of restrictive housing, making it difficult for them to come in and having a good, clear path of what they need to do to earn their way out. And when we talk about solitary confinement, I don't think anyone envisions the individuals in their cells having a television with 120 channels, or having a tablet where they're real-time texting their family members, or having unlimited access to the telephones, or having 4 to 7 hours out of cell time getting programming and recreation. I don't think people envision that. They have a different vision of solitary confinement, and that vision that they may have that's very dated, and we heard testimony of, doesn't exist, and it hasn't existed for 5 or 6 years that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's what I was trying to get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Liberty. So are there currently residents at MSP who are in a condition where they're spending 23 hours a day in their cell, and then they get to spend an hour in a pretty much a pen is what I saw there at the APOD. Is that condition, you don't consider that solitary confinement?
If they're on administrative status, it might be an emergent issue where, let's say, a stabbing just took place, and it's a very fluid environment where they may be unstable to come out more than that. They're in that status for maybe a couple of days until we try to figure out what's going on, until they have treatment, they've been seen by a mental health provider, and we work through that. The people that we're talking about in the ACU that are there longer term, they get 4 to 7 hours out. They have 120 cable channels. They have texting. They have all of that, all that connectivity to people. There's no isolation. They're in that unit. As you know, if you go into that unit, you'll see that they're talking to each other through the windows, just 15 to 20 feet away. Constant conversations going on. Officers there. Much engagement with programming. Much programming going on the tablets. Television, radio, all of that is the environment they live in now. This is no revelation to us that isolation, no human contact is damaging psychologically and serves no good purpose. I agree. We all agree. The Maine Department of Corrections agrees. We're already there. We don't want to put any undue psychological or physiological stress or damage on anyone, because we know by far these people will be released. And as I said to you before, will they be better citizens, less violent, good dads and moms, daughters and sisters than when they arrived? That's our aim. Mental health programming, substance use disorder, as I testified earlier this week, all of that is provided to them. And I think that it goes a long ways in their healing, rehabilitation, and having a normative environment in corrections. As was mentioned, we have a Maine model of corrections, which is loosely based on the Norwegian model, where it's normalized. It's a non-confrontational, non-adversarial sort of environment between the officers and those in our care. As you know, language matters to us. We were way out front in not talking about prisoners or offenders, right? We call them residents. We're respectful. We de-escalate. We try to communicate and work through things. But there's a tiny population that are in our care that have done some things that were violent or disruptive to the environment. And what that does, if we have them in their own unit, the rest of the community is able to go to college, not disruptive. They're able to go to programming, yoga, raise their dogs, have freedom of movement. But if those individuals are in the general population, it's very disruptive and chaotic, and there's a feeling of lack of safety. And so that's why in the ACU, we're able to provide them the programming and treatment that they deserve and need. And then we're able to do that in an environment where everyone else can feel free, safe. The officers can feel safe.
Thank you for that answer. May I have a follow-up?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to kind of put a pin on it, DOC, you're telling me, doesn't have people held for more than a few days in a condition of 23 hours a day in their cell, 1 hour out.
That's correct. Yeah, the normal stay in the administrative status is 4 to 5 days, that ballpark, and get you that stat specifically. But that's like an emergent situation. Something just happened. They just assaulted somebody, just stabbed somebody. They go there. We do a review in 72 hours to determine if we can manage them in the general population, and they're released. By far, any of the violations or disruptions that happen in our facilities, I handle in general population. We lock them into their own cell. We work through that problem, and then they're released. We decide what we do for discipline.
Yeah, it's interesting because that's not what I'm hearing from a lot of folks who.
As I said, Representative, what you hear from many individuals, like the testimony of the previously incarcerated folks, is very dated. And I would welcome this committee to go down tomorrow, and I'll give you a tour. We'll go into the ACU. You'll see personally what's happening there. Remember, the residents there at the Maine State Prison, especially the people that are in close unit, people that are there for very violent crimes, are the most challenging population for us to manage. Very, very challenging. If any of the jails have a difficulty managing a resident, we take them, right? If they have acute psychiatric issues, we provide the IMHU for them, right? They have their needs met if they're acutely mentally ill. People down, the officers that work there and the chain of command that work in all of our facilities, the Department of Corrections and a central office, deeply care about the work they're doing. They deeply care about that. And I understand the people that have been previously traumatized by a true solitary setting. I think if you haven't seen Solitary Nation, that's the horror we're talking about, that the department under Commissioner Pont, and we've continued that work to eliminate that because no good comes of it. It creates a more traumatic environment. We care about what we do, and we care about the people that are in our custody, and we care about providing public safety through good programming and providing the resources that they need. We identify what brought them there: mental health, substance use disorder, trauma, neglect, and we get to work to helping them resolve those issues.
I do appreciate that. So I guess just in your definition, what is solitary confinement in your definition? If what DOC isn't doing, what would you consider solitary confinement? Like, so the national definition that's used in our industry is restrictive housing, 2 hours out. That's it. 2 hours or less out is restrictive housing. Again, we're falling into the category of 4 to 7, depending. And as people spend time and program and do what they get more time out as goes on. You've heard of the level system, and they gain privileges as their behavior improves and as they attend training and programming, they get more time out of their cell. So you said, but solitary confinement is the answer that the words that I use were solitary confinement. You use something else because you say you don't use solitary confinement, but you do use this other technique. So in your definition, what is solitary confinement?
Solitary confinement would be less than 2 hours out, as was described, maybe an hour out at a time. The practices that were recurring 6 years ago, when people were locked in 23 hours, and I saw this, the officers would go down. Hey, you want rec? People put their hands through the slot tray. Sometimes they 5-point restrain them, depending on the level of dangerousness of the resident. They walk them outside. They literally put them in like a dog kennel outside, and they let them go for an hour. Then they bring them back in. That was what was happening 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. And you see that on Solitary Nation. That produced anxiety, trauma. It was neglectful. We've walked away from that a long time ago. No one needs to convince us that the practice of solitary confinement and keeping people secured longer than they need to be for the safety and security of residents and of staff, we don't need to be convinced of that. We know that. We're aligned with that. There's no question about that. That's why it's so important for us to get them out of cell, have such a small number there for safety and security and programmatic need, and to provide a good milieu in the system so people can really engage in the programming that they need to get better. If these individuals, the 7 that are in now, were in the general population, it would be chaos. There would be stabbings and fightings and a ton of conflict. And that's why we've come to this process of letting them be secure in their own unit, receiving the programming that they need.
Thank you for that answer. I guess just from what I saw and what was described to me when I visited MSP, that seems to be the condition of a lot of people on APOD, 22, 23 hours a day in their cell, and then an hour out in a pen.
Representative Lookner, did you visit Maine State Prison or where?
Yes, I did over the summer. And I had a great tour, and, I think, Magnuson and everybody over there, it's clear, a lot of folks there care very deeply about their jobs, but just from, and taking care of folks, the residents. But from what I also saw is that what Commissioner Liberty just described was what was also described to me as the condition that folks in APOD are experiencing. And there were a half dozen or a dozen folks in APOD at the time.
Thank you. I think it's Representative Warren, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, Commissioner, maybe we've all been sitting in our chairs for going on 9 hours listening to some really painful testimony today, which is part of our job. So I guess I'm going to be a little vulnerable with you. This is hard work for all of us. One of the things that's really hard about it for me is that, I have all these Maine people that are talking to us and that share their stories, and they're very emotional stories. Can't tell you how many times I've started crying today. I'm a child of a mom who's persistently and severely mentally ill. And I take care of her. And she, in a different time in our history, she would probably be locked up. She has been locked up. She has been. I was a kid visiting my mother when she was locked up. Not fun. So that's my vulnerability. What's really hard is, how can I just say, nope, not going to believe all those Maine people. Nope, just gonna, and I really want to believe you, because you and I have had so many conversations, and I really believe that you are somebody with your own personal lived experience, and you want to do the right thing. I have a good sense of you as a person. There's more of my vulnerability. But also, I hear from Mrs. Swain, and I read the articles in the Bangor Daily News, and I read about the agreement between the district attorney, and the district attorney says, the agreement reflects District Attorney Irving's belief that more prison time will not make ... I'll just, instead of reading to you guys the whole thing, she called Swain's confinement torture. This is from October. So you understand that for me, that says, whoa, okay, so it's not happening, hasn't been happening for 5 or 6 years. I went down to visit the Women's Center. We had a bill in front of this committee to move women to Long Creek, and I spent a lot of time down at the Women's Center. I spent a lot of time talking to Amanda Wolford, Director Wolford at that time. I took a lot of tours. There's a place in the Women's Center where a trans woman spends a lot of time locked up by herself. And we had conversations about that, Amanda and I. And I went to that place, and it's something I can't get out of my head. There are lots of experiences of this work that I don't talk about with my family or my friends, because I don't want them to have to go through the stuff that we all are exposed to, because they don't have an opportunity to try and fix it, right? So I have these, I saw that with my own eyes, and that was not over 5 or 6 years ago. So I just want to share with you, because I feel bad when I ask these questions. Earlier today, I had to ask questions of Commissioner Sawchuk. It doesn't feel good. Everybody knows I've been a Democrat my whole life, and I'm a proud Democrat. And I'm faced with doing this work of what to believe, and it is very difficult work. So I thank you for letting me give you my vulnerability, because I have some questions for you. If restrictive housing at the Maine State Prison is called ACU, when did it become the ACU?
I don't have the date, but restrictive housing is more of a national term that the industry uses for any people doing time and getting less than 2 hours out of cell time. That's called restrictive housing. And so the ACU, I don't have the dates for you, but I can be glad to do that. No one's trying to be deceptive. No one's trying to shell game anything. We currently have the ACU, and as I said, we have 7 individuals in that unit at this time. And as I said, we've had such small numbers in in that sort of restrictive housing environment, we've been able to repurpose one of the units, the B wing, into something much better. I can get that data for you. The dates.
Well, I'm just, thank you. I'm just trying to get a sense, and I'm sorry that I used the wrong word. I thought the proper word was restrictive housing is how to describe it. And so that's the concept I'm talking about. And I just was trying to get a sense of at MSP, it's called the ACU. When did it change to the ACU? I remember it was called something else, even in my time on this committee, maybe a couple of different things. What is it called in Wyndham?
So in Wyndham, I don't have the term, maybe Senator Shambo knows. In Wyndham, I'm not sure what they have, but that's a very short term. They're a very short-term stay. And if they're a difficult resident that's going to do some time in that environment, we send them to the ACU. That's our primary location for restrictive housing in that environment. We'll transfer them to MSP if they're a difficult resident.
What's it called at the Women's Center?
It's a
I don't
step
have.
down.
What's that?
The Women's Center, is that the one up on the hill or the one down? the
Yes,
hill?
yeah, the Women's Center, yep.
Well, since I was the administrator who built that, the population was very small. It's called a step down.
Step down.
Those who need a moment to be away from the others. Can you imagine sometimes before they built the unit down the hill, about 75 women were in that one building. So now it's being used for the elderly or people who are sick. When I say sick, some may have a terminal illness and need a wheelchair. And the other female residents take care of them. And it's all within a compound that the officer sees everything. It does look kind of dingy because it was first, it didn't have much lighting. It was first a mental health step down. And now it's to give older people, I think it only holds like 5 people.
And
but it's
in
open.
that, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. It is the step down unit. And in the step down unit, there's something called the special management unit. I remembered it while you were talking about. That's those 2 completely metal. There's a little tiny place you can look through. That's where this particular trans person, that I'm not going to say their name because that would not be right, but I think you and I both know who I'm talking about, and you know that that is a very long-term situation. So that's a step down. What is it called in Long Creek? I mean, if we're going to define it, let's make sure that, because we're not just talking about the Maine State Prison, and we're going to, work to go forward with this proposal. So let's make sure that we have all of the proper terminology. What is it called at Long Creek?
They don't all have individual terms. They're called administrative status. Somebody will be placed on administrative status. So each of the facilities do not have a specific area where people are on administrative status.
So what will be the term that we use when we try to define this in this proposal, so that us, the oversight body who's trying to define this thing, so that we can call it one thing, so that it doesn't have different names at different places and then the name changes in 2 years. You understand my question. What will we call it so we can define it? And I do want to know what it's called at Long Creek.
So the administrative status is just someone taking, being placed on a not to be redundant, but a status where they're restrained and they're confined to their cell for a short period of time, for 72 hours, to determine what you do with them. That's it. And I have no particular name for the Long Creek people on administrative status.
Charlotte, may I just take back something I did?
Of course, yes.
Inform you. I think I know where you're going with it, and Commissioner Liberty is correct. There are standards, and up in the administration level, the commissioner's level, and that's the restricted status, right? And
Correct.
when I called it a step down, that's what we call it. It's like go to your room or go to the kitchen. It's a name. It doesn't define what goes on there. So everything is under the restrictive status standard and policy. Am I correct? And then ACU is the term they use. Am I close to being correct, Randall, Commissioner Liberty?
Yeah, in Long Creek, it's a special management, it's a behavior management, it's typically a 24-hour period of time for the youth.
Okay, so it's similar to what it's called at Wyndham as Special Management Unit. That's helpful to me. And just one last question. When was the last time the DOC had to settle a case or pay out a settlement because of solitary confinement?
I don't know. I'll get to that date.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Yep.
I have Representative Seaway, Senator Seaway, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Liberty.
Good afternoon.
This bill seems like it's more developed for jail situations more than the prison, but because it seems like, the prison, you have pretty much, you're taking them when they're not under the pressure of wondering if they're going to get sentenced or something happens and they come into the jail and they're still kind of under a stressful situation. And so anyway, when I listened today and about this bill and another bill, I hear from the families and also some people that experience like in the jail or in the prison. But we never hear from the victims of the crimes. And that's a piece that's always missing. And it's still kind of burned in my mind back years ago when we had the Waterville issue where one prisoner got released from the prison and killed some nuns. And then he brought back to the prison and to be put into we'll say what they're saying is a solitary confinement for 20 hours and then released into the pod for 4 hours. That would seem like a very unsafe situation. And it seems like that's putting everybody in harm's way. What's your thoughts on how this would be handled? I mean, this is where he went right into a jail. They don't have the facility like a prison. It's not a large building. It's just enough to put what you have, and you're kind of limited. And then it was a mental health issue, but like Riverview, we had the big problem of where they could actually go because they couldn't handle it. They end up back at the jail or the prison. I know this is a big, like you say, an administrative decision, administrative placement. And so I know it's an issue, but it seems like it can't be just put into a bill. Sometimes professionals like yourself and others have to make these decisions.
Thank you, Senator. Good question. It is a very challenging, population to manage, and some of them have been there long term. Some of them are violent. Some of them suffer from multiple traumas, and they're very difficult. They're very difficult to manage. But to your point of the jails, it is very challenging to operate a jail. It's very, very challenging with lack of resources and lack of staff and the emergent circumstance where someone's newly arrested. They may be drunk, they may be high, who knows what's going on. And you and I both have experienced it as Sheriff Nichols has. Very challenging environment. Really two different scenarios. They're much more stabilized when they arrive in our custody than they are in the jails. And so I'll let Sheriff Nichols speak to the challenges of the jails, but you and I both know it's a very difficult population to manage. And that's one of the benefits that we have at the state is we have multidisciplinary teams. We're bringing people from behavioral health people, from mental health, substance use disorder, security, medical, and we can all make an informed decision. And that 72 hours I was talking about, that review, gives us a real thoughtful process to be able to do that. And at the county levels, it can be challenging. It can be very challenging to do that without the resources.
Thank you.
I'm going to somewhat wrap this up, and what I'm thinking of is, let me just describe from my viewpoint as a caseworker in a prison, and I'm responding to what Commissioner Liberty said about while they're in that environment, there's case planning going on, case management. You've heard the terms, and I'm saying this for the public that might be hearing this. First of all, correctional officers aren't all 6'2" and men. There are female officers also. But what the people that do go into that housing unit have a caseload, and some of them might be in there. And there's a development of a case plan. And usually the person who speaks about that case plan with the prisoner is something that was all designed by mental health, the medical department, the captains, like what's the best thing? What would it take for so-and-so to get out? So I want people to know that it isn't just 2 officers working on the grounds. It's a myriad of different, mental health will come in, medical will come in, and that's a team. And the person responsible for the development of the case plan, which is approved, I'm sure, by the commissioner level, and that's what they work on. So that and the prisoner knows what the plan is, and it's negotiated with the prisoner also on what brought them there and what takes them out. Again, Commissioner Liberty, I would defer to you if I retired now 7 years ago, but that's pretty much a pretty good format of what occurs.
Yes, Senator, that's very accurate.
Okay, thank you. Now, did a good job, Commissioner. I don't know how long you were on, almost an hour, I guess, or so, but.
I was enjoying my time with you folks.
I will recognize Sheriff Nichols, who will fill in the blanks, but jail-wise, go right ahead, Sheriff Nichols.
Well, good evening, everybody. Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. Again, I'm Sheriff Scott Nichols here on behalf of MSA. Maine sheriffs discussed this bill and voted unanimously to oppose it. All Maine sheriffs work tirelessly to build and nurture relationships with legislators. All 16 counties meet weekly to discuss legislation and discuss our positions. Many around this virtual horseshoe have worked closely with us to find language that best meets the needs of the citizens we serve. When LD 696 was brought forward, Sheriff Kevin Joyce met with the sponsor to discuss the bill. Representative Lookner graciously spoke with Sheriff Joyce and explained that he understood Representative Warren was preparing an amendment to the bill. He indicated that his intent was to avoid having inmates locked down for 23 hours a day for 4 or 5 years, which of course isn't happening in any of Maine's jails. The amended language, which has not been made available to the general public via the legislative website, was not available to the sponsor when he met with Sheriff Joyce. Maine sheriffs received the amendment from this committee's listserv on Wednesday, February 2nd. Changes of this magnitude cannot and should not be pushed through at the last minute. This is the 3rd bill from our tracking system to have been completely rewritten this session after a public hearing in the first session. We asked the committee to strive towards a more transparent effort in the future. You know, disciplinary segregation by definition is punishment by removal. An inmate that loses privileges can earn back their privileges by correcting behavior. They still have access to courts, medical, mental health treatment, clothing, bedding, personal hygiene, exercise outside, etc. During this process, the physical and mental well-being of an inmate is monitored constantly. This allows correction staff to transition the problematic inmate back into the general population in a way that is safe. Maine sheriffs unanimously posed this question: do the lawmakers understand the mechanics in place of our county jails? Implementing rash and extreme laws that will ultimately endanger hundreds of inmates and county jail staff is not to be made lightly. I urge you to unanimously vote ought not to pass and make it a priority to tour the very jails that you hope to change in order to gain a greater perspective on what's actually occurring in Maine jails. Maine sheriffs appreciate the opportunity to present this to the committee and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff Nichols, I wish you had reached out to me because I think you have been, you're the victim of some fake news here, where you say that I had an amendment. I've never written an amendment. Representative Lookner has been working on this bill with a group of stakeholders. You further say that I had an amendment that the sponsor didn't have available to him when he met with the sheriff. Additionally, fake news, I didn't have an amendment. You're right, I have always worked with the Sheriff's Association. I meet with the Sheriff's Association weekly, sometimes bi-weekly. So I really wish you had reached out to me. So there's a little bit of misinformation in there. Thank you. I'd like you to correct the testimony, please, and resubmit it.
Okay.
Thank you. I work very hard to be very transparent. So to have that, that really bothers me because that's not who I am at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
You're on mute, Representative Pickett.
Good evening, Sheriff Nichols. I appreciate you sticking around. You've been here all day like the rest of us, so I'm appreciative of that. I guess the question I have for you, you make a statement there that in your testimony, when it's talking about the intent of what Representative Lookner's intent was for this bill, and you said it isn't happening in any of Maine's jails. So when we talk about solitary confinement, because that's what this bill is about, solitary confinement. And so what is your definition of solitary confinement, and why do you say this is not happening in your Maine jails?
When I hear the term solitary confinement, it kind of takes me back to these World War II movies, or The Green Mile or something like that, where someone is stuck in a hole and they're just left there and just given food and that's about it. I mean, that's pretty extreme, I know, but I can only give you the example that what we do in Franklin County is, if we have somebody who is a behavioral problem that is just attacking other inmates or attacking staff, we put them in our maximum security pods. Well, it's not pods, rooms. We have 3 cells designated for maximum security. And while they're there, they're checked on every 15 minutes. And as I said earlier, they're allowed out. They're allowed to use their tablets and make phone calls and all of the other stuff they were allowed to do while they were in, whether they were in medium or minimum. But they're kept there. They're also receive psychological counseling from our people and any medical treatment they may need. So they still all the things that they had gotten before. The only difference is they're just separated from the inmates, other inmates, so other inmates aren't injured by them. That's all we're trying to do. And they stay there for maybe a day, maybe 2 days, and we turn around and put them back in, as long as they understand what they need to do.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
And so then basically, if I'm understanding you right, you don't have a actual unit, but you do have a pod in your cell. I'm assuming that, and maybe I'm wrong, that most jails have some place where they can do this same sort of thing, where you take and do what the same thing as the DOC is trying to do with their to remove them for their own safety and for the safety of others, but not restrict them and keep them in a, as you put it, a hole, a place where they have nothing. They're just in there looking at just walls and nothing. And in some cases, maybe even a mattress on the floor, because we heard that today. And I'm not saying that didn't happen, because I think it did happen before. But would you agree with me and with the commissioner who just spoke before you, that those days of that kind of treatment have been long gone, and we've been working toward making things better and dealing with this in a much different way? Is that a fair assumption? Do you agree that you and the sheriffs in this state are doing that as well?
Yeah, I believe we've evolved, just like DOC has evolved over the years. We go strictly by the standards set by DOC. And so, yeah, when they make changes, we make changes.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Luckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Nichols. I just wanted to clarify that in my discussions with my brief phone call with Sheriff Joyce, what we discussed is the possibility of amending the bill further to sort of get at, if necessary, COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, if there have to be some, exemptions to what I'm proposing to enable, public health within jails and prisons in Maine. So that was the big thing that we discussed. I don't remember bringing up Representative Warren's name at all, so not really sure where that one came from. Yeah, no, I just want to share that, so thanks.
Thank you for clarifying.
So seeing no other, I just thought of something. If I did not know Representative Lipner, you want to probably amend it a little bit more, given the testimony back and forth, especially I think it did miss what's happening in the jails. If Representative Warren agrees, I think instead of 1 week with a work session, we schedule it probably 10 to 12, 14 days, because I think he'll need more time.
If it's okay with you, Senator DeChambeau, I think one of the things that we need to be able to hear from the DOC is what are they okay with? First of all, if everything that Representative Luckner and the stakeholders are asking for in this bill is already policy in the DOC, why wouldn't we put it in statute? As Commissioner said, when commissioners change, sometimes policies change. So I'd really like to hear from the commissioner at the work session. What are the parts of the bill? I heard the commissioner basically said it's not happening, doesn't exist, because he's saying Grayson's bill is talking about something else. So in order for us to get to a place where the DOC's needs can be met and the sheriff's needs can be met, I think we have to talk about, in reality, what is actually happening and what parts of the bill do they actually disagree with. To just say, they're not calling it what we're calling it, we don't support the bill, that doesn't help us get anywhere. So we could wait 2 weeks, but boy, why wouldn't we even just spend a half an hour together trying to start the work together and know that we're going to table the bill? That would be my hope for us.
Okay. I think by offering to Representative Luckner what he said is to negotiate something. I am not a proponent of putting something in statute. You're dealing with human beings, that issues change, matters change, housing change, and rather than be very concrete, it's and what the commissioner said, I did know that they went, I think it was to Colorado. You're always looking for the best practice, and statute, it takes a little longer to change a statute to allow to do the best practices. So that's, but I would leave that, if you don't mind, to Representative Luckner and the commissioner. I understood what you said, but, and I'm sure you can talk with Representative Luther if that's the format he wants to use, but I would stay away from a statute that I would stay away from it.
So just to answer your question, just to remind the committee, in 4 weeks, we are expected to have all of our bills reported out. So if
Yeah,
we don't.
It was
meet
just a
on-
suggestion. Yeah.
Okay, I just feel like if we don't meet on it in 2 weeks, we won't do anything with this bill. So I
Exactly.
really would like us to work on it next week.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
We'll talk again with our policy analysts. I just think they would need, I just did a quick turnaround for 1 week, and it's tight trying to get some good people all on the same day. So we'll discuss it. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that what I heard today was, I heard that the commissioner, and talking about DOC, and the sheriff talking about the main sheriffs, they recognize there are times when they have to take care of a problematic inmate, but at the same time, they realize there is a way to do it and a way not to, and they are using the best practices out here to do that. And I think when we talk about, let's put it in law because sheriffs change and this and that changes, I think it's time for us to start listening to what our people are doing. I don't think either one of these people today, and at least in my understanding, said that these stories that we heard were not true and accurate. I don't think they did. I just think that what they were saying was they were dated because it's not happening today, and they've worked their way to the point where they're doing things differently. And I think it's time to let our jails, our people in our jails, and our people in DOC, our administrators and stuff, and those that serve us well. I think it's time to let them do their job and do it, and to report back to us like they do, that they're doing their job and doing it well, and stop trying to micromanage them. That's my opinion.
Very good. Seeing no other hands up and seeing that the time is 6:15, I missed my 5:30 appointment. Sheriff Scott, we will meet again. The 3 that we couldn't get a hold of or do today will be rescheduled for Monday. So look at your sheet, we'll update it. So Ms. Overton, you have anything you'd like to add or question?
Nope.
Okay. All right, I will see you, tomorrow. I hope to see you here. We'll be in session. So, all right, and we also hopefully will make our appointment, Representative Pickett and Representative Warren, with the Chief Justice and Senator Seaway. We've got that. Okay, good night. I'm glad I'm not driving home tonight. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.